What if I told you, with some time and effort, you can not only build this e-commerce application from scratch, but also deploy it on the web for the world to see? Whether you're looking to create an impressive portfolio project or stand out as a job seeker, this project will give you real-world full-stack experience. This video is going to be a full step-by-step tutorial where we'll build this project using the MERN stack, from designing the front end with React to setting up the backend with Node.js and MongoDB. We'll cover it all. For state management, we'll be using Redux and Redux Toolkit to manage the cart, user authentication, products, and other functionalities of the store. For styling, we'll be making use of Tailwind CSS to create a modern and fully responsive design. By the end of this tutorial, you'll have a fully functional e-commerce website where user can browse products, add items to cart, and place orders. We'll also have admin panel to manage the store. Now let's walk through some features of this app. In this project, we'll be making use of JSON Web Token for secure authentication and authorization. You'll also learn how to easily add search, filter, and sort functionality to the app. For handling async operations and making API calls, we'll be making use of Redux Thunk. For image uploads, we'll be using Cloudinary API. And for the payments, we'll be making use of the PayPal payment gateway. The way this tutorial is structured is, first we'll build the front end. After that, we'll move to the back end for database operations and building the entire API. Finally, we'll integrate Redux to manage state and connect front end with back end. This way, if you're only interested in front end, you can follow along until the front end part without any issues. To take this course, you should have a basic understanding of React, Tailwind CSS, and some backend experience with Node.js. You'll also need Node.js installed on your system and a code editor that you are comfortable with. I'll be using VS Code for this video. If you're using VS Code, then I would recommend installing Tailwind CSS IntelliSense for class auto-completion, Prettier for code formatting, and the VS Code ES7 plus React snippet to create React components. You'll see me use RAFCE a lot of times in most of my videos to create functional components. Before we start coding, let's look at what we'll be building in this video. The website begins with a top bar, then displays a message, "We ship worldwide." We also have a few social media links on the left and a contact number on the right. Below the top bar, we have the navbar with a few links to the collection page, logo on the left, and a few icons on the right for the profile, cart, and search option. When you click the cart drawer opens up, displaying the cart items, and the search icon opens up the search bar where we can enter the search term to find the products. This is followed by the hero image with a shop now link. We have two highlighted collections, one for the women and the other for men. New arrival section contains a sleek product slider with brand new items. Below this, we have the bestseller product the company is known for. Here you can directly add this product to the cart by selecting the size and the color. You see a pop-up once the product gets added to the cart. There is also a list of similar products, followed by the talkway category for women. Then we have the promotion section, features of the store, and the footer. When you click any link in the navbar, collection page opens up. Here you have filter and sorting options. Here you can filter by category, gender, color options, size, material, and the brand. We also have slider option to filter by price range. We can also sort the products by different options. All filters, search, and sort options are tightly coupled. For example, I can search for the top and also filter by price high to low. Clicking the product will take you to the product page. Let's add a product to the cart by selecting the size and the color. In the cart, you can update the quantity and also delete the product. Let's click on the checkout button. If you're not signed in, it will take you to the login page. Here, you can log in or register as new user. Once you are logged in, it will take you to the checkout page where you can see the form and the order summary. Let's fill the form and click on Click to Payment. In the project, we are making use of PayPal Payment Gateway. Click any one option, enter the sandbox credentials, complete the purchase, and you will see an order confirmation page with the thank you message and the order details. Click on the profile icon to see all the orders that you have placed in the past. You can also click any order to see the order details. If you are an admin user, you can see an option in the navbar that will take you to the admin dashboard. Here, you can see the total sales, number of orders, and total number of products. You can also see all the latest orders the store has received. Next, we have the user management section where you can add a new user, update the role, and even delete the user. After this, we have the products management section. Here, we will list all the products in the store. We can edit any field and also upload images using Cloudinary API. This is followed by the order management page where you can update the status of any order and also mark an order as delivered. Shop will take you to the store And you can also log out from the admin section. One of the coolest things about this project is that everything that you see here is fully responsive. Whether you are on a tablet or using a smaller phone screen, all the features like filtering, searching, and sorting are available without any clutter so that it looks clean and professional. And more importantly, it gives the customers a seamless experience no matter how they choose to shop. We'll begin the project by creating a folder on the desktop. Let's name it Rabbit. Open the VS Code editor and drag this folder into it. Inside this folder, we'll create two subfolders, one for the backend code and the other for the frontend code. So let's go ahead and create those subfolders. Now, open a browser and search for Tailwind Wheat. Open the first link, which is the Tailwind official website. Make sure you have the Using React tab active. On this page, you'll find a set of commands to create a React project and install Tailwind CSS. The first command, npm create, will help us set up the project with the React template. Let's copy this command. Open a new terminal and navigate to the frontend folder. This is where we want to set up our React project. So paste the copied code here and make sure that you replace the my project with the // which is the current directory. This command will now set up the project under the frontend folder. After this, let's run the npm install command to install the project dependencies. I'll also run npm run dev command to ensure our React application is working as expected. This command will start the server on port 5173 by default. Let's open the localhost link in the browser. If you've followed the steps correctly so far, you should now see the default React page displayed in your browser. Let's head back to the Tailwind CSS website and continue setting up the project. This command will help us set up the Tailwind CSS in our project along with the post CSS and auto prefixer. Copy this command. I'll close the server and paste the command here. After this, copy the npx command to generate both the Tailwind and post CSS configuration files. Once you run the command, you'll see two new files generated, one for the Tailwind configuration and another for the post CSS. After this, let's copy the entire code for the Tailwind config file and paste it in our tailwind.config.js file. Next step will be to add Tailwind CSS directives to our index.css file. I'll delete all the existing code in the index.css file and paste the copied CSS directives here. To test if the Tailwind is configured correctly, let's copy this code. Head over to the app.jsx file. Delete the default code. I'll use the RAFCE snippet to auto-generate the code. Let's paste the code here and save the file. We also need to restart the server. You should now see the Hello World text displayed with some Tailwind CSS styling applied. Before we move on, let's remove the app.css file as we won't be using it in our project. For the font, I'll be using Interfont from Google Fonts. Click on Get Font. Next, click on Get Embed Code. Here, you'll find two options for web. One is the link tag and another is the import rule. If you want to use the import rule, you can include it in the index.css file. I'll be making use of the link tag. So let's copy the code. Open the index.html file and paste the code below this link tag. Open the index.css file. Add the font family enter to the root selector. Let's also add the font optical sizing to auto. This will adjust the optical size depending on font size. Let's also set the font style to normal. With this configuration, our app will now use the inter font. In this project, we'll be making use of the React router to handle client-side routing. And for the icons that you see on the project, we'll be using the React Icons library. Let's install both the packages. Before we move forward, I want to discuss about the folder structure that we are going to follow in this project. I'll be organizing all of my JSX code under two folders, one for the components and another for the pages. I want to note that this folder structure is what I'll follow for this course. However, you can use any structure that suits you best, as long as you import the files from the correct paths. With that in mind, let's first discuss the components folder. The components folder will contain all of our reusable components that can be used across multiple pages. Inside the components folder, we'll create multiple subfolders. The first subfolder will be the admin folder. This will contain components specific to admin section, like admin dashboard, order management, user management, and so on. The second folder will be the cart folder. This will include components related to shopping cart functionality, like checkout, PayPal button, and so on. Third folder will be common folder, containing components like header, footer, and navbar. After this, we'll have a layout folder for things like user layout, hero layout, and cart drawer. Last will be the products folder for components like product rate, product details, and so on. On the other hand, pages folder will contain all the pages components that will be a full page or a route in our application. For example, page like homepage, admin homepage, and so on. So, under the source folder, let's first create two folders, components and pages. Within the components folder, create a subfolder, admin. Next will be cart. After this, common folder, followed by the layout folder. Last will be the products folder. Once this is done, let's head over to the app.jsx file. I'll delete the Tailwind sample code. And let's add the browser router component from the React Router DOM library, which enables the client-side routing. Do make sure that the browser router gets imported from the React Router DOM. If you don't see this import line, you can manually type it out. After this, let's add the routes component from the React Router DOM, which helps us manage multiple routes in our application. Inside this, you can add the individual routes using the route component. Broadly speaking, our e-commerce website will have separate layouts for users and admins. So we'll have one route for the user layout, followed by the admin layout. Let's first work on the user layout. Inside the layout folder, create a new file called userlayout.jsx. Save this file. In the route, we'll need to specify the path. In our case, it will be a forward slash. We also need to specify the element, which in this case will be the user layout component we just created. Ensure that the components gets imported. Let's run the server to test out the changes. Now, instead of hello world, you should see the user layout text from the user layout component. Let's review the code we have written so far. We are making use of the browser router component to enable client-side routing. If this concept is new to you, you might be wondering what client-side routing is and why do we need it. We know that React applications are basically single-page applications. However, when building complex applications like e-commerce websites, it is obvious that they'll contain multiple pages like home page, product page, cart page, and so on. Every page will have its own unique URL, something like this: slash home, slash products, slash cart. What you see here are examples of routes, which are unique URLs that help users navigate to different parts of the application. Traditionally, to display individual routes, the browser requests data from server and performs a full page reload for each route. But when we talk about client-side routing, each route is handled in the browser rather than the server, making the application faster. And that is why we make use of the React Router library to create an impression of a multi-page application. Below the browser router, we have the routes component to help us manage multiple routes. Inside this, we have our individual routes. The first route is for the user layout. The reason why we have used a slash is because this will be our base route. We want the user layout component to apply to multiple pages of website. Basically, user layout will contain common UI elements that we want to share across different pages. User layout will serve as the parent route, within which we will declare other routes like home, products, carts, and so on. Let's look at the final version of our application to find out which UI components our user layout will contain. The layout will contain a header section and a footer section. If I navigate to different routes, the header and the footer section will always be visible. The header section will contain a top bar and a navbar. The top bar will contain a notification, few social icons, and a phone number. Below the top bar, we have the navbar with a few links and a few icons on the right side. You can also search for the products. It will also contain a cart drawer, which will display the cart contents. The footer section will contain a subscribe form and a few links. All this will be a part of user layout. In between, we have the main content that changes depending on the route. So basically, our user layout will contain a header section, and within this header section, we have the top bar and navigation bar along with the cart drawer. This is followed by the main content, and at the bottom, we have the footer section. So let's head over to the VS Code editor. Delete the user layout text. This is where we'll have our header component, main content, and the footer component. We'll first code the header section. For this, let's create a new file called header.jsx inside the common folder. Import this file in the user layout. Make sure the file gets imported at the top. Inside this, we want to create our top bar, navbar, and the card drawer. We'll begin with the top bar. Create a new file topbar.jsx inside the layout folder. Import it in the header.jsx file. Now, the top bar has a custom red shade and the text is white color. We have the message in the middle, icons on the left, and the phone number on the right. Let's go back to the VS Code editor. Open the topbar.jsx file. Add class background color with custom color code EA2E0E. Text color will be white. Inside this, let's add a div. Add class container along with mxauto to center the content. Inside this, add a div for the icons on the left. Add anchor tag for the icons. Add class text gray 300 on hover. First icon will be meta, so the component name will be TB brand meta from the React icons. Ensure that you import the icon from the React icons. Add class height 5, width 5. Icon should be visible on the screen. Copy the anchor tag twice for the remaining icons. Second icon will be IO logo Instagram. Import it from the React icons. Third icon will be RI Twitter X line. Let's also import it. So we can see all the icons are visible but aren't aligned, so let's style them. Add class flex, item center, and some spacing. This looks better. The Twitter icon looks bigger in comparison, so let's reduce the height and width. Let's add the message in the center and also the phone number. Add class text small. Text will be center. Add a span. Text will say we ship worldwide. Fast and reliable shipping. Add a div with class text small. Anchor tag for telephone number. Class on hover. Text query 300. Add the number. Let's save it. Let's fix the UI so that all the elements are aligned properly. Let's add flex, justify between so that icons are on the left and phone number is on the right, item center, and some padding. This looks good, but it is not responsive. If you check the mobile version, we only have the center text without the social icons and telephone number. So let's fix that. Add hidden, and on medium device and above, flex. For telephone number, add class hidden and MD block. Now the content is hidden, but the text should be centered. This is because on the mobile screen, only one div is visible. And since we have flex with justify between, adding flex grow will expand the middle div and text center will center the text. Another change that I want to make is to create a custom class for the custom red color we have defined here. So let's create a custom class for it by adding this color in our Tailwind config file. Inside extend, add the custom color name. I'll call it rabbit red. Add the value here. After this, let's replace the custom code in the JSX code. And you can see our custom class is working as expected. With this, we have completed the top bar component. After the top bar, we'll work on the navbar. We can change this to header tag, create a new file in the common folder, name it navbar.jsx, save the file, and import it in the header file. You should now see the navbar text on the screen. Open the navbar.jsx file, delete this div, and add a React fragment. Inside this, add a nav tab with class, container, mxauto, add flex, item center to align the elements, justify between to evenly space the items, add some padding, first item will be logo on the left, for this add a div, we'll need the link component from the React router DOM, ensure that it gets imported, value of 2 will be /. If you want to, you can add a logo image here, but I'll stick with the text. Let's add a few classes for the logo text, text to Excel, and font medium. Text should now appear on screen. After the logo, we have the center navigation links, add a div with class hidden, because for smaller devices, we'll have a different layout, MD flex, so that it is visible on the medium screens and above. Add some space on the x-axis, add a link component, we'll assign the link value once our backend is complete. Style the links, text gray 700, on hover, text black, text size small, font medium, and all should be uppercase. First link will be for men. This link should be visible on right corner. This will get aligned in the middle once the right item containing icons will be complete. Let's copy the link component and paste it for the other three links. Second is for women. Third will be top wear. Last link will be bottom wear. With this, all the links should appear on the screen. After this, let's work on the right section for the icons. Add a div with class Plex, item center, and some space on the horizontal axis. Let's add link component for each icon. First will be the account or profile icon. On hover, text color will be black. The icon will be HI outline user from React Icons. VS Code did not detect it, so let's import the icon at the top. Since we are here, let's add a few more icons. HI outline shopping bag for the cart and HI bars 3 bottom right for the mobile navbar drawer. Add a few classes for the profile icon. Height and width 6. Text gray 700. Our first icon is now visible on the screen and navigation links are also aligned in the middle. Next will be a button tag for the cart. Style this with class relative and on hover text color black. Add the shopping bag icon. Height and width 6. Text color gray 700. Below this, add a span to display the count of the items in the cart. Add class absolute. Background color will be rabbit red. Text white. Text size extra small. Rounded corners. And some padding. Now the count is visible but isn't positioned above the cart icon. So let's fix this. Add top of -1. This looks better. Let's add some positioning to the right as well. I think the first one looked better. So let's remove the right position. With this, the second icon is now complete. After this, we have the search icon. The search icon will go here. For the search functionality, I would like to create a different component. So we'll come back to it later. There is one more icon that is not visible on the large screen, and that is the hamburger icon for the mobile navigation. It will be a button. Add the high bars 3 bottom right icon. Height and width 6. Text color gray 700. This is how it looks, but we need to ensure that it is hidden on the large screen. We can now work on the search component. Before we jump into coding, let's go through the search functionality real quick. So we have the search icon on the right. Once you click it, a search form opens up where you can enter the query. When you submit the request, it will take you to the collection page and display the matching results. So the first thing to consider is when you click the search icon, we want a form to open up. Second, we also want to ensure that we capture the search term. For this, we'll be making use of the use state hook. Create a new file under the common folder. Name it searchbar.jsx. Save the file and add it in the navbar.jsx file. With this, you should be able to see the search bar text on the screen. Open the searchbar.jsx file. I'll make some space to add the two use state hooks. First will be for the search term. Second use state will be to open and close the form. Set the default value to false, meaning it is closed by default. The way this will work is, the search form should only be visible if the isOpen state is set to true. Else, display the search icon. The search icon will be inside a button. Add icon high magnify glass from the React icons. Save the file, and you should now see the search icon. Obviously, we haven't styled the icon yet, so let's do that. Add class height 6 and width 6. This looks better. Next thing will be to display the form when the icon gets clicked. Let's add the onClick event handler, which will call the function handle search toggle. We'll also need to declare the function. This function will simply toggle the value of is open to true or false depending on the current state value. Now, if I click the icon, the search form does not open, but the search icon is now hidden. This is because we haven't added any code to the form tag. Let's say if I replace the form tag with a paragraph, you should be able to see the text. Let's add back the form tag, add class, relative, flex, item center, justify center, and widthful. Inside this, add a div with class, relative, and width 1 by 2. Within this div, we'll declare the input tag. Type will be text, add placeholder search, value will be search term, style the input tag, background color gray 100, add some padding. I have already figured out the values, so I'll type it out. With this change, we can now see the search form. Let's add rounded corners. Focus will be outline none, width full, placeholder color text gray 700, now we also have to position the search form such that it covers the top and the navbar. Let's add some classes to the top div. Some of the styling will be dynamic. So let's use the curly brackets and the backquotes. Flex, item center, justify center, width full, add some transition, with duration 300. Check if the value of isOpen is set to true. If it is, add class absolute, top 0, left 0, width full, background will be white, add some height, and z index of 50 so that it is tagged at the top. If isOpen value is set to false, set width to auto. It looks like I have made a mistake somewhere. This should be within the curly bracket. With this change, we can see our search form. Below the input tag, let's also add the search icon. Add a button tag. Icon will be high magnifying glass. Add height and width. We'll need to position the icon. Let's not forget to add type submit to the button to submit the form. Absolute, right to, top 1 by 2, add transform, add translate of y 1 by 2. This will be a negative value. Text gray 600. And on hover, text gray 800. With this, our search icon is placed exactly like the final version. We'll also need to add the close icon, so let's do that. This will also be a button. Add icon high mini X mark. Icon is visible but needs some styling. Add height and width. Type will be button. Let's position the close button. Right 4. Top 1 by 2. Add transform. Add negative translate on y axis by 1 by 2. Text gray 600. And on hover, text gray 800. This now looks better. We can see the top bar is visible on the left part. To fix this, we'll need to add a div for the search bar and also set overflow hidden. This is better. Now, if you try typing some text in the input field, it will not work. This is because we have made use of the value attribute but haven't used the onChange handler. Let's fix this. Add onChange handler. Set search term to e.target.value. With this, you should be able to type. Let's also make sure we have a function declared to handle the form submit. For now, this function will simply output the search term in the console log, and when our backend is ready, we can integrate it accordingly. Make sure to also set is open to false so that the form gets closed once we submit the form. Open the console in your browser, type some text, and you should see search term in the browser console once the form gets submitted. Looking at the final version, you notice that there's a border around the header section, but we haven't added it to our code yet. So let's add it. Open the header.jsx file, add class border bottom to the header tag, and border color will be gray 200. With this, the border is now visible around the header. Next part will be to create a card drawer that opens up when you click the card icon. Let's look at the final version to understand how the card drawer works. When you click the cart icon, cart drawer slides from right to left. If the cart is empty, it should display your cart is empty text. Let's add some items to the cart. Now the cart drawer is a scrollable area with the checkout button fixed to the bottom. I'll add a few items to demonstrate this. Let's add multiple items real quick. As you can see, I can scroll within the cart drawer and the checkout button is fixed to the bottom. This is needed if you have many items in the cart. Let's start by creating a new file for the cart drawer within the layout folder. Name it cartdrawer.jsx. Save this file. Add this component below the nav tag. With this change, you should be able to see the cart drawer text on the screen. To open and close the cart drawer, we'll make use of the useState hook. Create variables, cart drawer, set cart drawer, default value will be false. Let's also create a function to toggle the value of cart drawer. Delete the default cart drawer text. Let's add a few classes to this table. Some classes will be applied dynamically depending on the cart drawer value. That is why we are making use of the curly brackets with backcode. Fixed, top 0, right 0, width will be 3 by 4. On small screen, width will be 1 by 2. Medium width 1 by 4. Height full. Background white. Some shadow. Transform. Transition transform. Duration of 300. This will be flex. Flex column. And z index of 50. If drawer open is true, the cart drawer should be visible. So make sure the translate x value is set to original position. If not, push it to the right 100%. Let's add a close button that will close the cart drawer when clicked. Add a div with class, flex, justify end, and add some padding. Add a button tag. For icon, we'll be using IOMD from React Icons. Add height and width. Color text gray 600. On click, call the toggle function to close the card drawer. The close functionality is working, but when I click the cart icon, the drawer does not open. This is because we should also be calling the toggle cart drawer function on the cart icon button in the navbar. So I guess it will make more sense if we move the cart drawer state and toggle cart drawer function to the navbar component. So let's do that first. With this change, you'll also need to pass it to the cart drawer component, since the close button also makes use of toggle cart function. Add the onClick event handler to the cart icon and assign it to toggle function. Save this file and let's test out the functionality. It looks like we have encountered an error. This is because we haven't defined useState in our navbar component. So let's import it. Refresh the page and the functionality should work when you click the cart icon. Also, ensure that the close button is also working. After this, we need to work on the cart content. So let's work on the cart content with scrollable area. Add a div for the your cart text, add class, flex grow, padding 4, and overflow y auto for scrollable area. Add h2 tag for the text, add class text excel, font semi-bold, add margin bottom of 4. Below this will be a component for the cart content. Let's get back to it later. We'll also need to create the checkout button that will be fixed at the bottom. Add a div for this with class, padding 4, background white. This will be sticky and bottom 0. Add a button tag for checkout. Below this will be a paragraph that says shipping taxes and discount codes calculated at checkout. Let's style the button. Width full. Background will be black. Text white. Padding on y-axis 3. Rounded corner. font semi-bold, and hover background will be gray 800. And transition. Let's also style the paragraph. Text small, tracking tighter, text color gray 500, margin top of 2, and text center. With this, our card drawer is already looking good. Our next step will be to work on the card contents component. For this, create a new file under the card folder and name it cardcontents.jsx. Save the file and add it in the navbar.jsx file. So now we can see the card contents text from the card contents component. Since we haven't implemented the backend, let's hardcode some value for the card items. Card products will be an array. The first item will be product ID 1, name t-shirt, size M, color red, quantity 1, price 15, image. For the image, we'll make use of the Pixum Photos API, which will act as the placeholder image. With this link, all we need to do is specify the height and width, and it gives you a random image to work. Copy this link. We need a square image, so just keep the dimension to 200. Add a random parameter so that it generates a unique random image. Let's copy the object and paste it. Product ID will be 2. Name jeans. Color blue. Random value will be 2. Delete the card contents text. Let's loop through the card products using map method. Add a div with key index. Add class. Flex. Item start. Justify between. Some padding. And border bottom. Inside this, add another div with class, flex, and item center. Inside this, add an image tag which shows product.image and alt product.name. Save it, and we can see the images are now appearing on the screen. Let's style the images. Add class, width 20, height 24, object cover, margin right 4, and rounded. Below the image tag, add a div. This will contain a h3 tag. Below this, add a paragraph tag for size and color. Text small and text color text gray 500. Below this, add a div for the increment and decrement buttons, class flex, item center, and margin top of 2. Add 2 buttons. Both will share the same Tailwind classes. Add border, rounded, some padding, text size Excel, and font medium. Add the minus and plus signs. Between the two buttons, we'll display the product quantity. The UI looks good. After this, let's add the div to display the product price. Add a paragraph tag. Add the dollar symbol. And use the toLocal string function to display the price. Below this, add a button for delete icon. Use icon ri delete bin 3 line from React icons. Let's style the icon. Add height 6, width 6, margin top of 2, and text color red 600. With this, the card drawer is complete. Let's check the responsive layout. It looks like there is an issue for the medium devices. This should get fixed if we increase the width of the card drawer for the medium device and above. Maybe let's set this to fixed size. Let's reduce the width to 30 rem. I think this looks better. Notice we have the menu icon available for the smaller screen, but it isn't functional. For this to work, we'll need to add the mobile navigation links with a drawer that opens when you click the hamburger icon. In the navbar.jsx file, let's declare a use state for the navbar toggle functionality. Default value will be false. Add a function toggle nav drawer to toggle the nav drawer open variable value to true or false. Now below the card drawer component, add the mobile navigation. Add classes similar to card drawer, with the difference being the navbar will slide from left instead of right. Below this, add the close button, flex, justify end, and some padding. Use IOMD close icon, add class, height 6, width 6, text gray 600. For the functionality to work, we need to add the on-click event handler for the hamburger icon. Call the toggle navdrawer function. Let's also call the toggle navdrawer function on the close button. This is now working as expected. Add a div for the navigation links. Add h2 tag for menu, text excel, font semi-bold, and margin bottom of 4. Add the nav tag. Inside this, we'll have the links. Call toggle function on click. Add class, block, text gray 600, and on hover, text color will be black. First link will be MERN. Copy the link and paste it 3 times. Change the name to women, topware, bottomware. Links are appearing, but we'll need to add some spacing. Add class space on y-axis 4. Now this looks better. And with this, we have finished the navbar menu. The last section in the user layout will be the footer section. This section will contain a subscribe form and links to the various sections of the site. We can make use of the grid layout to display the content of the footer section. Create a new file in the common folder. Name it footer.jsx. Save the file and import it in the user layout component. The footer text should be visible on the screen. Let's remove this div and add a footer tag. Add class, border top, and padding on y-axis 12. Add a div for grid layout. Add class, container, mxauto, grid, grid columns 1. On last screen, grid columns 4. Add some gap, some padding. On last screen, I want padding on x-axis to be 0. Inside this, add a div for newsletter form. Declare h3 tag for newsletter text. Add class, text large, text gray 800, and margin bottom of 4. Below this, add a paragraph tag with class, text gray 500, and margin bottom of 4. Text will say, be the first to hear about new products. Exclusive events, and online offers. Add another paragraph. Text will say, sign up and get 10% off on your first order. Below this, we'll have the newsletter form. Add a form tag. It will be flex. Add the input tag. Type will be email. Placeholder will say enter your email. Let's style the input tag. Add some padding. Width full. Text small. Border top. Border left. Border bottom. Border color will be gray 300. Rounded corners. Focus outline none. Add focus ring to. Ring color will be gray 500. And add transition all. This will be a required field. The form UI looks incomplete because we need to add the submit button. Add a button tag for subscribe. Type will be submit. Add class, background black, text white, some padding, text size will be small, rounded on the right side. On hover, background gray 800, and last, transition all. With this, the subscribe form is complete. The final UI has some styling and spacing between the text and the form. So let's add it. Font weight will be medium, text small, text gray 600, and margin bottom of 6. This is better. After the newsletter section, we have the shop links on the right side. So let's work on it next. Scroll down and just below the div containing the form, add the shop links. Add S3 tag with class, text large, text color gray 800, and margin bottom of 4. Text will say shop. Add a UL tag for links. Add class, space on y-axis 2, text gray 600, declare li tag. Within this, add link component. Link will say men's topwear. Let's style the link. On hover, text color will be gray 600. And transition colors. I think gray 500 will look better. Copy the li tag and paste it 3 times. Next will be women's topwear, men's bottom wear, women bottom wear. All the links are visible. Change the top's T to uppercase. Next will be support links, which are similar to shop links. Let's copy the div containing the shop links and paste it. Change this to support, contact us, about us, FAQs, and features. Last in the grid will be the followers section. Let's add a div. Inside this, declare a h3 tag with class text large, text gray 800, and margin bottom of 4. Text will say followers. Below this, we'll add a div for the icons. Add class flex, item center, some space, and margin bottom of 6. Add an anchor tag. href will be facebook.com, target underscore blank, rel attribute no opener and no referrer. Icon will be TV brand meta. Icon is visible. Let's add some height and width. Copy the anchor tag and paste it twice. Second icon will be IO logo Instagram. Third icon will be RI Twitter X line. All the icons are visible. Let's change the height of Twitter icon. This looks better. Below this, add a paragraph for caller's text. Add text color gray 500. Below this, add a paragraph. Use the phone icon from React Icons. FI phone call. VS Code isn't detecting it, so let's import it manually. Let's style the phone icon. inline block, margin right of 2, add the phone number here. In the end, we need the footer bottom for the copyright text. Add class, container, mxauto, margin top of 12, some padding, border top, border color will be grade 200, and padding top of 6. Add a paragraph for copyright text, compile tab, all rights reserved. Let's style the text. Text gray 500, text size small, tracking tighter, and text center. With this, the footer section is complete. Now the footer is just below the header section. This is because in the middle we are going to have the main content. Let's generate random text so that it occupies a decent amount of space in the middle to test the user layout. I'll add a paragraph with lorem 1000, which will generate 1000 words for lorem ipsum text. As you can see, the footer will be at the bottom and layout will be complete. We don't require this text, so I'll undo the changes. After this, let's work on the home page. The home page will have the hero section with a large text and a shop now button. This is followed by a section that displays both men and women's collection. After this, we have the new arrival section that can be scrolled horizontally. Below the new arrivals, we have the bestseller with a you may like section. After this, there is a collection of top wears for women. Then, we have a featured collection which talks about the brand. And the last section will display a few features of the website. Some of the images that you see on the site are available for download from the GitHub link provided in the description. Once you download the assets folder, replace it with the assets folder within the source folder. If you check the content of the assets folder, it contains all the images required for our app. Create a new file under the pages folder. Name it home.jsx. Let's delete the home text. The first section that we'll work on will be the hero section. So let's create a new file under the layout folder and name it hero.jsx. Save the file and include it in the home component. We'll also need to update the routes to include the home page, which will be within the user layout. I want the home page to be the index page. Element will be home component. Now, you'll not see anything change on the website. This is because we'll have to include the child component within the user layout component. The way we do that is by using the outlet component from the React Route to DOM library. What this will do is, it will replace the child component depending upon the route we access. With this change, You should now see the hero text appearing on the screen. Add a section tag. Within this, we'll add the image tag for the hero section. The source of the image will be an image from the assets folder that we had copied earlier. So let's import it. Replace the source with hero image. Alt will be rabbit. It looks like I have not added a forward slash. With this change, you should now see the hero image. Let's style the image. Width full. Height will be 400 pixel. On medium screen and above, height will be 600. On large screen, height will be 750 pixel. And object cover. Let's add a div for the text and the shop now button. Add class absolute. Inset 0. Background black. Flex. Item center. And justify center. Inside this, add a div for the text. Add class text center. Text color white. And some padding. Declare a h1 tag. Text size will be 4XL. On medium screen and above, text size will be 9XL. Font bold. Tracking title. Uppercase. And margin bottom of 4. Vacation. It looks like we haven't added the relative class. So let's do that first. This looks better. Obviously, we don't want the black color on the image. So add background opacity. Add a BR tag. Ready. Below this, add a paragraph tag with class, text small, tracking title, medium screen, text large, and margin bottom of 6. The text will say, explore our vacation ready outfits. With fast worldwide shipping. Lastly, let's add the shop now link. Add the link component. Add the class, background white, text color gray 950, add some padding, rounded corners, and text size large. Text will say shop now. And with this, we have completed the hero section. After the hero section, we have the collection section, which shows two collections. One is the women's collection and the other is men's collection. There is an image for each collection and an overlay text with a shop now link. Let's create a new file under the products folder. Name it gender collection section.jsx. Save the file and include it in the home component. You should see the text appearing on the screen. We already have both the images in the assets folder. Let's import both the images in the gender collection section. Replace the div with the section tag. Add some padding. Container, mx auto, flex, flex column. On medium devices and above, flex row and gap of 8. First will be the women's collection. Add a div with class, relative, flex 1 to equally space both the collections. Add an image tag. Source will be women's collection image. Alt is equal to women's collection. Add class width full, height of 700 pixel. Add object cover. Save the file. The image is now appearing on the screen. Add a div with class, absolute, bottom 8, left 8, background white, some opacity, and add some padding. Inside this, add a h2 tag for the collection name, text to Excel, font weight bold, text color gray 900, and margin bottom of 3. Text will say women's collection. Let's add a link below this. Value of 2 will be collections/all and pass a parameter gender is equal to women. Add class, text color gray 900, and underline. This will say shop now. Let's copy the div containing women's collection. This is where we'll have the code for men's collection. Paste the corporate div, change the image source. Alt will be men's collection. Let's also change the link. With this, the gender collection section is complete. Let's check the mobile version real quick. The next section that we'll work on will be the new arrivals section. The new arrivals products will be displayed like an image gallery which can be scrolled horizontally. On the page load, the left icon will be disabled, and as you scroll it, it will be enabled. Once you reach the end of the slider, the right icon will get disabled. You can also drag the image gallery. So with this information, let's create a new file under the products folder. Name it newarrivals.jsx. Save the file and include it in the home component just below the gender collection component. You should now be able to see the new arrivals text. Open the new arrivals component. We'll need to create some dummy products to display in this section. So let's declare an array. Inside this, let's create the first product. We'll use _ID to match the MongoDB ID. Name will be stylish jacket. Add price 120. Array of images. Add image URL from Pixum. Alt text stylish jacket. I want to have a total of 8 products. So let's copy the first object and paste it 7 times. I'll just change the ID and the random parameter of Pixum. So with this, we have some data to work with. Let's replace this div with a section tag. Inside this, create a div, add class, container, mxauto, text center, margin bottom of 10, and relative. Inside this, add a h2 tag with class text 3xl, font bold, and margin bottom of 4. Text will say explore new arrivals. Add a paragraph tag, class text large, text color gray 600, and margin bottom of 8. I'll paste the text that goes in here. The h2 tag and the paragraph tag is now visible on the screen. After this, let's add the scroll button. Add a div with class, absolute, right 0, bottom of minus 30 pixel, flex, and space on x-axis 2. Add a button tag, padding of 2, rounded, border, background white, and text black. Import the left icon from React icons. Let's style the icon. Add class text to Excel. Let's copy this button tag and paste it. Change the icon to right. The final version has a round border, but I like the way the buttons are styled, so I'll keep it this way. Next will be the scrollable content. Add a div with class, container, mxauto, overflow xscroll, flex, space on x-axis 6, and relative. Let's loop through the new arrivals array. Add a div, with key product.id, add an image tag. Source will be product.images.url. Add the alt tag. Alt is equal to product.images, alt text, or product.name. There is an error. Looks like I have added curly brackets twice. Now the images are not getting displayed. The URL is incorrect. The value of random should be passed as a query string. So with this, the images are now visible on the screen. Let's add the product name and price. Add class absolute, bottom 0, left 0, right 0, background opacity of 50, add backdrop blur, text will be white, padding of 4, and rounded bottom large. Add a link component. Value of 2 will be /product dot underscore id. Class name, block. Inside this, add a h4 tag with class font medium, This will be product.name. Add a paragraph tag below this with class margin top of 1. Add a dollar sign and the value will be product.price. We need to fix the UI. So let's style the div containing the image. Minimum width of 100%. On small screen, minimum width of 50%. For large screen, width will be 30%. And also add the class relative. You should now be able to see all the products with the name and description. Let's also style the image. Width full, height of 500 pixel, object curve, and rounded corners. The scroll is working fine, but we haven't worked on the buttons. For this, let's make use of the use rep. Let's also declare a few state variables. Is dragging to check if the container can be scrolled. Start x. This will be the starting value of x-axis when user grabs and scrolls the container. Add a constant scroll left. This will be the initial scroll position of the container. Add a constant can scroll right to determine if the container can be scrolled to the right. Let's add the ref to the scrollable container. Let's declare a use effect. Add a container which will be scrollref.current. Let's check if container is loaded in the DOM to perform any operation. We'll need to add the event listener scroll. Update the scroll button. We'll need to declare this function which will help us enable or disable the buttons. Let's define the container. To be able to understand the logic of updating the buttons, we'll need to understand a few properties. So let's first log the values to see what values they hold. Display the scroll left value, which will be the number of pixels the content of the container has been scrolled. client width. This will be the portion of the container that is visible to the user. And the scroll width is the total width of scrollable content inside the container. Let's also invoke the function on the page load. You should see values in the browser console. So let's understand what they are. In this diagram, the container is the scrollable area of our image gallery. Initial value of scroll left will be 0 since we haven't scrolled the content yet. At this point, the left icon will be disabled. As you start scrolling, the value of scroll left will increase and will be greater than 0. With this, the user can now scroll to the left side until the scroll left value is set back to 0. So, what this tells us is, if the scroll left is greater than 0, we'll need to enable the left icon. So let's add this logic to our code. Check if the container is loaded in the DOM. Add a constant to hold the scroll left value. We'll just need to update the state variable can scroll left to true or false to enable or disable the left button. I haven't declared this variable, so let me do that. Set this variable to true if scroll left is greater than 0, which means that the user has scrolled the content and is eligible to scroll to the left side. Now let's look at how to enable or disable the right icon. For this, we need to check if the user has reached the end of scroll. This will happen if the sum of left scroll and the client width is greater than the total container scroll width. Let's check the condition. If container width is greater than left scroll plus client width. So, can scroll right can be set using right scrollable variable. We'll also need a function that will get called when the left or right icon buttons are clicked. I'll call it scroll function. This will take direction left or right. Declare a const scroll amount. If the direction is left, the value will be minus 300 pixel. Else it will be plus 300 pixel. To scroll the content, we'll use the scroll by method on our container. Left will be scroll amount. Behavior should be smooth. After this, let's add on-click event on our buttons. Call the scroll function with value left. If I click the left icon, it should scroll by minus 300 pixels. Disabled value will be negate of can scroll left. Obviously, you won't see the disable UI on the screen since we haven't added any styling. So let's do that. Remove the last two classes and check if we can scroll to the left. If we can, add the two classes back. Else, background will be gray 200, text color gray 400, and at last, cursor not allowed. Now you can see the disable button. It is working as expected. Copy the classes of the left button and apply it to the right icon as well. Change can scroll to right. On click, call the scroll function with value right. So let's test it out. We'll need to scroll all the way. As you can see, the button gets disabled once we reach the end of the scroll. With this, our buttons are getting disabled as per our requirement. We'll also need to ensure the functionality works if the user drags the container instead of using the button. To synchronize this, let's add the event onMouse to determine when the user presses the mouse button on our draggable content. We'll call a function handle onMouse down for this event. Similarly, we need to capture the onMouse move. OnMouse up and onMouse leap. So with these events, we can determine when a user will drag the content within the container. Let's write the functions to handle them and update the scroll buttons. First function will be handle mouse down. Let's set the isDraggable variable to true, indicating that the user can scroll the content. Next, set the startX value. For this, we'll make use of the pageX, which will provide us the horizontal position of the pointer. Subtracted by offset left, which is the distance between the left edge of the child and the parent. Let's print its value to understand it. The error is because we haven't defined the remaining functions. So let's do that. Now you can see the value of offset left is 72. Basically, it is the gap that you see here. If we go back to the diagram, the offset left is the area between the left edge of the parent and its child. Subtraction will give us the relative horizontal position of the pointer within the container. This value will be the start point when the user starts dragging. Let's also set the scroll left value to the container's scroll left value. These values are needed when the user will move the mouse horizontally to set the position of the container. Let's return if isDragging is false. This will ensure that the remainder of the code will only execute if the user is actually dragging. Let's determine the current position of the pointer. Subtract offset value from this to get the position relative to the draggable container. We also have to determine the distance dragged. This will be the value of x and the start point, which was positioned where the user first clicked. We need to scroll the content to the intended position. So set scroll left to scroll left minus the walk. In the handle mouse up or leave, set isDragging to false. There is an issue here. We don't want the images to pop up, which is the default browser behavior. For this, set draggable value of the image to false. Now you can drag the container and the buttons should get updated accordingly. This looks good, but let's update the pointer to indicate the container is draggable. If isDragging is true, pointer should be cursor grabbing. Else, pointer will be cursor grab. With this change, the UI looks complete. Let's also test the mobile version. It looks like we need to add some padding. So let's do that. Padding on Y16, padding on X4, and on last screen, padding X will be 0. This looks better. Before I forget, let's remove the scroll event during the unmount. Also, this should get executed on the page load. And with this change, we have completed the new arrival section. After the new arrival section, we have the bestseller section, which will display the popular product of the shop. On the left side, we have the thumbnails of product. If you click any thumbnail, the main image should change. On the right side, we have all the information of the product, along with the option to select color, size, and quantity. You can also add this product to cart using the Add to Cart button. If you don't select the size and color, you'll get notified to do so. Let's select the color and size. Once you click the button, it gets disabled. You can see a pop-up and the product gets added to the cart. Below this, you have a You May Like section which will display similar products. If you click any of the product, you'll see the same layout on the different product details page. So we'll be making use of the product details component to use it in two different places. In the mobile version, the left thumbnails will be hidden and instead you will see the thumbnails below the main image. In the home component, just below the new arrivals, we'll add the bestseller section. Add a h2 tag with class, text 3XL, text center, font bold, and margin bottom of home. Title will be bestseller. Let's create a new file under the products folder. Name it productdetails.jsx. Save the file and include it in the home component. You should see the bestseller and the product details text. Remove this text. Add class padding of 6. Inside this, add a div with class max width of 6XL, MX Auto, background white, some padding, and rounded corners. Add another div to hold the content, flex, flex column, MD, flex row. This is where we'll declare the left thumbnails. Hidden on small screens, MD flex column, space on Y4, margin right of 6. Let's create a dummy product to work with. Name it selected product. Add name, price, original price, add some description. This is a stylish jacket. Perfect for any occasion. Add brand, material, add a few sizes. This will be an array. Add colors, Images, URL. I'll paste the pixel link, add alt text, copy it. Okay, so let's look through the images. Add an image tag, image URL, alt will be image.altText, or thumbnail index. Add key index, we can see both the images appearing on the screen. Add classes, width of 20, height of 20, object cover, rounded large, cursor pointer, and border. Thumbnails are looking good. Below the thumbnails, let's add the main image. Add a div with class, MD with 1 by 2. Within this, add a div with class, margin bottom of 4. Add an image tag. Source will be the first image of selected product. We can see the image appear on screen. Add alt. This will be main product. Add classes with full, height auto, object cover, and rounded corners. In the mobile version, the thumbnails appear below the main images. So let's add the code for it. This is where the mobile thumbnails will go. Add a div with class, MD hidden, flex, overscroll, X scroll, space on x-axis 4, and margin bottom of 4. Let's copy the map method that we had written for left thumbnail. Now if you reduce the size of the screen, you should see the mobile thumbnails appear on the screen. After this, let's work on the right section. Add a div with class, MD with 1 by 2. Add some margin left. Add a h1 tag with class, text 2XL, on medium screen and above, text size 3XL, font semi-bold, and margin bottom of 2. Add the product name, Add a paragraph with class, text large, text color gray 600, margin bottom of 1, and line through. Check to see if original price is present. If it is present, display it using the $sign. Add a paragraph for price, text Excel, text color gray 500, and margin bottom of 2. Add the price. Add a paragraph for the description, text color gray 600, and margin bottom of 4. This will be selected product.description. Below this, add a div with class margin bottom of 4. Add a paragraph with class text color gray 700. Text will be color. Add a div with class flex gap of 2 and margin top of 2. Let's loop through the colors. Add a button tag. Key will be color. Add classes width 8, height 8, rounded full, and border. You can see two circles appearing on the screen without colors. For this, let's add the style tag, background color, color dot to local lowercase. Let's also add some filter. Add brightness 0.5. Next, let's add div for sizes. Class margin bottom of 4. Add a paragraph tag. Text color gray 700. Add a div with class flex gap of 2 and margin top of 2. Loop through all the available sizes. Add a button tag. Key will be size. Class. Padding on x-axis 4. Padding on y-axis 2. Rounded. And add some border. Display the size. Next, Let's work on quantity. Add a div with class, margin bottom of 6. Add a paragraph tag. Text color will be gray 700. Add a div with class, flex, item center, some space on x-axis, and margin top of 2. Let's add a button for increment and decrement. Class, padding on x-axis 2. Background color, gray 200. Rounded, text large. First sign will be minus. Add a span. Let's hard code a value of 1. Add class, text large. Copy and paste the button tag. Change it to plus sign. Add a button for add to cart. Background will be black. Text white. Add some padding. Rounded. Widthful. And margin bottom of 4. Text will say add to cart. Below this, add a div for characteristics. Margin top of 10. Text gray 700. Add a h3 tag with class text excel. Font will be bold and margin bottom of 4. To display this, let's add a table. Class will be widthful. Text left. Text size will be small and color will be gray 600. Add the table body. Add a table row. Add 2 TD tags. Let's add some padding. This will be brand. Display selected product.brand. Copy the tr tag. Change this to material. With this, right side is complete. Next, we look at how to change the main image according to the image selected in the thumbnail. For this, let's create a state variable main image. On click of the thumbnail image, call the set main image and pass the image URL. Declare a use effect. If the selected product has one or more images, then let's set the main image to the first image. add selected product as the dependency. Also, we'll need to pass this as a function. The main image is not changing on click of the thumbnail image. Yeah, we haven't made use of the main image. Instead, we have hard-coded the first image. Let's change it. With this, you can see our functionality is working fine. Let's add a few classes if the image is selected. If the image is selected, add a black border, else border will be gray 300. We also need to add the same functionality to the mobile thumbnails. On click, call the function setMainImage and pass it image URL. Copy the classes applied to the left thumbnails. With this, the mobile version is also working as expected. Now, let's declare a few state variables that needs to be passed when the user clicks the Add to Cart button. First will be selected size, next will be selected color, quantity, default value will be 1, is button disabled? To disable or enable the button, add on click to the colors button, set selected color to color. Let's add a few classes if the color is selected. Border of 4, border black, else border color will be gray 300. Now, if I select the color, you can see the border getting applied. Similarly, add on click to the sizes button as well. Set selected size to size. Add a few classes if the size is selected. Background will be black and text color will be white. As you can see, the background changes to black if the size is selected. After this, change the value of 1 to quantity. Obviously, the increment and decrement operations won't work since we haven't implemented it. Let's do that. On click, call a function to handle quantity change. Pass it minus to decrement. Similarly, perform the same operation on plus button. Pass plus string. Let's implement this function. If action is plus, add value 1 to the previous value. If action is minus, and quantity is greater than 1, since we don't want to have negative quantity, subtract value of 1 from previous value. With this, the quantity functionality is working as expected. Let's work on the front-end part of the add to cart functionality next. If you click the add to cart button without selecting the size or color, you'll see a notification suggesting to select them. When I select the color and size and click on add to cart, the button is disabled. And we see a success notification that the product is added to the cart. For notification, we'll make use of the Sono library, which is a lightweight push notification library. To use this, let's install it first. Now, include the toaster component from the Sono library in our app.jsx. It looks like VS Code isn't detecting the component. Let's go ahead and add the position. This will be top right in our case. Import toaster from Sono. On click of the add to cart button, let's call a function handle add to cart. Let's declare the handle add to cart function. If the size or color is not selected, we need to display an error. This will be toast.error. Text will say, please select a size and color before adding to cart. Import toast from Sonar library. When you click the Add to Cart button, you should see the notification. Let's add some duration. Return. Set is button disabled to true to disable the button. To simulate the add to cart functionality, let's call set timeout. Add the success notification. Notification will say product added to cart. Add some duration. After this, set is button disabled to false. You should see the success notification, but the button isn't disabled. This is because we need to add the disabled attribute and also style the button. Disabled is equal to is button disabled. If button is disabled, add class cursor not allowed and opacity of 50. Else, unhover background gray 900. If the button is disabled, add the text adding. Else, display the default add to cart text. With this, you can see the button is disabled and the text changes to adding. The last part will be the you may like section. This section displays 4 products similar to the bestseller. It will use a product grade component, which we'll also utilize in the next section. Add a div with class, margin top of 20. Add a h2 tag with class, text to Excel, text center, font medium, and margin bottom of 4. The text will say, you may also like. Create a new file under products folder. Name it productgrid.jsx. Save the file. Include it in the product details component. You should see the you may also like and the product grade text. We'll need to pass the products to this component. Let's create a similar products array. Add the underscore ID, name, price, images array, let's copy the Pixum URL, copy this object and paste it a few times. Change the ID and random values. Let's also change the names. Open the product grid component, add the prop, products, add class, grid, grid columns 1, on small screen, grid columns 2, large screen, grid columns 4. Let's look through the products. Add a link component. Key will be index. The value of 2 will be slash product slash product dot underscore ID. Add class block. Add a div with class. Background white. Padding of 4. And rounded corners. Inside this, add another div. Add class with full. Height of 96. And margin bottom of 4. Add an image tag. Source will be the first image URL. Alt will be first image alt text. Or product.name. Add a few classes with full, height full, object cover, and rounded corners. Looks like there is an error. This should be products instead of product. So we can see all the 4 product images appearing on the screen. Next, let's work on the name and the pricing. Add a h3 tag, text small, and margin bottom of 2. This will be product.name. Add a paragraph tag, text grade 500, font weight will be medium, text small, and tracking title. Add the dollar symbol, product.price. So with this, the bestseller section is complete. Next, let's work on the women's collection, which will make use of the same product grid component. Open the home component, add a div with class container, mxauto, add a h2 tag, text size will be 3XL, text center, font bold, and margin bottom of 4. Text will say top wears for women. Add the product grid component, let's pass some placeholder products. Copy the similar products array. Let's add a total of 8 products. Change a few details. With this, the UI for women's collection is complete. It looks like there is no gap between the images. Let's add the gap. This looks better. Before we move ahead, I want to talk about the warning that you see on my browser console. Now, if you're not seeing it on your console, you can totally ignore it. But if you do, this warning is from the React Router library. It's basically telling us about the new features that will be available in the upcoming version 7. You can simply enable it to test it out. However, do note that this is optional and you don't really have to make any changes. I like to keep my console clean, so let's just add the flags. In app.jsx file, add the future flag. Copy the first one. Let's also copy the second flag. Refresh the page, and with this change, both the warnings should disappear. Now while we are at it, let's also remove the console log from the new arrivals component. Let's delete it. And now we have a clean console to work with. Okay, so let's move ahead and work on the next component. This will be a featured collection component that will talk about the brand. There is a Shop Now button that should take you to the featured collection. And on the right side, you see an image of the collection. Add a new file under the products folder. Name it featuredcollection.jsx. Save the file and add it in the home component. Replace this with a section tag. Add some padding. Add a div with class, container, mxauto, flex, flex column reverse. This is because on smaller screens, I want the image to appear first, followed by the text and the Shop Now button. On large screen flex row, item center, background color of green 50, and rounded corners. Let's first work on the left content. Add a div on large screen with 1 by 2, padding of 8, text center, and on large screen, text left. Add a h2 tag, text large, font weight semi-bold, text color gray 700, and margin bottom of 2. Text will say comfort and style. Add another header tag, text size 4XL, on large screen text size 5XL, font weight bold, and margin bottom of 6. Text will say apparel made for everyday life. Below this, add a paragraph tag. Class will be text large, text color gray 600, and margin bottom of 6. To avoid typing, I'll just paste the text here. Add a link component. Value of 2 will be slash collections slash all. Add class background black, text color white, some padding, rounded corners, text large, and on hover, background color will be gray 800. Text will say shop now. Next, let's work on the right content. Add a div with class, a large screen with 1 by 2, add an image tag, Source will be featured. Import the image from the assets folder. Alt, featured collection. Add class widthful, heightful, object cover. I want rounded corners on the top right and also on the bottom right. With this, we have completed the featured collection section. Let's also check the mobile view to see if the image is appearing before the text. After this, the next section will be the features section, which will talk about few features of the brand. For this, let's create a new file under the products folder. Name it features section.jsx. Save the file. Add it in the home component. Replace the div with a section tag. Add some padding. Background white. Inside this, add a div with class, container, mxauto, grid, grid columns 1, on medium screen, grid columns 3, add some gap, and text center. Let's work on the feature 1. Add a div with class, flex, flex column, and item center. Add a div with class, padding of 4, rounded full, and margin bottom of 4. The first icon will be HI shopping bag. Add class TextXL. Below this, add a H4 tag, tracking title, and margin bottom of 2. Free international shipping. Add a paragraph tag. Text color will be gray 600. Text size small. And tracking title. On all orders over $100. Copy the feature div and paste it a couple of times. Icon will be HI arrow path rounded square. "45 days return." Money back guarantee. Third icon will be HI outline credit card. Secure checkout. "100% secure checkout process." And with this, our homepage is now ready. After the homepage, let's work on the user login page. This page will contain a form to enter the email and password to sign in. You also have the register page to create a new account. The register page will be very similar to the login page. Let's log in with an existing user. Click on the profile icon in the navbar. On the left side, we have the user information and also an option to log out. On the right side, we'll display all the orders of the user. Let's start with the login page. Create a new file under Pages folder. Name it login.jsx. Save the file. Add the route of the login page. Let's create a few state variables. First one will be email. Next will be password. Add a class flex. Add a div with class. With full. On medium screens with 1:2. Flex. Flex column. Justify center. Item center. Padding of 8. And on medium devices, padding of 12. Add a form tag. Add class with full. Max width of MD. Background white. Padding of 8. Rounded large. Border. And add some shadow. Add a div with class. flex, justify center, and margin bottom of 6. Add a h2 tag, text size XL, and font weight medium. Text will be rabbit. Add a h2 tag, text size of 2XL, font bold, text center, and margin bottom of 6. Text will say hey there. Add an icon, add a paragraph tag, text center, and margin bottom of 6. Enter your username and password to login. Add a div with class margin bottom of 4. Label, block, text small, font semi-bold, and margin bottom of 2. Label will be for email. Add an input tag. Type will be email. Value will be the state variable email. On change, call the set email and set it to e.target.value. Add class with full, some padding, border, and rounded corners. Add the placeholder. Enter your email address. Add a div for password, class margin bottom of 4. Label, let's copy the previous labels classes. Password. Add the input tag. Type will be password. Value password. On change, set the password to e.target.value. Add class with full, padding of 2, border, and rounded corners. Placeholder. Enter your password. Below this, add a button tag. Type will be submit. Class with full, background black, text white. Add some padding, rounded large, font semi-bold. On hover, the background color should be gray 800 and transition. Button will say sign in. Add a paragraph tag, margin top of 6, text center, and text size small. Text will say don't have an account. Add a link component. Value will be /register. Add class textblue 500. Add a div for the right side image. This will be hidden on the mobile screen. MD block, width 1 by 2, background gray 800. Add a div with class, height full, flex, flex column, justify center, and item center. Add the image tag. Source will be login. Import the image from the assets folder. Add the alt text. Add class height 750 pixel. Width full. And object cover. The form isn't aligned in the center. We are missing the flex class. This looks better. First letter will be in uppercase. Let's also add a space here. The UI looks better now. Next, let's work on the register page. Create a new file under pages folder. Name it register.jsx. Save the file. Add the route for the register page. Copy the login component. Paste it in the register.jsx file. Change this to register. Let's copy the div containing the input tag for the email. Change the name to name. Value is equal to name. Set name. Let's add the state variable. Change the placeholder to reflect the name. Button will be sign up. Link will be login. Change the image source to register. Import the register image. Now if you click the button, it will perform a full page load. Same is the case with the sign in button. Let's change that. Add a function to handle submit. Prevent default. For now, let's just print the values. On submit, call the function. Open the browser console. Add name, email, and password. Once you click the button, you should see the values. Let's also add this function in the login page. Change this to login. Remove the name. On submit, call the handle submit function. Let's test it out. Later, we'll look at how to integrate this with the backend. Next, let's work on the profile page. Create a new file under Pages folder. Name it profile.jsx. Save the file. Add the route for the profile page. Class min height screen. Flex and flex column. Add a div inside this. Flex grow. Container. MX auto. Padding of 4. And on medium devices, padding of 6. Add a div within this to hold the content. Flex. Flex column. MD flex row. On medium devices, space X6. Space Y6. On medium devices and above, space Y of 0. Let's look at the final profile page. We have the left section which displays the user details and the logout button. And on the right side, you have the My Orders section which will display all the orders placed by the user. Let's start with the left section. Add a div, width full. On medium devices, width 1/3. Large devices, width 1/4. Add some shadow. Rounded large. And padding of 6. Add a header tag. text 2XL. On medium devices, text 3XL. Font bold and margin bottom of 4. Add the name. Add a paragraph tag with class. Text large. Text gray 600 and margin bottom of 4. Add the email here. Add a button tag with full. Background red 500. Text white. Add some padding. Rounded. On hover, background color red 600. This will be logout. Okay, so the left section is looking fine. Now let's work on the right section, which will be the orders table. Add a div with full. On medium devices with 2x3. And on large devices with 3x4. My orders will be a component. So let's create a new file under the pages folder. Name it myorderpage.jsx. Save the file. Include it in the profile component. Let's work on the My Orders page. Add a state variable to hold the orders. Let's use useEffect to simulate the fetching of orders. We'll make use of the set timeout. Create sample data for orders. Add underscore ID. Created at. New date. Add shipping address. City. Country. Add order items. This will be an array. Name. Image. Use the Pixum link for the image. Add total price. Is paid. Add another object. Let's set the orders to mock orders. This should execute on the page load. Okay, let's work on the JSX. Add class max width of 7XL. MX auto. Padding of 4. and on small screen padding of 6. Add a h2 tag, text size Excel, on small devices text size to Excel, font bold and margin bottom of 6. My orders, additive, class relative, add some shadow, rounded corners, and overflow will be hidden. Add a table to display the orders, minimum width full, text left, and text color gray 500. T head, background gray 100, text size extra small, uppercase, and text color gray 700. Add a row, add some padding, copy this and paste it 6 times. First will be the image, order ID, created, shipping address, items, price, and status. Add the table body. Let's check for the order's length. Look through the orders. Add a row. Key will be order dot underscore ID. Border bottom. On hover, border color gray 50. And cursor pointer. Add the TD tag. Add some padding. First will be the image tag. Source will be the image of first order item. Alt. Change this to name. Add a few classes. Width 10. Height of 10. On small devices, width of 12. Height of 12. Object cover. And rounded corners. There is an error. This is because I haven't completed the ternary statement. So let's do that. Add a row, td, call span will be 7, add some padding, text center, and text color gray 500. Text will say, you have no orders. Let's add a td tag for order ID, add some padding, font medium, text color gray 900, and white space no wrap. Add a td tag, add some padding, we'll be making use of these classes for rest of the td tags. New date, pass order dot created at, dot to local date string. Let's also display the time. Add a td tag, paste the classes, check if the order shipping address is present. If it is present, display the city and country. Add a td tag, paste the copied classes. This will display the number of items. Add a td tag for the price. Let's paste the classes. Order dot total price. Add the last tag, paste the classes. Add a span tag. Check if the order is paid. If it is, add background color green 100 and text color will be green 700. Else, background will be red 100 and text color will be red 700. If the order is paid, the text will say paid, else pending. Let's style the span. Add some padding, round it full, text size extra small. On small screen and above, text size small and font weight medium. With this, the front end of the profile page is complete. The next section that we'll work on is the collection section. On the left side of the collection page, you have the filter section that lets you filter the products depending on the option selected. You can find various options to filter from, like the category, gender, colors, sizes, and so on. Let me clear the URL so that it displays all the products. Let's select the talkware from the category. This will display the talkwares available in the store. You can also see that the URL changes, adding additional query parameters like category is equal to talkware. Now if I select the bottomware, the URL should include the bottomware for the category option. If you refresh the page, the result will remain unchanged. The same goes with the gender option. You can see the value of gender is equal to women. Now when I select the color, it will fetch the data for bottomwares for women's along with the color that I selected. For checkboxes, you can select multiple options like, in this case, I can select multiple sizes and it will get me all the products that are available for the multiple sizes that I select. You can also select multiple options for materials as well, and URL will update to include the multiple options. You also have a price range option where you can select maximum price of the product. Also, we can sort the result by a few options, like for example, sort the products by price low to high or high to low. You can also sort the results by popularity. This section is completely responsive. On the smaller screens, you can see the filter options slide from the left. All the filter options and sort functionalities are available on the mobile version as well. With this information, let's implement the front end of the collection section. Create a new file under the pages folder. Name it collectionpage.jsx. Open the app.jsx file. Add the route for the section page. We'll have an option to pass the collection. For testing, let's update the MERN link in the navbar. Link will take us to all collection for now. If you click the MERN's link, it should display the collection page text. Let's add a state variable for the products. Use the use effect to populate the products. We'll make use of the set timeout to simulate the fetching of products. Declare a constant fetch products. Copy the data from home component. Set the products to fetched products. Add a div with class, flex, flex column, and on last screen, flex row. We'll first work on the mobile filter button. Add a button tag, add class, on last screen, hidden, since we do not want the icon to be visible on the large screen. Border, padding of 2, flex, justify center, and item center. Add the icon, FA filter. VS Code isn't detecting it, so let's import it manually. Let's reduce the size of the screen to see the icon. Add class margin right of 2. Below this will have the filter sidebar. Add a div. Filter sidebar will be a component. Create a new file under the products folder. Include it in the collection page. The filter sidebar text should be visible on the screen. When you click the icon, the filters option should slide from the left, and if you click anywhere outside the filter drawer, it should close. To implement this, declare a useref sidebar. Add the ref to the div containing the filter sidebar. We'll also need a state variable to determine if the filter drawer is open or closed. Add a state variable is sidebar open. Add a function to toggle sidebar value. We also need to ensure that the drawer closes if the user clicks outside. Add a use effect. Add an event listener for clicks. Document.addEventListener. On mouse down, call a function handle click outside. Let's declare this function. This should close the sidebar if clicked outside. Check if the sidebar is loaded first. And sidebar.ref does not contain event.target. What this means is if the user clicks within the sidebar, don't close it. But if the event.target, that is, if the element is clicked outside of the sidebar, we should close the sidebar. We'll do this by setting the isSidebar open to false. Let's also clean event listener by removing it on unmount. On click, add the toggle function. We'll also need to style the sidebar. Check if sidebar is open. If it is, then translate x is 0, which means it is in the original position. Else, translate x full. Ensure that the value is negative so that it is not visible on the screen. If you click the filter icon, you should see the filter sidebar text. When I click outside, it should disappear. The functionality is working, so let's style the sidebar. Fixed. Inside y of 0, z index of 50, left of 0, width will be 64, background white, overflow y auto, transition transform, duration 300, on large screen static, and translate x of 0. Now we can see the sidebar sliding from the left. Add a div with class, flex grow, and padding of 4. Add a h2 tag with class text to Excel, uppercase, and margin bottom of 4. Text will say all collection. We'll also need to include the sort option. Create a new file. Name it sortoptions.jsx. Let's add it here. Below this, we'll have the product grid. Use the product grid component. Pass the products. With this, you should see the products and also the sort option text. Open the sidebar.jsx file. Let's declare a state variable to read and modify the query parameters. For this, we'll make use of the useSearchParams hook from the React Router DOM. The way this will work is, let's consider an example of URL with query parameters. In this URL, we are particularly interested in the query parameters. In this case, we have a is equal to 1 and b is equal to 1. We want to extract this information, and this is where the useSearchParams hook comes into picture. Let's also create a filters variable for storing all the values of the filters the user selects. Basically, this will hold the options that we select here. Declare category key, gender, color, size. Size will mean array because it can have multiple values. Same is with the material and brand. Then we'll have the price range which will have maximum and minimum values. Max price 100. Let's also declare a price range to work with. To display the items that you see on the filter sidebar, we'll need to declare a few variables. You can store them in the database, but for this course, my focus is on the functionality part, and I don't want it to take up more time, so I'll declare them as constants. Declare categories. We have two categories. One will be topware and the other will be bottomware. Now I already have values with me, so I'll simply paste them here to save us some time. Colors will contain all the colors that we require. Sizes will have size range from extra small to double XL. Then we have materials. This is followed by brands. And last will be genders. Declare a use effect. Let's create a constant to convert the search params into plain object. For this, we'll make use of object.fromEntries. If you look at the URL, we have these parameters which we have obtained using useSearchParams, but these will be stored in the form of array of key and value pairs. But with the above statement, we can convert the information into JavaScript object like this. So if I want the category, I can simply say params.category. Let's set the default filters value. Category will be either value obtained from the params or empty. This is required because when we refresh the page, the data should be loaded according to the query string present in the URL. Same goes for the other values. Color. After this we have size. Check if param size is present. If it is present, split it using comma. This is because values will be comma separated in the URL. Copy and paste it a couple of times. Change to material. Next will be brand. Add minimum price. Maximum price. Let's also set price range. This will be an array 0 to max price. Or 100. Dependency will be search params. Let's work on the JSX. Add a div with class. padding of 4, H3 tag, text size will be XL, font medium, text color gray 800, and margin bottom of 4. Let's first work on the category. Add a div with class, margin bottom of 6, add label, class block, text color gray 600, font medium, and margin bottom of 2. Add the text category. Let's look through the categories. Add a div, key will be category, add class flex, item center, and margin bottom of 1. Inside this will have an input tag. Type will be radio, name, category. Let's style it. Margin right of 2, height of 4, width of 4, text color blue 500, on focus ring color blue 400, and border gray of 300. Add a span, text color will be 700, display the category. With this, you can see the category with 2 options. Let's copy this and paste it for gender section. Let's change a few details. Next will be the color section. Add class margin bottom of 6. Add a label tag. Block. Text gray of 600. Font medium. And margin bottom of 2. Text will say color. Add a div. Class flex. Flex wrapped. And some gap. Let's loop through the colors. Add a button. Key will be color. Name will be color. Let's style it. Width of 8. Height of 8. Rounded full. Border. Border color gray 300. Cursor pointer. Transition. And on hover, scale of 105. Now you can see the circles, but we need to fill it with colors. Add style, background color, color dot to lowercase. After this, let's work on the size filter. Add a div with class margin bottom of 6. Add label, class block, text gray 600, font medium, and margin bottom of 2. Label will be for size. Look through the sizes. Add a div, with key size. Add class, flex, item center, and margin bottom of 1. Add an input tag. Type is checkbox. Name will be size. Add class, margin right of 2, height of 4, width of 4. Text color will be blue 500. On focus, ring blue 400, and border gray 300. Add a span, text color gray 700. Text will be size. With this, we have size options where you can select multiple options. Let's copy this div and paste it for the material and brands filter. We'll need to change a few details. After this, we have the price range filter. Add a div, class margin bottom of 8. Add the label, block, text gray 600, font medium, margin bottom of 2, price range. Add an input tag. Type is range. Name will be price range. Minimum value will be 0 and max value will be 100. Add class widthful, height of 2, background gray 300, rounded large, appearance none, and cursor pointer. Below this, array div, flex, justify between, text color gray 600, and margin top of 2. Add a span, first will be $0, add another span, dollar price range of 1. With this, we can see the price slider, which will allow us to set the price range. While the UI is ready, we'll also need to ensure that the filters are set such that we are able to send it to our backend. Also, the URL must update when the user selects any filter option. For this, let's create a function to handle filter change. The way this will work is, we'll get the name, value, and other properties of the target element. The element could be a radio button or a checkbox. Let's print the value of an element to see this in action. We'll also add the function to all the elements. First, add the value. On change, call the handle filter change. Gender, color, size, material, brands. Open the browser console. Click on the software category. You can see the values of each property. Name is category and value is software. Check true and type is radio. Let's select the size next. The value of size updates, but we want to ensure that multiple values are stored when the checkbox are clicked. For this, let's create a copy of filters. Check if the type is checkbox. If the checked value is true, that is, if it is ticked, then we want to add the new value to the existing array of sizes. If no checkbox is clicked for the element, it will be an empty array. Else, append the new value to the existing element. For example, if extra small is already present, then simply append the newly selected S size like this. If it is unchecked, we need to ensure that the value gets removed from the array. For this, we'll make use of filter. Consider the scenario where I have selected the first three sizes. As soon as I uncheck size M, it should be removed from the array. If I uncheck the rest two, the array should be empty. For type other than checkbox, simply assign the value to the key. Set filters to new filters. Print the new filters value to test the function. We can see the category is getting updated to bottomware. Gender is also working. Size is updated with value extra small. On selecting S, it is getting added to the array since the operation is on checkbox. Multiple values are getting added to the array. If you uncheck, the element should get deleted from the array. Let's test the material filter. The values are showing up for the sizes, but the elements are getting added to the array. We'll update the values in a minute. Even the brands array is working as expected. The colors filter isn't working. For colors, it should be on click and not on change. Now, even though we are selecting the filter options, the URL isn't updating. So let's write the logic to implement it. Write a function update URL params. This will take new filters value. Add constant params. We'll make use of URL search params class to update the URL with the query parameters. Now our new filters will contain the JavaScript object with data similar to this. Category for example is software and size will be an array. Let's look through each key of new filters. If the value of the key is an array, and if it is not an empty array, we'll append the values to the params object. Convert the array to strings separated by comma. So basically, we have two sizes in the size key. It will look something like this. else, we can simply add key and value to the params. Let's set the search params. We also want to navigate to the new URL with query parameters. For this, let's use the use navigate hook from React Router. Navigate will be add a question mark params dot toString. So the values will be something like this. Category bottomware, and size extra small, percentage 2c, and then s. Here percentage 2c is the encoded version of comma. Call the update URL params function in the handle filter change. The URL does not consist of any query parameters. If I select the top where, the URL gets updated to include it in the category. Select extra small in the size section. Now select another size. You can see extra small followed by percentage 2c and then s value being updated in the URL. Same goes for other checkboxes as well. Now if I refresh the page, notice the filter section does not retain the previous selected options. Let's include it. Add the checked attribute and check if filters category is equal to current category. Now you can see the option gets selected. Let's update other fields as well. For the colors, we need to style the buttons. If filters.color is equal to color, add class ring2 and ring color blue 500. For sizes, check if the current size is present in the array of sizes. Same goes for material and brands. Let's select a few options. Refresh the page and all the options are selected. Next, let's work on the price range. Add a function to handle price change. Get the new price. Set price range to 0, new price. Add the min and max price to the new filters. Set filters to reflect the price range and also update the URL. Add value is equal to price range 1. On change, call the handle price change function. Notice the value of max price changes as you drag the price range. We also need to add the sort option. Add a div with class, margin bottom of 4, flex, item center, and justify center. Include the select tag, add an ID, class will be border, padding of 2, rounded medium, and focus outline none. Add the option tag with value, copy and paste it a few times. First value is default. The value of next option will be price ascending. Text will say price low to high. Value of next option will be price descending. Text will say price high to low. Next will be popularity. Add on change equal to. We'll need a function to handle the sort change. Add a state variable search params. Define the handle sort change function. Add constant sort by. This will be e.target.value. Now we'll simply set the search params. Key will be sort by, and value will be whatever the value the user selects. Next, set the search params. Add the value. Search params.get. Key will be sort by. or it will be an empty string. Now you can see the sort options by parameter is getting added in the URL. On the mobile view, there is an issue. When you click outside of the slider, the sidebar should close. This is not happening because we need to add this as a function and return it when the component is unmounted. Also, let's call it on first load. You can see this seems to be working fine now. Before I forget, let's also change the values of material. This will be material. And you can see the materials are now reflecting in the material category. And with this, we have completed the category page. We still haven't added the route to our product details component. And that is why the product page is not working. So let's add the route before proceeding. Open the app.jsx file. Path will be product/id. Element will be product details component. Let's test the changes. Now we can see that the product page is working as expected. Next thing that we'll work on will be the checkout page. So if I click the checkout button in the cart drawer, I'll be taken to the checkout page, where you can see a form to fill the shipping details. On the right side, you can see the order summary with shipping and total value of the order. At the bottom, we have the continue to payment button. Let's enter the details. Click the continue to payment button. You can now see two buttons on the screen which are from the PayPal payment SDK. One is for the PayPal and the other is for choosing debit or credit card. Let's click on any one option. This will open up a pop-up where it will ask us to enter the email and password. For this app, I'm making use of the sandbox mode, and hence I can enter a sandbox account information to simulate the payment. Press the complete purchase button and you can see the order gets placed successfully and we are greeted with a thank you message. If I refresh the page, it will be redirected to my orders page, where I can see all the previous orders placed by the user on the store. You can also navigate to the individual order. This is where you'll find the details of a particular order. At the bottom, you have the Back to My Orders link, which will take you to the My Orders page. You can also see the My Orders in the profile page as well. Let's create a new file under the cart folder. Name it checkout.jsx. To navigate to this page, let's add the link to the checkout button. On click, call handle checkout function. We need to declare this function. Let's also make use of the use navigate hook for the navigation. Simply navigate to the checkout page on the click of the button. There's an error. We haven't added the route, so let's do that. Path will be checkout. Element will be the checkout component. You should now see the checkout text displayed on the screen. Open the checkout component. I'll paste a sample data for cart to work with. This contains a products array which will hold the information of the products added to the cart. You can also see the total price of the order here. Let's add the use navigate hook for the navigation. Add a state variable to hold the shipping address information. This will contain the information the user will enter in this form. Add first name, last name, address, city, postal code, country, and phone number. Add class grid, grid columns 1, a large screen grid columns 2. Add some gap. Max width will be 7XL, MX Auto, padding on y-axis 10, padding on x-axis 6, and tracking title. Let's first work on the left section. Add a div with class, background white, rounded large, and padding of 6. Add a h2 tag, add class text to Excel, uppercase, and margin bottom of 6. Text will say checkout. Add a form tag. Inside this, add a h3 tag. Text size will be large and margin bottom of 4. Add contact details. Add a div with class, margin bottom of 4. Label. Class will be block and text color will be gray 700. Label will be for email. Add an input tag. Type is email. Value is equal to. Add a sample email address. Add class with full, padding of 2, border, and rounded. The user cannot edit this field, so add the disable tag. So this input will be disabled. Add a s3 tag. Class will be text large and margin bottom of 4. Text will be delivery. Add a div with class, margin bottom of 4, grid, grid columns 2, and gap of 4. Add a div, Add label tag, class block, and text color gray 700. The label will be for first name. Add an input tag, type is text, class widthful, padding of 2, border, and rounded. This field will be required. Value, shipping address dot first name. Add on change event. Let's set the shipping address. Shipping address. Append the first name. Value will be e.target.value. Copy the name. Change this to last name. Add a div with class margin bottom of 4. Add label. Block. Text gray 700. Add text address. Add an input tag. Type will be text. Add value. Shipping address dot address. On change. Set the shipping address. Append the address to the shipping address. Address value will be e.target.value. Add class widthful, padding of 2, border, and rounded. This will be required. Add a div with class margin bottom of 4, grid, grid columns 2, and gap of 4. Let's copy the div containing the code for the first name and the last name. Change it to city. Change last name to postal code. Next, let's copy the div containing address field. And paste it twice for the country and phone number. Change the text to country. Next will be phone number. Next, let's work on the button. The way this will work is once the user fills all the information and clicks the button, we'll send a backend request to create the checkout details. If the checkout entry is created successfully at the backend, we'll show the PayPal buttons option. Add a div with class margin top of 6. If the checkout ID is not present, we'll show the continue to payment button. Let's declare the checkout ID variable. Type will be submit. Class widthful. Background of black. Text color will be white. Padding on y-axis 3 and rounded. In the else, add a div. Add s3 tag. Text will be large. Margin bottom of 4. Text will say pay with PayPal. This is where we'll add the PayPal button component. On submit, call a function to handle create checkout. Declare the function. Add event.prevent default to prevent the default loading. This function will be responsible for sending the request to the backend and creating a checkout entry. To simulate this, set the checkout ID to a dummy value. Let's test this out by filling the form. Once I submit the form, you'll be able to see the Pay with PayPal text. To integrate the PayPal method in our store, we'll need to have a developer's account. If you do not have an account, you can sign up for a new account to proceed. I already have an account, so I'll skip the sign up process. Once you log in, you should see a screen similar to this. Click on the Apps and Credentials link at the top. Let's create an app for our project. Name the app Rabbit. You can choose any name of your choice. Ensure type is merchant and click on the Create App option. Once it is done, you should see the client ID already generated for you. Note that to connect our app to PayPal, we'll need to use this client ID. Create a new file under the cart folder. Name it paypalbutton.jsx. Add the component here. We'll pass the amount of the cart here. After this, we'll pass an onSuccess function, handle payment success. On error, let's add an alert. Add the handle payment success function. This will take the order details. For now, let's simply log the details. After the payment is done, we'll navigate the user to the order confirmation page. Before we implement PayPal, we'll need to install the React PayPal package. Let's look at how to integrate PayPal payment gateway using React PayPal package. For this, we have to first install the package add PayPal React PayPal.js. After this, we'll need to import two components, PayPal script provider and PayPal buttons. The PayPal script provider is used to load the JavaScript SDK script. PayPal buttons component is used for rendering the UI. The PayPal script provider component takes options as prop where we can specify our client ID to connect to our PayPal account. We'll have to pass props create order and onApprove to complete the operation. Create order is a callback function. It is called on the button click. This will help us send the request to PayPal and create a PayPal order. OnApprove is called when finalizing the transaction to inform the buyer that the transaction is complete. So let's install it. Let's import a few things from the package. First will be PayPal buttons and second will be PayPal script provider. Add the PayPal script provider component. This will take options. This is where we'll pass the client ID. Let's copy the client ID from the PayPal website. For now, we'll hardcode the value here, but later we'll make use of the .env file. Add the PayPal buttons component. Add style. For our design, layout will be vertical. This is because we want it to be stacked vertically as per our design. Create order. Add a function, data, actions. This function will return actions.orderCreate. Pass the purchase units. In this, we'll pass the amount. The value will be amount. On approved, actions.order.capture. On success. Add on error. All these values will be props, so let's add them. We are already passing these props from the checkout component. Let's uncheck the set checkout ID for testing purpose. Looks like we have an error. I have misspelled this. It should be PayPal script provider. Let's go ahead and fill the form with some data to test it out. Once I click the button, you can see the PayPal buttons option. Enter the sandbox account details. To get these details, hover on the testing tools option at the top and click the sandbox account option. Select the personal account. This is where you'll find the email and the password. Once you log in, you can see the amount is $100. This is the amount that we have sent to the PayPal API via amount prop. Click on the complete purchase. Our payment is successful, but we do not see the thank you message. This is because we haven't created the order confirmation page. Before we do that, you'll also need to work on the right section of the checkout page, which is a summary of our order. Below the div containing the form, we'll have our right section. Add a div with class, background color gray 50, padding of 6, and rounded large. Add S3 tag with class, text large, and margin bottom of 4. Text will say order summary. Inside this add a div, border top, some padding, and margin bottom of 4. Let's loop through the products. Add a div with key index, flex, item start, justify between, padding y of 2, and border bottom. Insert this additive with class, flex, and item start. Add an image tag. Source will be product.image. Alt, product.name. Add class with full, height 24, object cover, and margin right of 4. Add a div. Add s3 tag, class text md, product.name. Add a paragraph tag for size and color. Size, product.size. Color, this will be product.color. Add a paragraph for the price. It looks like I have added the paragraph tag outside the div. Add a div for the cart total price. Flex, justify between, item center, text size large, and margin bottom of 4. Subtotal, add the price here. Add a div for shipping. Flex, justify between, item center, and text large. Shipping, add a div for the total price. Flex, justify between, item center, text large, margin top of 4, border top, and padding top of 4. Total, add the total price here. With this, the UI for the checkout is complete. We can now work on the orders confirmation page. Create a new file under the pages folder. Name it order confirmation page.jsx. Let's add some data to work with. Add underscore ID, created at, checkout items. This will be an array. Product ID, name, color, size, add price, quantity, add image from the pick some photos. Copy and paste this object. Let's also add the shipping address, city, and country. Add a div with class, max width of 4XL, MX auto, padding of 6, and background white. Add H1 tag. Text size will be 4XL. Font pool, text center, text color will be emerald 700, and margin bottom of it. Text will say thank you for your order. If the checkout data is present, add a div with class, padding of 6, rounded large, and border. Inside this, add a div, flex, justify between, and margin bottom of 20. We'll first work on the order ID and date. Add a div, h2 tag, text excel, font weight semi-bold. Text will say order ID, and this will be checkout dot underscore ID. Add a paragraph tag, text color gray 500. Add the order date, checkout dot created at, use the dot local date string. We need to add the route for confirmation page. With this, you can see the order ID and the date. After this, let's work on the estimated delivery. Additive, padding with class, text color emerald 700, and text size small. Text will say estimated delivery. We'll have a calculate estimate delivery function. This will take the checkout.created add value. Now let's add the calculate estimated delivery function. Create a constant order date. The way this will work is we'll add 10 days to the order date. So call the set date. Inside this order date dot get date, add value 10 to this. Return order date dot to local date string. After this, let's work on the ordered items. Add a div with class margin bottom 20. Loop through the checkout items. Add a div. Key will be item.product ID. Add class flex, item center, and margin bottom of 4. Inside this, we'll have an image tag. Source will be item.image, alt item.name. Add class width 16, height 16, object cover, rounded medium, and margin right of 4. Add a div for color and size, h4 tag, text medium, and font semi-bold. Item.name. Add a paragraph tag, text small, text color gray 500. Add the color and the size. Add a div for price and quantity, margin left of 42, text right, add a paragraph tag, class text md, add the item price, Add a paragraph for quantity, text small, and text color gray 500. Quantity, item.quantity. The same image is repeating twice. This is better. After this, let's work on the payment and delivery info. Add a div with class, grid, grid columns 2, and gap of 8. Let's add the payment info. Add a div, add h4 tag, class text large, font semi-bold, and margin bottom of 2. Payment, add a paragraph tag, text color will be gray 600. PayPal. Next, let's add the delivery info. Add a h4 tag, text large, font semi-bold, margin bottom of 2. Delivery, paragraph with class, text gray 600. This will be checkout.shippingaddress.address. Add a paragraph tag with class, text color gray 600. Add the city, comma, add the country. And with this, the UI for order confirmation page is complete. Let's test the checkout flow. It looks like the cart drawer isn't closing after you navigate to the checkout page. Open the cart drawer component. Call the toggle cart drawer to close the drawer. This is working fine, so let's fill the form. We can see the PayPal options. Enter the login details. Let's complete the purchase. And with this, we see the thank you page. If I click the profile icon, you can see the My Orders section. If I click any of the order, it should display the details of the selected order, like the order ID, date, payment and shipping information, along with the products ordered. At the end, you have the Back to My Orders link, which will take you to the My Orders page. Let's create a new file under the pages folder. Name it order details page. Add the route. Path will be an ID, which will be the order ID. Change the URL to order/ID. You can see the orders details page. Let's use the use params hook to get the order ID. Import it from the React router DOM. This will provide us the ID that we pass in the URL. Declare a state variable to hold the order details. Let's declare a use effect to declare the sample data to work with. Underscore ID created at is paid is delivered payment method shipping method shipping address city country order items product ID name price quantity and image. Copy the object and paste it. Set order details to mock order details. Dependency will be ID. Add class max width of 7XL, MX auto, padding of 4, and on small screen, padding of 6. Add h2 tag with class text2XL, MD text3XL, font bold, and margin bottom of 6. Text will be order details. So our order details page will have an order ID along with date. On the right side, you see the approved tag if the order is accepted. Below this, we have a tag for delivery status. After this, you have the payment and shipping info, followed by ordered products. Check if the order details is present. If it is not present, displays the message no order details found. Add a div with class, padding of 4, on small screen padding of 6, rounded large, and border. Add the order info, flex, flex column, on small screen flex row, justify between, and margin bottom of 8. Add a div, h3 tag, text large, on medium screen text Excel, and font semi-bold. Order ID, order details dot underscore ID. Add a paragraph tag, display the created at date here. Add a div for the tags, flex, flex column, item start, on small screen item send, margin top of 4, and on small screen margin top of 0. Add a span, check if order details is paid. If it is paid, the background color will be green 100, text color will be green 700. If not, background color will be red 100 and text color will be red 700. Let's style the tag, add some padding, rounded full, text small, font medium, and margin bottom of 2. Order details, check if the order details is paid. If it is, the text will be approved. Else, text will say pending. Add an exclamation to test the other case. Copy the span, change to is delivered, change the color to yellow, if it is delivered, text will say delivered, else pending. After this, we'll work on the customer payment and shipping info. Add class grid, grid columns 1, on small screen grid columns 2, medium grid columns 3, gap of 8, and margin bottom of 8. And a div for payment info, text large, font semi-bold, and margin bottom of 2. Payment info, add a paragraph tag, payment method, status. If is paid is true, the text will say paid, else unpaid. Copy and paste it. Change it to shipping info. Shipping method, add the address, city, country. After this, we'll have the product list. Overflow X auto, add a h4 tag, text large, font semi-bold, and margin bottom of 4. Products, add a table with class, minimum width full, text color gray 600, and margin bottom of 4. Add t-head, background gray 100, add a tr tag, add class padding y of 2 and padding x of 4. Copy and paste it 3 times. Name, unit price, quantity, and total. Add t-body, loop through the order items, tr, key is item.product id, border bottom, add a TD tag, padding of Y2, padding of X4, flex, and item center. Add an image tag. Source will be item.image, alt item.name, add class width 12, height 12, object cover, rounded large, and margin right of 4. Add the link component. Link will be product slash item.product ID. Add class text blue 500 and on hover underline. Display the item name. This will be item.price, item.quantity, and item price into item quantity. Let's add the link that takes us to the My Orders page. Text blue 500 and on hover underline. Text will say back to my orders. Click the back to my orders link. We haven't added the route for my orders, so let's do that. The URL isn't structured properly. Add the forward slash before the my orders link. Yes, so we can navigate to the my orders page. Now if I click the order, nothing happens because we haven't added the link. Open the my orders page. Add on click event listener. Call a function handle row click. and pass it order ID. Declare the function. Also add the use navigate hook for navigation. Navigate to orders/id. Now if I click the order, it should take us to the order details page. One last thing is we have hard-coded the client ID in our PayPal button component. Let's create a new file inside the frontend folder and name it .env. Let's declare a variable with PayPal client ID. Ensure wheat is included in your variable name for this to work. Copy the client ID and paste it here. Now remove the hard-coded value. Add import.meta.env with PayPal client ID. Let's test this out to ensure that our functionality is working as expected. As you can see, we are able to call the PayPal API without any issues, and the client ID is now stored in the .env file. And with this, we have completed the UI for the user layout. Next part is to work on the admin section. To navigate to this section, we have an admin button displayed in the navbar if you are an admin user. Once you click it, you'll be taken to the admin dashboard. The dashboard will display the total revenue, number of orders, and the total number of products available on the store. It will also display the recent orders the store has received. On the right side, we have a few links. The first link is for the users. If you click the link, it will open the user management page. Here, you can see a form to add a new user to the store. You can enter the name, email, password, and also select the role. The role can either be a customer or an admin. At the bottom, we can see a table that will display all the users that are registered on the store. Next link is for the product management. This section will display all the products available on the store. You have an option to edit the products. Once you click the button, it will take you to the edit product page. Here you can see a form with all the details of the product you have selected. Once you click the update product button, it will update the product at the backend and will take us back to the product management page. Besides the edit button, we have the delete button, which will delete the product. Below the product link, we have the orders link. This page will display all the orders the store has received. The admin of the store can change the status of the order. We have 4 status: processing, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. The last option is a mark as delivered button, which will simply mark the order as delivered. Below order, we have the shop link, which will take us to the home page of the store. Last option will be to log out the admin user. This section is also completely responsive, just like the user layout. You have a sidebar that slides from the left to right with all the options. So let's look at how to build the UI for this section. Create a new file under the admin folder. Name it adminlayout.jsx. All the URLs from the admin will start from /admin. Let's test the URL. To navigate to this section, we'll first add an admin button on the navbar. Open the navbar.jsx file. Scroll to the div containing right icons. Add a link above the profile. Value of 2 will be /admin. Add class, block, background of black, padding on x-axis 2, rounded, text small, and text color white. When you click the admin link, it should take you to the admin layout. Open the admin layout component. Let's declare a state variable to determine if the sidebar is open or closed. Use state false. Let's also create a toggle sidebar function. This will simply toggle the value of each sidebar open. Next, we'll work on the JSX. Add class min height screen, flex column, on medium device flex row, and relative. First will be the mobile toggle button. Add class flex, hidden on the last screen, padding of 4, background gray 900, text color white, and z index of 20. Add a button tag. Icon will be FA bars from React icons. Let's reduce the size of the screen to see the icon. Increase the size of the icon. Let's add on-click event listener that will call the toggle sidebar function. Below this, let's add a h1 tag, class margin left of 4, text size Excel, and font medium. The h1 tag isn't aligned properly. It should be outside the button tag. This is better. Next, let's work on the overlay for mobile sidebar. It is the dark area that you see when you open the sidebar. Check if the sidebar is open. Add class fixed, inset of 0, z index of 20, background black, background opacity 50, and is hidden on the last screen. On click, call the toggle sidebar. Next will be the sidebar. Add a div to toggle the sidebar. Background gray of 900. Width 64. Minimum height screen. Text color will be white. Absolute. On medium screen and above, relative. Add transform. Check if the sidebar is open. If the sidebar is open, then the class will be translate x0. Else, minus translate x full. Add transition transform. Duration of 300. On medium screen, translate x of 0. Static. Add class block. And z index of 20. This is where we'll add the sidebar component. Let's create a new file under the admin folder. Name it admin sidebar. You should see the admin sidebar text with the layout. After this, we'll have the main content. Add a div with class. Flex grow. Padding of 6. And overflow of auto. We'll make use of the outlet from React Auto DOM. This is where all the layout for admin will be rendered. Open the admin sidebar component. Add a div with class. Padding of 6. Add a div. Margin bottom of 6. Add a link component. Value of 2 will be /admin. Add class text to Excel. And font medium. Text will be rabbit. Below this, add a h2 tag. Text size Excel. Font medium. Margin bottom of 6. And text center. Text will say admin dashboard. Let's add a nav tag. Add class flex. Flex column. And space on y2. We'll make use of the nav link to check if the link is active. Value of 2 will be admin/users. Check if the link is active. For active link, add background of gray 700. Text white. Add some padding. Rounded. flex, item center, and some space on x-axis. Else, text color gray 300, on hover background gray 700, text color white, add some padding, round it, flex, item center, and space on x-axis too. Icon will be FA user. Add a span tag, text will say users. Now copy the nav link and paste it a few times. Change this to products. Icon will be FA box open. Text will say products. Next link will be for orders. Icon will be FA clipboard list. Change the text to orders. Next icon will be for shop. Add icon FS2. Span will say shop. Let's delete the extra nav link. Now add a div for the button. Class margin top of 6. Add a button tag. On click, let's call the handle logout. Let's declare the handle logout function. We'll need the use navigate hook, so let's declare it. For now, let's just navigate to the home page. Let's add a few classes with full background color red 500. On hover, color will be red 600. Text white. Add some padding. Round it. Flex. Item center. Justify center. And space on X2. Icon for logout will be FA sign out alt. Text will say logout. The logout button should now be visible. With this, the sidebar is complete. Next, let's work on the admin dashboard page. This page will be the index page for the admin layout and will display the revenue, total orders, and number of products available. We also have a table that displays all the recent orders the store has received. Let's add a new file under the Pages folder. Name it adminhomepage.jsx. Let's add the route. This will be the index page for the admin section. Open the admin homepage component. Let's declare a constant to hold dummy orders info underscore ID user, add the name, total price, and the status. Add class max width of 7 XL, MX auto, and padding of 6. Add H1 tag, text size 3 XL, font bold, and margin bottom of 6. Text will say admin dashboard. Add a div with class, grid, grid columns 1, on small screen, grid columns 2, on large screen, grid columns 3, and gap of 6. Add a div with class, padding of 4, shadow, and rounded corners. Add a H2 tag. Class will be TextXL and font semi-bold. Text will say revenue. Add a paragraph tag. Text size 2 XL. This is where we'll display the revenue. Copy the div and paste it a couple of times. Change the text to total orders. Let's add a link component. Value of 2 will be admin/orders. Add class text blue of 500. On hover, underline. Text will be manage orders. Let's copy the link component. Two will be admin/products. Below this, let's add a div for the recent orders table. Class margin top of 6. Add a h2 tag. Text size will be 2XL. Font bold. And margin bottom of 4. Text recent orders. Add a div with class overflow on X auto. Add a table. Class will be minimum width full. Text left. And text color gray 500. Add a t-head tag. We want the background color to be gray 100. Text size will be extra small. All the text will be in the uppercase. And text color will be gray 700. Add tr tag. Inside this will have a few ts tags. Add some padding. First one will be order ID. User. Total price. And status. Add the t-body tag. Let's check the order length. We'll look through the orders. Add a tr tag. Key will be order ID. Add border bottom. On hover, gray 50. And cursor pointer. Add td tag. First one will be order.user.name. This will be total price. And last will be order.status. If no orders are present, add a tr tag. Add call span of 4. Padding of 4. Text center. and text color gray 500. The text will say no recent orders found. It looks like I haven't added the order ID. So let's do that. Let's copy and paste the order details a few times. If you have more than one order, then the table should look something like this. And with this, we have completed the admin homepage. Next, let's work on the user management page. Here, you'll find a form to add a new user to the store. We have to enter the name, email, password, and also assign the role to the user. Below this form, we have the users table that will display all the users. You can change the role from here as well. We also have a delete button that will delete the user from the table. Create a new file under the admin folder. Name it usermanagement.jsx. Add the route. Path will be users. Let's check the URL. Open the user management component. Let's add some users. Name, email, and role. Let's also declare a state variable form data. This will contain all the fields present in our form. Add name, email, password, and role will be customer. Customer will be the default role. Let's work on the JSX. Add class max width of 7XL, MX auto, and padding of 6. Add a H2 tag. Text size will be 2XL. Font bold, and margin bottom of 6. Add user management. Below this, we'll add the new user form. Add a div with class, padding of 6, rounded corners, and margin bottom of 6. Add a H3 tag. Text size will be large. Font bold, and margin bottom of 4. Text will say add new user. Add a form tag. Inside this, add a div, margin bottom of 4. Add label, block, and text color will be gray 700. The label will be for name. Add an input tag. Type will be text. Name is equal to name. Value is equal to form data.name. On change, we'll call a function handle change. Let's declare this function. Set form data. Add e.target.name. e.target.value. So basically, the e.target.name will replace the name of the field and will be assigned to the value the user has entered. If the key is present, it will override the value. Else, a new key will be created. Add class widthful, padding of 2, border, and rounded. This field will be required. Let's copy the div containing the input tag and paste it a few times. The second field will be for the email. After this, we have the password. Next field will be role. Replace the input tag with the select tag. Name will be role. Value is equal to form data dot role. On change, call the handle change function. Add class widthful, padding of 2, border, and rounded corners. Add the option tag with value. First will be for the customer. Second value will be admin. After this, add a button tag. Type will be submit. Background color green 500. Text color white. Add some padding. Rounded corners. and on hover, background color of green 600. Text will say add user. Add on submit to the form tag. Call the function handle submit. Let's declare this function. Event.prevent default. I want the form to reset after the submit button is clicked. Set form data, name, email, password, and role will be customer. This will reset the form after submission. Let's also log the form data and test the functionality. Let's fill some data here. After I click the add user button, you can see the form resets, and we can also see the form data. Next, let's work on the user list. Add a div with class, overflow x auto, add some shadow. On small screen, add rounded corners, add a table, class minimum width full, text left, and text color gray 500. Add the t-head tag. Background color will be gray 100. Text size extra small, uppercase, and text color gray 700. Add the tr tag, add th tag. Let's add some padding. Copy this a few times. First will be name, second will be email. Next we have the role, and last will be actions. Now let's look through the users. Add a tr tag. Key will be user ID. Add class border bottom. And on hover, background color will be gray 50. Add td tag, padding of 4, font medium, text color gray 900, and white space no wrap. Add the username here. Add another TD tag, padding of 4. Let's display the user email here. Copy and paste this a few times. Add a select tag. Value will be user.role. On change, we want to be able to send a backend request to change the role of the user. Pass user ID and value. Declare the handle role change function. This will take user ID and the new role. For now, we'll just display the user ID and the new role. Add class padding of 2, border, and rounded. Option with value customer. Option with value admin. It looks like I haven't added the underscore ID. So let's first add it. And now if you select any value in the dropdown, you can see the log with ID and role. Add a button tag. On click. Call the handle delete user and pass the user ID. Let's style this button. Background color will be red 500. Text white. Let's add some padding. Rounded corners. And on hover, background color red 600. This is where we'll send the user ID to the backend to delete the user. Let's also declare the function. This will take user ID. Add a if statement. Window.confirm. The text will say Are you sure you want to delete this user? For now, let's log the user ID. Deleting user with ID. User ID. You can now see the log displaying the ID that needs to be deleted. And with this, we have completed the user management page. After the user management page, let's shift our focus to the product management. On this page, you'll find all the products that get listed on the website. We have two buttons. One is to edit and another is to delete the product. We'll begin by creating a file under the admin folder. Name it productmanagement.jsx. Let's add the route for this component. First, we'll need some data to display on the screen. Create a products variable. Add underscore ID, name, price, and SKU. Add class max width of 7xl, mxauto, and padding of 6. Add a h2 tag. Text size will be 2xl, font bold, and margin bottom of 6. Text will say product management. Add a div, overflow x auto, add some shadow, and rounded corners. Add a table with class, minimum width full, text left, and text color gray 500. Add the t-head tag. Background color will be gray 100. Text extra small, uppercase, and text color gray 700. Add a tr tag, add th tag, add some padding, copy this a few times. First one will be name, price, SKU, and actions. Let's first check for the product's length. Add tr tag to the else condition. Let's loop through the products array. Add a tr tag. Key will be product ID. Add class border bottom. On hover, background color gray 50 and cursor pointer. Add a td tag. Add class padding of 4. Font weight medium. Text color will be gray 900 and add white space no wrap. This will be product name. Add another td tag. Let's add some padding. Display the product price. Copy and paste this a few times. After this, we have the products queue. Inside this, add a link component. Let's specify the to value. This will be /admin/products. Then we'll have to specify the ID /edit. Add class background yellow of 500. Text color will be white. Padding on x-axis 2. Padding on y-axis 1. Rounded corners. Margin right of 2. On hover, background yellow 600. Link will say edit. Add a button tag. On click, we'll need a function that will delete the product. Pass the product ID. Let's declare this function. This will take an ID. Add a if statement. Window.confirm. The message will say, "Are you sure you want to delete the product?" For now, we'll log the ID of the product. Delete product with ID. Add the ID. Let's style this button. Background red 500. Text color white. Padding on x-axis 2. Padding on y-axis 1. Rounded. On hover, background color of 600. For the else condition, add a TD tag called span of 4. Add some padding, text center, and text color will be gray 500. Text will say no products found. And with this, we have the product management page ready. Now the next step will be to add the route to the edit page and also create a page for it. When you click the edit button, it will take you to the edit product page where you can update the information of the product you have selected. Let's test this by adding a new color. Once the operation is complete, it will take us back to the product management page. I'll select the same product to check if the changes are reflecting. As you can see, we have the pink color now added to this product. Create a new file under the admin folder. Name it editproductpage.jsx. Add the route. This will take the ID of the product. Let's test the route. Open the edit product page component. Add a state variable product data to hold the product information. Name, description, add price, count in stock, SKU, category, brand, sizes. Sizes and colors will be an array. Collections, material, gender, images. This will be an array. Add the URL. Let's copy this URL. Add class max width of 5 pixel, mx auto, padding of 6, add some shadow and rounded corners. Add a h2 tag. Text size will be 3 pixel. Font weight bold. And margin bottom of 6. Text will say edit product. Let's add a form tag. Let's first work on the name. Add a div with class margin bottom of 6. Add a label tag. Block. Font weight semi-bold. And margin bottom of 2. Label will be for product name. Add an input tag. Tag will be text. Name is equal to name. Value. Product data dot name. On change, let's call a function to handle the change. Declare this function. Let's destructure the name and value from the target value. After this, we'll set the product data, get the previous data, and add the name and value. Add class with full, border, border color gray 300, rounded corners, and some padding. This field will be required. Copy the div containing the input tag. Add description. For description, we'll use the text area tag. Name is equal to description. Value, product data dot description. Class with full, border, border gray of 300, rounded corners, and some padding. Add rows. This field will be required. Next will be the price input. Margin bottom of 6. Add the label. class block, font weight semi-bold, and margin bottom of 2. Label will be for price. Add the input tag. Type will be number. Name is equal to price. Value product data dot price. On change, call the function handle change. Add class with full, border color gray 300, rounded corners, and some padding. Copy the div containing the input tag for the price. Label will be count in stock. Name is equal to count in stock. Change the value. After this, we have this queue. Paste the div. Change the label. Name is equal to skew. Change the value. After this, we have the sizes. Paste the div. Label will say sizes in bracket, comma separated. Change the name. The value of sizes will be comma separated. On change, set the product data. Destructure the product data. And now we can add the sizes. Get the e.target.value. We need to split it by comma. Let's also ensure that there are no white spaces. Let's copy the div containing sizes. Change the label to colors. Name is equal to colors. Let's change the values. After this, we'll work on the image upload. margin bottom of 6, label will say upload image, add the input tag, type will be file, and on change let's call a function to handle the image upload. Let's declare the function. Since we are dealing with the files, this function will be async. Get the file information. Let's also log the file information. Okay, so we can test this out. It looks like I have missed adding on change event handler somewhere. Yes, description is missing the on change event. So let's add it. Let's upload a file. So you can see all the file information is displayed on the console. So we can move ahead and display the images. Add a div with class, flex, gap of 4, and margin top of 4. We'll loop through the images. Add a div with key index. Add an image tag. Source will be image.url, alt, image.alttext. If it is not present, display the text product image. Add class width 20, height 20, object cover, rounded corners, and some shadow. There is a typo in the image URL. Let's fix this. Okay, so you can see the images on the screen. After this, let's work on the button. Type will be submit. Add class with full. Background color green 500. Text color will be white. Add some padding. Rounded corners. On hover, background color will be green 600. Add transition colors. Now let's add an onSubmit handle to our form. Declare the function. Event.preventDefault. Now let's log the information that we will be sending to the backend. Let's test this out. Let's add some data to submit the form. File is not defined. Right, this should be product data. And with this, you should see all the data on the console of the browser. The last section that we'll work on will be the order management page. In this section, we'll display all the orders that the store has received. This is where the admin can change the status of the order using the drop-down here. You can also click the Mark as Delivered button to mark the status of the order to delivered. Create a new file under the admin folder. Name it ordermanagement.js. Let's add the route. Test the URL. Open the order management component. Add some data to work with. Underscore ID. User object. Name. Total price. And status. Add class max width of 7XL. MX auto. And padding of 6. Add a H2 tag. Text size will be 2XL. Font bold. And margin bottom of 6. Text will say order management. Add a div with class. Overflow X auto. Add some shadow. And rounded corners. Add a table with class. Minimum width full. Text left. And text color gray 500. Add the t-head tag. Background color will be gray 100. Text extra small. Uppercase. And text color gray 700. Add a tr tag. Inside this, add a th tag. Add some padding. Copy and paste this a few times. First will be order ID. Next will be customer, total price, status, and last will be actions. Add the dbody tag, check the order's length, add a dir tag in the else part. Now let's look through the orders. Add a dir tag. Key will be order._id. Add border bottom. On hover, color will be gray 50 and cursor pointer. Add a TD tag. Add some padding. Font weight will be medium. Text color gray 900. And white space no wrap. Display the order ID. Add a TD tag. Add some padding. Copy and paste this a few times. Display the username. Display the total price. Add a select tag for the status. Value will be order.status. OnChange will call a function that will handle the status change. Pass the order ID and the value. Let's declare this function. This will take the order ID and the status. For now, we'll just log the values. Add class background gray of 50. Border. Border color gray 300. Text color will be gray 900. Text small. Rounded corners. Add focus. Ring color blue 500. Border color will be blue 500. Block. And some padding. Add option with value. Processing. Second will be shipped. Third value will be delivered. and the last value will be cancelled. After this, add a button tag. On click, call the handle status change function. Pass the order ID. In this case, the value will be delivered. Class background of green 500. Text color white. Add some padding. Rounded corners. On hover, background color of green 600. Text will say mark as delivered. Add the TD tag in the else condition. Column span will be 5. Add some padding. Text center. And text color will be gray 500. The text will say no orders found. And with this, we have completed the UI for the admin section. Now that we have completed the front end, let's shift our focus to the backend. We will be creating an API which will be used by our React app to communicate with the backend. To manage our Node.js app, we'll make use of the npm init command. This command will help us create a package.json file to install and manage the dependency in our project. We will also need to install a few packages while bootstrapping the project. The first package is Express. Express is a Node.js framework that we'll be using to build our API. The second package is Mongoose. Mongoose is an object data modeling library for MongoDB. This package will help us define schemas for our data, and with the help of this, we can perform many of the database operations like querying from the database, validating our data, and so on. Third is the .env package. This package will help us load environment variables from the .env file. The .env file will contain configuration values like, for example, port number, API keys, and credentials. After this, we have the JSON Web Token. We'll be using JSON Web Token package to manage authentication and authorization of users in our e-commerce app. Next is pcrypt.js library. This is needed because we'll be storing the password of users who register on our website. For this, we want to ensure that they are not stored as plain text. The bcrypt package will hash and encrypt the passwords for us. After this, we have the CORS library. It means cross-origin resource sharing. Our frontend and backend will be running on two different domains. Let's say one is running on port 3000 and other on 4000. Using this package, we can specify which domains are allowed to access our backend API, which is hosted on a different domain. Last is NodeMon. This package is a development tool that will help us restart the server whenever we make any changes. Without this package, we'll need to manually restart it. Let's open the VS Code editor. Open a new terminal by clicking the plus icon here. Navigate to the backend folder. We'll first need to initialize a Node.js project by creating a package.json file. To do this, we'll make use of the npm init command. This will create a package.json file. After that, let's install the packages. Create a new file under the backend folder. Name it server.js. This will be our entry point to the Express application. Import a couple of packages. First package will be Express. Import the course package next. After this, we'll initialize an Express application. Let's ensure that our server is able to work with the JSON data. To communicate with the React server, let's enable cross-origin requests. We'll make use of port 9000 for our backend server. I'll add a basic route to test the server. This function will simply respond with the welcome message. Next, let's start the server on port 9000. Log the message. Server is running on HTTP localhost port. Open the packet.json file. Since we have created a server.js file, our main entry file will be server.js. We don't need the test script. Add a start script which will run the server using Node for the production. In development, we'll be making use of the node MERN library. Ensure that you specify the correct path to your server.js file. Let's test this by running the npm run dev command. And you should see the message, server running on localhost 9000. Open the link and you will be greeted with welcome to Rabbit API message. If you see this message, it means you have set up the Express app successfully. Now instead of hardcoding the port value, let's create an environment variable to hold it. We'll use the .env library to load this value from a env file. To load the environment variables, we'll have to call the config function. Create a new file under the backend folder. Name it .env. Specify the port here. Let's test if we are able to read the values in our server.js file. We can see 9000 printed here, so we are able to read from the env file. Let's change the value of port to read from the env file. Or use the default port 3000. Let's remove the log. For database, we'll be using MongoDB. For this course, we'll be making use of MongoDB Atlas, which is a cloud-hosted MongoDB service. If you do not have an account, sign up for a free account. I already have an account, so I'll skip this process. Once you log in, you should see the page similar to this. Click on the New Project button. It will ask you for the project name. I'll enter Rabbit. Feel free to use any name of your choice. Click on Next. Click on Create Project button. Now we'll have to create a cluster. Click on Create button. Select the free option. You can choose any provider you like. I'll use AWS and click on Create Deployment. Copy the password. Click on Create Database User. What this message is saying is, only an IP address you add to your access list will be able to connect to your project. For development purpose, let's allow access from anywhere. Click on Network Access, add IP address, click on Allow access from anywhere, and click on Confirm. Next, click on Choose a connection method, select Drivers. Here you will find the connection string. If the Show Password option is enabled, you will already have the password mentioned in the string. If not, you can paste the password which we copied earlier. Let's copy this. Open the .env file, add key mongo_URI is equal to, and paste the string here. Add the database just after the URL mongodb.net/. MongoDB will create a database by the name you specify here. I have named the database Rabbit, but you can add any name of your choice. Now, let's connect our app to the MongoDB Atlas cluster. For this, let's create a new folder under the Backend folder. Name it config. Inside this, we'll create a new file db.js. This file will connect our application to MongoDB database. Import the Mongoose library. Add a function connectDB. This will be an asynchronous function. Add a try block. Mongoose.connect. The value of URI will be from the .env file. If it is successful, log the message MongoDB connected successfully. Add a catch block with error. Console.error. MongoDB connection failed. Module.exports. ConnectDB. Now open the server.js file and import ConnectDB. Let's connect to the MongoDB database. Call the ConnectDB function. If you have followed all steps correctly, you should see the message MongoDB connected successfully. Let's also ensure that we exit the process with failure. Now that we have set up the server, the next step is to handle the user functionality. This will include user registration, login, and managing the user profile. Let's look at the user schema. It will contain the default fields like _ID, created at, and updated at, which will be auto-generated by MongoDB. Next, we have the name field, which will be a string and a required field. Email will be unique, and we will also validate this field before storing it. This field will serve as the username for the customers to log in. Then we have the password field, which will be at least 6 characters long. Role field will be an enum that can have two values, customer or admin. The default value will be customer. Let's begin by creating a folder inside the backend folder. Name it models. This is where we'll store all our schema files. The first file will be user.js. Import the Mongoose library. After this, import the bcrypt.js library. Now let's work on defining the user schema. We will make use of new mongoose.schema, which will help us define the structure, types, and validation rules for the entries in our database. First field will be name, type is string, required true, and trim true. Next field is email, type is string. This will also be a required field. This field will be unique. Trim. Let's add a match property to our email field, which will validate the email using a regular expression. Message will be, please enter a valid email address. After this, we have the password, type string, required true, and minimum length will be 6. Next will be role, type is string. This will be enum with two values, customer and admin. Default value will be customer. Let's also add the timestamps. Let's declare a password hash middleware that will hash the user's password before storing it in our database. For this, we'll make use of the user schema.pre, which is a Mongoose middleware hook that will get executed before the save operation. This will be an async operation that will take next parameter. We will use next parameter to make sure that the next middleware or other operations run after this code. If you are not modifying the password when updating the entry, simply skip this process and continue with the other operations. Add a salt variable, which makes use of the generate salt method that will take a number. The higher the number, more secure it will be, but it can be slower. I'll keep the value to 10. Next step is to update the password with the hash value that gets generated using the salt. After this code runs, ensure you specify next so that it will go ahead with the rest of the operations. Now that we are hashing the password, we'll also require a method that will compare the plain text password that the user enters during the login and compare it with the hash password stored in our database. For this, we'll call the match password method. This will also be an async function, which will take the password entered by the user. It will return a Boolean value by using the compare function available in the bgrep library. Last step will be to create and export the user model. Mongoose.model. Name will be user schema. Next step is to create the user routes to register or log in the user. For this, we'll create a new folder under the backend folder. Name it routes. Create a new file inside it. Name will be userroutes.js. Import Express. Import the user model. We'll also be making use of the JSON Web Token. Let's create a new route instance. Router is equal to express.router. We will first work on the route to handle the user registration. Route will be a post request. This will be /API/users/register. Let's add a description. This will register a new user. Access to this request will be public. Call the router.post method. We'll not be specifying the API/users here. We'll do it later in the server.js file. Async function. Request and response. Extract name, email, and password from the request body. Add a try and catch block. This is where our registration logic will go. Let's test this route by displaying all the values: name, email, and password. If there is an error, we'll log it. The response status will be 500. The message will say server error. Module.exports is equal to router. Now open the server.js file. Declare a variable user routes and require the user routes file. I'll be adding all my API routes here. app.use /API/users user routes. Now this will prepend /API/users to all our user routes. For making the request, we'll be making use of Postman, which is an API testing tool. With the help of this tool, you can send HTTP requests and test the endpoints for our application. You can use it on the web or download the desktop app. There is also a VS Code editor extension that you can use. I prefer using Postman desktop app, so I'll be using it to make the HTTP request for our API. We will first create a workspace for our API. I'll name it Rabbit. Inside this, let's create a collection. First collection will be for users. First request will be for registering the user. This will be a post request. Add the URL. /API/users register. Let's save it. Now select the body and choose the raw option. Inside this, let's send our data. Name, add the email, and last will be password. Click the send button and you should see the response back. So our post request is working fine. Delete it. Let's check if a user with the provided email address already exists. User.findOne and provide the email. If the user already exists, we will send a 400 status with an error message. Status will be 400.json. Send the message. Message will be user already exists. If the user does not exist, we will create a new user instance with the provided details. So this will be name, email, and password. Save the new user to the database. User.save. After this, let's respond with the created user's details, but we need to ensure that we exclude the password. Response.status 201. Add the user object. Underscore ID. Name. Email. And also the role. Default role will be customer. Open the Postman and send the request with already entered data. We can see the entry is successfully created at the backend and underscore ID is created. And the role is also assigned to the default value customer. Let's also check the MongoDB Atlas for the entry. Click on Browse Collections. And you can see the entry is created and the password is also hashed. Now that this is working, let's remove the response from here because we want to be able to send a token along with the user details. We will do this by making use of JSON Web Token. We will first need to create a JSON Web Token payload. This payload will contain information about the user ID and role. The payload will get embedded in the token and we will decode it for authorizing the user at the backend. User underscore ID, role, user.role. Sign and return the token along with the user data. We'll make use of the method jwt.sign that will generate a token using the provided payload and a secret key for signing. We'll need to pass the payload. Next will be a secret key. We'll need to create a secret key for this and save it in the environment variable. Typically, we'll need to ensure that the key is at least 32 characters and contains special characters, numbers, and capital letters. I have generated a string here. You do not need to enter the same secret that I have, but ensure that it is a complex string like this. Next, specify the token validity using the expires in key. I'll set it to 40 hours for this course for a smooth recording and editing purpose, but you may want to keep it for a shorter duration. Then we'll have a callback function that will provide us an error or generate a token. If there is an error, we'll throw the error. Or send the user and token in response. Underscore ID, name, email, and last will be the role. To test this, we'll enter a different email since the one we have here is already present in the database. Now you can see a new user gets created and also we have the token in the response. Later, we'll look at how to make use of this token to authorize an user. Next route that we will create is login. This will also be a post request /apis/users/login. Add description. Authenticate user. Access will be public. Add the router.post method /login. Async function with request and response. Login will require email and password. Request.body. Add a try catch block. Now we'll try to find the user by email. User.find1 and pass the email. If the user is not present, we'll return an error. Status 400.json message invalid credentials. We'll also need to match the password. Call the match password method from the user model and pass it password. If the password doesn't match, we'll return an error. Status will be 400.json. Add the message. Invalid credentials. We can use the JWT payload and sign method from the register route. Make sure to remove the 201 status from here. Log the error. Status will be 500. And the message will say server error. Let's test this out. Create a new request. Name it login. Replace register with login. Select the body. I'll copy the email and password from the recent register request. Submit the request. You can see the user information along with the token. Now, if I pass an incorrect password, you will see the message invalid credentials. And with this, we have successfully created the login route. Next, let's create a route for the user profile. This will be a GET request, API/users/profile. Add the description. Get the logged in user's profile. This will be a protected route. And access will be private. Router.get. /profile. Now we need to create a middleware to protect this request. We'll implement it later, but this is where it will be called. Add the async function. We'll respond with request.user, which will be assigned by our middleware, and it will contain the user object. Okay, with this, let's create a new folder in the backend. Name it middleware. Inside this, we'll have a file. Name it auth-middleware.js. This file will contain the middleware to protect routes. Import the JSON Web Token library. Let's also import the user model. This is where we'll add the middleware to protect routes. Protect is equal to an async function that will take request, response, and next. Add a token variable. We'll first check if the authorization header exists. And the header starts with a bearer string. We'll assign this header with the bearer string at the front end while calling the request for the profile. Add a track catch block. Assign token is equal to request.headers dot authorization dot split with space and get the second value. This is because after the bearer, we'll send the token along with it. After we extract the token, we'll verify the token sent from the front end. Verify method will also require the JWT secret key. Now let me show you how this will be decoded by the JWT library. For this, we'll require the token, so I'll send a login request with the correct password. It looks like we have an error. Obviously, protect is not defined. Let's remove this for now and test it. Okay, so we have the token, so I'll copy it, head over to the JWT website, and in the encoded text area, we'll paste our token. So you see, we can see our user ID and the role in the payload. Remember, we are creating this payload object when logging the user. Now that we have the user ID, we can easily get the user information and attach it to the request.user. Pass the decode.user.id. Make sure that you exclude the password here. We can now proceed to the next middleware or other operations. Add the log for the error. Display the error. The message will say token verification failed. Add response with status 401. .json message not authorized, token failed. Else response or status will be 401. .json message will say not authorized, no token provided. Module.exports Value will be protect. Let's import the protect method here. Now we can safely add the protect middleware here. Remember, request.user is getting assigned in the auth middleware. This right here. Create a new request. Name it profile. Enter the URL. Change login to profile. In the header, add key authorization. The format of value will be, we want it to start with bearer, followed by a space, and then the token. Let's paste the token. And we get a response with the user details as expected. If you send an invalid token, it will respond with message, not authorized, token failed. Well, I have a typo here. It should be response. And with this, we have finished the user route. After the user functionality, we'll next work on the products. In this section, we'll look at how to create, update, and delete products. We'll also look at how to get all the products on the collection page with the filter and sorting functionality. Along with it, we'll look at how to search for the products and display them in the collections. Then we'll get the information for displaying individual product details along with the similar products. Finally, we'll work on getting the information for the bestseller and the new arrivals. Let's look at the product schema. It will contain the basic information like the name, description of the product, price, discount price, count in stock, which we can use to check if the product is available or sold out. Then we have the category, brand, sizes. Sizes will be an array with data like size small, medium, large, and so on. Colors will also be an array. Next is the collections, material, gender. Images will be an array of objects containing URL and alt text for the images. Is featured and is published will be booleans. Then we have the ratings, number of reviews, tags, and user, which will be a reference to user model. This will store the information for the admin user who has created the product. Then we have a few meta fields for the search engine optimization. And at last we will store the information like dimensions and weight. Let's create a new file under the models folder. Name it product.js. Let's first import mongoose. Define the product schema. Use the Mongo schema. First will be name. Type is string. Required will be true. And trim true. Next is description. Type will be string. Required true. Price. Type is number. This will also be required. Discount price. Type will be number. Count in stock. Type is number. It will be a required field. Default value will be 0. SKU. Type is string. This field will be unique. And required will be true. After this we have category. Type is string. Required true. Brand. Type string. Sizes. Type will be array of string. Required true. Next is collections. Type is string. Required true. Material. Type string. Gender. Type string. This will have an enum value. Value could be men, women, or unisex. Then we have images. This will be an array of objects. This will contain information of the URL. Type will be string. And required will be true. Alt text. Type is string. Is featured. Type will be boolean. And default value will be false. Is published. Type is boolean. Default value will be false. rating, type is number, and default value will be 0. Then we have number of reviews, type is number, default will be 0. Next is tags. This will be an array of string. Then we have user. Type will be an object ID. Reference will be user. And required will be true. Then we have meta title. Type will be string. Meta description. Type is string. Meta keywords. Type is string. Then we have dimensions. Length will be a number. Width and height. Last will be weight. Let's also add the timestamps. Export the model. Mongoose.model. Product. Pass the product schema. After this, let's create a new folder under the routes folder. Name it product routes.js. Let's import the required modules. First will be Express. Next, let's import the product model. We'll also require the middleware for the authentication and authorization. Auth middleware. First, let's create a new router object. Router is equal to express.router. Our first route will be to create a product. This will be a post request. URL will be /API/products. Add description. Create a new product in the database. Access. This will be private as well as admin. This is because only admins can create products. Router.post / protect async function, request and response. Add the try catch block. We'll first destructure the product details from the request body. The information will contain name, description, price, discount price, count in stock, category, brand, sizes, colors, collections, material, gender, images, is featured, is published, tags, dimensions, weight, and SKU. After this, let's create a new product instance with the provided data. Product is equal to new product. Let's copy the fields and paste it here. Add user. Value will be request dot user dot underscore ID. So this will be the ID of the admin user creating the product. Let's save the product to the database. Created product is equal to await product.save. Now we need to respond with the newly created product. Response.status. Status will be 201.json. Inside this, pass the created product. Let's log the error. Response.status 500.send. Message will say server error. Open the Postman and create a new collection for the products. Let's name it products. Add a new request. Name the request create. This will be a post request. URL will be API/products. Open the body tab. I'll paste the sample data to create the product. This contains all the required data that you can prepare using the product schema. So we have name, description, price, discount price, count in stock, category, brand, array of sizes, array of colors, collections, material, gender, images, is featured, is published, array of tags, dimensions, weight. In the header, we are also required to send the authorization token. Value will be a bearer. Let's copy the token from the login request. Add it here. Looks like we have a 404 error. This is because we haven't added the routes to our server.js file. Change to product routes. Let's add the API route. Change to products. There's another error. I think I have not exported the routes file. Module.exports is equal to router. Not authorized token failed. Let's resend the login request to get a fresh token. Copy it. Replace it in the header. And now you get back the 201 response with the created product details. Let's also check in our database for the entry. Open the products collection. And here you should see the product with all the details confirming that the route is able to create a new product. Let's also verify the user ID to see if it is referencing the correct user. Here we can see the ID matches the entry in the user collection, confirming that our route is working as expected. Now, if you see the role of user, it is customer. But we do not want any customer to be able to create a new product. So let's add a middleware to check for the admin user before creating the product. Middleware to check if the user is an admin. Admin is equal to. This will take request, response, and next. If request user and request.user.role is equal to admin, allow the operation by calling the next function. Else, response.status 403.json, add message. Message will say not authorized as an admin. Okay, export admin. Import the admin middleware in the product routes. Finally, add the admin middleware to our create route. Resend the create request. Now you can see the message not authorized as an admin. This is because the role of the user is customer and not admin. So let's change this in the database itself. Role will be admin. Let's save it. I'll change the name. We have server error. Okay, SKU should be unique. And now you can see the new product gets created because the user is an admin. With this, our create request is complete. Now let's look at how to update the product. Add route. This will be a put request /API /products ID. Add the description. Update an existing product by its ID. Access. This will be private and only accessible by authenticated admin users. Router.put /ID. Call the protect middleware. Next, admin middleware. Async function. Request and response. Add the try catch block. Copy the product details of the request body from the create route. Now we need to find the product in the database using the ID provided in the URL. Product is equal to await product dot find by ID. Pass the request dot params dot ID. If we are able to find the product, let's update the product fields. Product.name is equal to the name that we have received or the old value product.name. So the way this will work is, if the value is passed in the request, then we will update it with the new value or retain the old value if it is not provided. Copy this statement for every entry. Let's paste it 17 times. Second is description. Next we have price, discount price, count in stock, category, brand, sizes, colors, collections, material, gender, images, is featured. Now is featured will be a boolean value. So we'll need to explicitly handle the boolean updates. Check if it is not equal to undefined. Is featured or product.isFeatured. The same will apply for is published, which is also in boolean value. Then we have tags, dimensions, weight, and SKU. Now let's save the updated product to the database. Updated product is equal to await product.save. Let's send the updated product details in the response. response.json, updated product. Else, if we are not able to find the product, return a 404 error. Status will be 404.json. Add the message, product not found. Log any server errors. Return a 500 response. Add a new request. Let's name it update. Put method. Copy any ID from the products collection. Add authorization header. Copy the token. Paste it here. Let's update the name. The name of my product is Classic Denim Jacket. Let's change it to Winter Jacket. Now you can see the name is updated to the new value. Let's refresh the MongoDB Atlas. And you see the name is updated. But we also see the description is updating, which is not right. Well, this should be product.description. Let's retest the request. Let's change the name. I'll add long sleeves. Description. Long sleeves jackets. Let's send the request. Now we'll check the database. And you can see the name and description is getting updated accordingly. Let's also update the sizes, which will be an array. Add size small, medium. Now you can see only sizes small and medium in the document. After this, let's work on deleting the product. Add route. This request will be delete /API/products/ID. Add the description. Delete a product by its ID from the database. Access will be private and only accessible by authenticated admin users. Router.delete /ID. Call the protect middleware. Then the admin middleware. Async function. Request and response. Add the try catch block. Now we'll try to find the product in the database using the provided ID. Product is equal to await product.findById, pass request.params.id. If the product exists, remove it from the database. Await product.delete1. Let's also respond with a success message. Response.json, message, product removed. Else, if the product does not exist, respond with the 404 status and error message. 404.json and the message product not found. Let's log the error for the debugging purpose. Let's also respond with a 500 status for the server error. Now add a new request for deleting the product. Name it delete. Let's add the header. I'll copy it from the update request. Authorization. Paste the value. Ensure that the product ID exists in the database so that we can delete it. I have 2 products in the products collection. So let's send the request. And we get a response message that says product removed. Refresh the page. And you can see only one entry, which means our product is successfully deleted from the database. Before we proceed further to display all the products, let's first populate the data. You'll find the GitHub link in the description. Download it, and inside it there is a data folder which contains the product.js file. This file will contain a few products that we can display and work with to test rest of the functionalities. Once you download it, simply drag the data folder inside the backend folder. This is where you'll find the product.js file with the product details. To populate this data in our database, we'll need to have a script. Create a new file under the backend folder. Name it cedar.js. Import mongoose. We'll also require .env. Import the product model. You'll also make use of the user model. And finally, import the product.js file from the data folder. .env.config. We'll first need to connect to the MongoDB database. mongoose.connect, process.env.mongo_URI. After this, let's add a function to seed the data. Seed data. This will be an async function. Add the try and catch block. Now every time I run this file, I want to clear the previous data. Await product dot delete many. So this will delete all the products from the products collection. After this, let's also delete all the users. Now we will also require an admin user, so I'll create it here. Created user is equal to await user.create, pass the name will be admin user, email admin@example.com, we'll add a password here, and rule will be admin. Let's assign the default user ID to each product. User ID is equal to created user dot underscore ID. We will also need to append this user ID. So let's look through the products. Written product, comma, user ID. So after this, let's insert the products in the database. Product dot insert many and pass the sample products. Let's also log the message product data seeded successfully. Process dot exit. Let's log the error. Error seeding the data. Process dot exit with value 1. And finally call the seed data function. To run this file, open the package.json file, add a script, seed, command will be node backend folder /seeder.js. Currently, we have only one product in the database. This will get deleted and new products will be populated. Open a new terminal, type npm run seed. Okay, module not found error. I guess we can omit the backend folder in the command. Error, path user is required. Yes, I have missed the key user. Save it. And now we can see product data seeded successfully. Let's refresh the page. And you can see more than 20 products have been populated using the script. Now that we have the data to work with, let's work on displaying all the products. One thing to note is that while displaying the products, we need to ensure that we are able to filter and sort the products according to the options selected by the user. Let's add the route. This will be a GET request /API/products. Add a description. Retrieve all the products with optional query filters and sorting. Access. This will be public. Router.get / async function request and response. Add a try catch block. Let's extract the query parameters from the request. This will be the options that the user will select to filter the products. Collection, size, color, gender, minimum price, maximum price, sort by, search, category, material, brand, and limit. Let's initialize a query object. We'll first need to apply filtering logic based on the query parameters. We'll only add the collection to the query if a specific collection is requested in the URL, and it should not be a default all value. Query.collections is equal to collection. Same goes for the category. Copy the logic for collection, change to category, filter by material, for example, cotton, leather, and so on. Query.material, $in, material.split, by comma. We are using $in operator because we can have multiple materials selected in the filter. Copy and paste it a couple of times. Next will be brand. After this we'll have size. Let's also handle the color filter. Query.colors is equal to in operator, and you can pass the color as an array. Next, let's filter by gender. Query.gender is equal to gender. We'll also need to filter by price range if minimum price or maximum price is provided. Query.price will be an empty object. If minimum price is present, then query.price greater than or equal to number minimum price. Similarly, we'll check for the maximum price as well. Maximum price for this set will be less than or equal to. So in the interface, we can drag to assign the maximum price, which needs to be added in the query. Let's also include the search query in product name or description. Query.or operator. First one will be name, regular expression, search term, options. This will be case insensitive search. The same will go for the description. So this is where the user put the search query. After this, let's work on the sort options. Add the sorting logic based on the query parameter. If the sort by option is present, add a switch case. First case will be price ascending. This will sort by price in ascending order. Sort is equal to price 1. Add a break statement. Second case will be price descending, which will sort the price in the descending order. Price -1. Break the statement. Next will be case popularity. This will sort by rating in descending order. Rating -1. Let's also add the default. So first we need to fetch the products from the database. Await product.find and pass the query. We'll also apply the query filters, sorting, and limit the number of results. Sort, dot limit, pass the limit. Our default value will be 0. Let's send the retrieved products in the response.json, and pass the products. Log the error, respond with 500 internal server error. Okay, now add a new request, name it all products. URL will be API/products. Now there is an error. Sort is not defined. Sort is equal to empty object. The request is working now. And we can see multiple products in the response. Let's test the filter. Add category is equal to topware. And you can see all the products with category is equal to topware. Next, let's add material. Add cotton. And now we can see only products which are made of cotton. We'll next add the gender. This is also working fine. Let's also test the search functionality. Add search, casual. So you can see the products with name or description containing the text casual. Let's also search for shirt. Okay, so this looks fine. Let's also test the sort functionality. Add sort by, price ascending. First price will be the lowest. And you can see the price is increasing thereafter. Let's check price descending. That will sort from price high to low. So we have the highest price of $70. Then we have price 65, price 60. Okay, let's also check for minimum and maximum price. Let's enter max price of 30. There is an error. It looks like I have not added the dollar symbol. Let's add it. Now we can see the products which are within price of $30. Let's also enter the minimum price. Now we can see all the products between price range of $30 to $50. Next, let's work on getting the single product details. Route. This will be a GET request. URL will be /APIs/products/ID. Add description. Retrieve a single product by its ID. Access will be public. Router.get /ID. Call the async function. Add the try catch block. We'll first try to find the product in the database using the provided ID. Is equal to await product.find by ID. Pass the request.params ID. If the product is present, return it in the response as JSON. Pass the product. Else, if we do not find the product, we'll return the 404 status with an error. Status will be 404.json. Add the message. Product not found. Let's log the error for debugging purpose. Response.status 500 internal error. Server error. Okay, now copy any one product ID. Create a new request. Let's name it product details. Paste the product ID here. Now we can see all the details of the product with the ID that we have copied. Next, let's work on displaying the similar products that will be visible on the product details page. A route. This will be a GET request. URL will be /API/products/similar, and last will be ID. Add the description. This will retrieve similar products based on the current product's gender and category. Access will be public. Router.get /similar/ID. Async function. Request and response. Now extract the product ID from the request parameters. Request.params. Let's display the ID to check if our route is working fine. Add a new request. Name it similar products. URL will be similar/ID. Let's save the request. I'll copy the product ID and paste it here. And you can see the product ID getting printed on the terminal. So the route is working fine. Let's find the product by its ID. Await product dot find by ID and pass the ID. If we do not find the product, let's return a 404 status with an error. .json, add the message, product not found. Now let's write the logic to find the similar products by matching the gender and category. Similar products is equal to product.find. We'll need to exclude the current product's ID because we don't want the same product to be listed in the similar products. Use the not equal to operator and pass the ID. Gender, this will be product.gender. We'll also need to take care of category so that it matches the category of the current product. Limit the number of similar products to 4. This is where you'll see the similar products. As per design, we'll only display 4 products. Add the response .json, pass similar products. Log the error. Add status 500. Send. Server error. Now we can see the category of every product is top web. And this is how we'll display the similar products. Next, let's work on the bestseller route. This will be a GET request. URL will be /API products, and then we'll have bestseller. Add the description. So the logic that I'll apply here is we'll retrieve the product with the highest rating, and that will be our bestseller. Access will be public. Router.get /bestseller. Async function, request and response. Now this route will not work because the router will treat the bestseller as ID, and we don't want that. I'll simply add a response here, but we should see the error and not this message. Add a new request. Name it bestseller. URL will be products/bestseller. Well, this is not going to work. This request is treated as route for a single product with ID bestseller. To make this work, paste the code for the bestseller before the single product request. Let's make a request again. And now you see the message. This should work. So let's find the single product sorted by rating in descending order. Await product.find1 dot sort rating -1. If we find the bestseller, we'll respond with the details. .json bestseller. Else, if there is no bestseller, we'll respond with the 404 status. Status .json, add the message. No bestseller found. Log the error. Response.status 500.send server error. Send the request. And you can see the product which has rating is equal to 5. After this, let's work on the new arrivals. Add route. This will be a GET request. URL will be /API/products/new arrivals. Add the description. We'll fetch the latest 8 products based on the creation date. Access will be public. Router.get /new arrivals. Async function. Request and response. Add the try catch block. Let's fetch the latest 8 products from the database. Product.find .sort. Created at will be -1. Limit will be 8. So this will sort by creation date in the descending order, which means we'll get the new products first. Let's also respond with the list of the new arrivals products. .json new arrivals. Log the error. Let's also respond with the status 500. Server error. Again, make sure the new arrivals route is above the single product ID route. Add a new request. Name will be new arrivals. URL will be products/new arrivals. Send the request. And you should see the 8 products that are sorted by created at field. Next is the cart section. In this section, we'll create routes for the CRUD operations. We look at how to create, read, update, and delete the card. After this, we'll also work on the merge route. In our app, we will allow the customer to add items to cart even if they are not logged in. We'll call this user's guest, but to be able to check out and place the orders, the user will have to sign up or log in. This is when we'll call the merge route to combine the guest user's cart with the logged in user's cart when they log in. Let's look at this in real time. Now, let's add this product to cart. The product gets added to the cart. Now, the data persists even if I refresh the cart. This is because we are saving the information at the backend. Now, when I check out, it will take me to the login page because I am not signed in. So what this means is I have added the product to the cart as a guest user. Once I sign in, it should merge the guest cart with the logged in user cart and take me to the checkout page. Okay, so with this information, let's look at the cart schema. We have the user field, which will store the information of the logged in user that is added to the cart. We'll also have field to store the guest ID in case the user hasn't signed in. Then we have the products field, which will be an array of cart item schema. This will store individual items in the cart. We'll look at the schema shortly. Last, we'll also store the total price of the cart. The cart item schema will look something like this. It will have the product ID, name of the cart, image URL, price of the product, size, color, and the quantity. Let's begin by creating a new file under the models folder. Name it cart.js. Import Mongoose. Let's define the cart item schema first. New mongoose.schema. First will be the product ID. Type will be object ID. Reference will be product model. Required is true. Name, image, price, size, color, and quantity. Type will be number. And default value will be 1. Will not require ID for this schema, so underscore ID will be false. After this, let's define the cart schema. New mongoose.schema. User. Type will be object ID. And reference will be user. Then we'll have the guest ID. Type will be string. Products. This will be array of cart item schema. Total price. Type will be number. required is true, and default value will be 0. Let's also add the timestamps. Export the model, mongoose.model, name it cart. For testing purpose, I want to clean the cart data whenever required. So let's add it to a cedar.js file. Rename it to cart. Add the delete many call. Now create a new file under the routes folder. Name it cart routes. Import the cart model. Also import the product model. Import the protect middleware. Let's declare the router instance. Our first route will be to create the cart. This will be a post request. URL will be /API/cart. Add the description. Add a product to the cart for a guest or logged in user. Access will be public. Router.post slash async function request and response. Let's destructure the request body. We'll have product ID, quantity, size, color, guest ID, and user ID. Add the try catch block. Let's get the product from the product ID. Await product.findById and provide the product ID here. If you do not find the product, let's return a status 404. Status is 404.json. Add the message. Product not found. Next, we need to determine if the user is logged in or guest. Add a constant cart. Await. We'll define a function getCart, which will take user ID and guest ID and provide us the cart information. Now this will be a helper function to get a cart by user ID or guest ID. Async, this will take user ID and guest ID. If the user ID is present, we'll query the cart using the user ID. cart.find1, user, provide the user ID. Else if guest ID is present, return, await, cart.find1 and provide the guest ID. Both user ID and guest ID is not present, then we'll return null. If the cart exists, we'll need to update it. Check for cart. We'll first find the product index. This will be equal to cart.products dot find by index p.product_id dot toString is equal to product ID and p.size is equal to size and p.color is equal to color. Now the reason why we want to check this index is because we need to make sure cart items will contain a unique combination of product ID, size and color. So let's say we have a product winter jacket that is of size M and color red. We can also have a winter jacket of size L and color yellow. So basically these are the variants of the products. So we need to check if that particular product is present in the cart. Now if that product is present, that is if product index is greater than -1, that means the product already exists. We can update the quantity. So cart.products provide the product index dot quantity. Now you can add the quantity here. Else the product is not present in the cart, so we can add the new product. Cart.products.push provide the product ID, name, this will be product.name, image, product.images, 0.url, price, product.price, size, color and quantity. Let's also calculate the total price. So cart.total price is equal to cart.products we'll use reduce here, which will take the accumulator and each item, accumulator plus item.price into quantity. Initial accumulator value will be 0. Finally, let's save the cart. We'll also need to return the response.status 200.json, pass the card. Else, we'll need to create a new card for guest or user. Constant new card is equal to await card.create user. Check for user ID. If it is present, we'll send the user ID, or undefined. Check for guest ID. If it is present, we'll pass the guest ID, or we'll create a new guest ID. This will have a format guest underscore and append the date dot get time. Next will be products. This will be an array. Provide product ID, name, image, product.images, first image dot URL, price, product.price, size, color, and quantity. Total price, product price, into quantity. Now return the response. Status will be 201.json new card. Let's log any error. Response.status 500.json message server error. Let's create a new collection for the card. First request will be for create. This will be a post request. URL will be /API/card. In the body, let's pass the product ID. Copy any one product ID from the products data. Paste it here. Next will be size, color, and quantity. Okay, so we have a 404 error. This is because we haven't added the cart route in the server file. Change this to cart. Add the API route for the cart. Resend the request. We have an error. Yeah, we have to export the router. Now we have 500 internal server error. Product ID is required. It looks like I have made a mistake in defining the schemas. Product ID looks fine. Products is using the cart item schema. Oh wait, this has to be cart schema. Now let's resend the request and you should see 201 response with guest ID generated. The product is added to the cart. Then we have the total price. So this looks good. Now that the entry is created, let's copy the guest ID and pass it in the request. Copy the product ID as well so that we can update the quantity. Size will be M. Color is red. Let's add the quantity of 2. And you can see the response with the updated quantity of 3. Let's also check the database. And you can see the quantity is 3. Let's also test the scenario where the logged in user adds to cart. Pass the user ID. For this, let's copy the user ID from the database. I'm not able to see the user ID getting updated. Right, this should be user and not user ID. Resend the request. And now you should see the user ID getting displayed in the response, meaning the logged in user is able to add to cart. Let's check the MongoDB Atlas. You can see the user field with the ID. Now that we are able to add to cart, we should also be able to update the cart. Let's add a product to the cart. When you open the cart drawer, you can see we have an option to update the quantity. For this, let's create a put request that will be able to update the quantity. Add round, put, URL will be /API/cart. Add the description. Update product quantity in the cart for a guest or a logged in user. Access will be public. Router.put / async function request and response. Let's destructure the request body. Product ID. quantity, size, color, guest ID, and user ID. Add a try catch block. Let cart is equal to await, call the getCartHelper method, pass user ID and guest ID. If the cart is not present, we'll respond with the status 404.json, add the message cart not found. Now let's get the product index. This will be equal to cart.products.findIndex p.productID.toString is equal to product ID and p.size is equal to size and p.color is equal to color. Now if we are able to find the variance of this product, then we can update the product. So if the quantity is greater than 0, cart.products product index dot quantity is equal to the quantity that we get in the request. Else, you'll need to remove the product if the quantity is 0. Cart.products will use the splice method, product index, comma 1. So this will basically remove the product if the quantity is 0. Let's update the total price. Cart.products, use the Redux method, accumulator, comma item, add the accumulator to the item price into item quantity. Let's also save the cart. We'll respond with status 200. .json cart. Else, respond with status 404. .json message product not found in cart. Let's also log any errors. Response.status 500.json message server error. Let's test the code by updating the latest entry in the card. I'll copy the raw data from the create request because we will need it for the put request. Create a new request under the card collection. Name it update. Request will be a put request. URL will be /API/card. Paste the copied raw data. So now if you see the database entry, you can see that we have quantity of 2 for our variant. We should be able to change this quantity using our put request. Let's change the quantity to 6. Let's also add the authorization header. Send the request, and we get a 200 response with the update quantity. Let's also confirm the same by checking the entry in the database. And we can see the quantity is updated to 6, which means our route is working fine. If I change the quantity to 0, it will remove the product from the card. So there is no product in the products field. Next, let's work on deleting the products from the card. Add route, delete, /API/card, add the description, remove a product from the card. Access will be public. Router.delete / async function request response. Let's destructure the request body, product ID, size, color, guest ID, and user ID. Add the try catch block. Let cart is equal to await. Call the helper function get cart. Pass user ID and guest ID. If the cart is not present, return response. Status will be 404.json message cart not found. Let's get the product index. This is equal to cart.products.findIndex p.productID to string is equal to product ID and p.size is equal to size and p.color is equal to color. If you find this product, then we'll simply remove it using the splice method. Cart.products.splice product index, 1. Let's also update the total price is equal to cart.products.reduce accumulator, item. Add the accumulator to item price into item quantity. Starting value will be 0. Let's save the cart. After this, let's respond with the status 200 .json cart. Else, return the status 404 with the message saying product not found in the cart. Log any errors and return a response .status 500 .json message server error. Let's test our route by deleting the latest entry in the cart. Add a new request. Name it delete. Select delete. URL will be API/cart. Add the authorization header. I'll copy the token from the upgrade request. Select the body. Let's copy the data from the upgrade request and paste it here. We don't require the quantity in this request. Let's verify if size and color are matching in the database entry. Let's send the request. And you can see the products field is an empty array. Let's also verify in the MongoDB Atlas. You can see products field is an empty array, which means our delete request is working as expected. So this way, if we click the remove link in the cart drawer, the product will get deleted from the database. Next, let's work on displaying the cart add route. This will be a GET request. URL will be /API/cart. Add the description, get logged in users or guest users cart. Add access. Access will be public. Router.get /async request and response. Get the user ID and guest ID from the request query. Add the try catch block, constant cart is equal to await, call the helper function getCart and pass it user ID and guest ID. Now if the cart is present, we'll respond with the cart information. .json cart. Else response.status 404.json add a message cart not found. Log any errors. Response.status 500.json message server error. Add a new request. Name it card details. Copy the authorization header. Inside the body, let's copy the user ID and paste it here. We are getting a message card not found, but we do have the card for the provided user ID. Oh wait, it is a GET request, so we need to pass it as query parameter. And now you can see the card details. So our GET request is also working as expected. Now the last thing to work on in the card route is the merge functionality. Let's go through the scenario where we will require this request. I'll add an item to the cart. Now you can see I have not logged in, so I'm acting as a guest user in this case. Let's add another product. Now to be able to check out, I'll need to log in. So let's enter the credentials. Once I sign in, I'm taken to the checkout page where I can see my card products. So we should be able to merge the guest user's card once the user logs in to ensure that the data is not lost. Add the route. This will be a post request. URL will be /API/cart/merge. Add the description. Merge guest cart into user cart on login. The access for this request will be private. Router.post. URL will be /merge. Call the product middleware. Async function. Request response. Get the guest ID from the request body. Add the try catch block. Now we'll need to find the guest card and the user card. So let's first find the guest card. Await. Card.findOne. And pass the guest ID. Next will be user card. And in this case, we'll have to pass the user ID. Request.user._ID. If the guest card is present, then we'll check if the products are present in the card. If the length is 0, we'll respond with the status 400. .json, and the message will say guest card is empty. Now, if the user card is present, we need to ensure that it gets merged with the guest card. So for this, we'll loop through the guest card products. And for each guest card item, We will check the product index. User.cart dot products dot find index. Check for item dot product ID dot toString is equal to guest item dot product ID dot toString and item dot size is equal to guest item dot size and item dot color is equal to guest item dot color. If the product index is greater than -1, that is, if the items exist in the user cart, update the quantity. User cart dot products product index dot quantity append the guest item dot quantity. Else, simply add the guest item to the cart. User dot cart dot products dot push guest item. Let's also update the total price. This is equal to user cart dot products, call the Redux method, accumulator item, add the accumulator, item dot price into item dot quantity. Initial accumulator value will be 0. Save the user cart. Next, we need to remove the guest cart after merging. Add the drag catch block, await, cart dot find one and delete, and pass the guest ID. Log the error if any. Error deleting guest cart. Let's also respond with status 200. .json and pass the user card. Else, if the user has no existing card, assign the guest card to the user. Guest card dot user is equal to request dot user dot underscore ID. Guest card dot guest ID should be undefined. Now save the guest card. Let's respond with status 200. .json, pass the guest card. Else, check for user card. If the guest card has already been merged, simply return the user card. Return response.status 200.json user card response.status 404.json. Message will say guest card not found. Log any errors. Response.status 500.json message server error. Now we have a lot of entries in the card collection. So to keep it simple, let's delete all the entries from here and start fresh. For this, we can simply run our cd script. Refresh the page. And the card collection is now empty. Open all products request. Resend the request. Because remember, our products are also repopulated, so the old IDs will not work. Enter product ID. Paste the ID that we copied earlier. Add size. Color. Quantity. Send the request. So we have added a product to the card. Copy the guest ID. Add a new request. Name it merge. This will be a post request. Open the body. Enter the guest ID. Paste the guest ID that we had copied earlier. Now, to be able to merge the guest card with a user, we'll require the auth token. Copy the token and add it in the header. Add URL/merge. Let's send the request. And we can see the user ID in the response. So basically, we started by adding a product to the card as a guest user, and later using the merge request, we are able to merge and link it to the user that gets logged in. And with this, the cart route is complete. Next, we'll work on the checkout routes. This section will have 3 routes. First route will be to create a checkout session. Second is the pay route. This route is for marking a checkout as paid. Third route handles the process of finalizing a checkout and converting it into a complete order. Let's look at flow to understand it better. I have added a few products to the cart. Let's click on checkout. Initially, users provide their shipping details and payment method to create a checkout session, which stores all relevant details like cart items, total price, and shipping address. When you click the Continue to Payment button, checkout gets created and the user can proceed to make a payment. After successful payment, the system will update the checkout to mark it as paid and saves the payment details such as transaction ID and amount. Finally, The checkout is finalized by converting it into a complete order. This way we have two schemas, checkout and the order schema in our database. Entry in order is only created if the payment was successful. What this means is checkout can have sessions that were not converted successfully to an order. These entries are useful for e-commerce companies because they can easily retarget these customers by providing them offers and converting them to customers in the future. With this approach, we also separate the orders from the rest of the data. Let's look at the checkout and order schemas. We'll first look at the checkout item schema. As the name suggests, this will contain the items in the checkout. The fields that it will have is product ID, which will be an object ID, which will have reference to the product model. Then we have basic informations like name, image, price, size, color, and quantity. After this, let's look at the checkout schema. Here we'll have the user reference. We'll also have checkout items, which will be an array of checkout item schemas. We'll have a shipping address, all the basic address informations like city, postal code, country, and then we have the payment method. In our case, it will be PayPal. Then we have total price is paid, which will indicate whether the checkout is paid. Paid at will be the time when the payment was done. Then we have payment status, payment details. These details will hold all the information that we get from the PayPal API. Is finalized, which will indicate whether the checkout has been converted to an order. Finalized at will be the date when the checkout was finalized. Just like the checkout schema, we'll also have the order schema. The first schema will be order item schema, which will contain individual items of the order. So this will also have the similar fields that the checkout item schema has. So we have all the fields like product ID, name, image, price, size, color, and quantity. After this, let's look at the order schema. So this will have a user reference, order item, which will be an array of order items, and all the information for shipping the product like address, city, postal code, and country. We'll also have payment method, total price, is paid, paid at. Then we have is delivered, which will indicate whether the order is delivered, and delivered at will be the date at which the order was delivered. Now you may find the data redundancy between the checkout and the order schema, but this is intentional. In businesses like e-commerce, auditing and reporting play an important role. So with structure like this, we are able to provide flexibility to e-commerce companies that need data integrity and traceability. Here, we are clearly separating the checkout process from the final order. And in this way, we are not polluting the order entries. We are also able to retarget the customers because of separation. And remember, historical data integrity is important in such apps. Updating the product details should not modify any old orders. So with this information, let's implement the checkout and order sections. Let's create a new file under the models folder. Name it checkout.js. Let's first import Mongoose. Require Mongoose. Define the checkout item schema. New mongoose.schema. Product ID. Type will be object ID. Reference will be product. And required will be true. Then we have name. Type will be string. Required true. Image. Type is string. And required is true. Then we will have price. Type is number. And required is true. For this schema, underscore ID will be false. After this, let's define the checkout schema. New mongoose.schema. User. Type will be object ID. Reference will be user model. Required. checkout items. This will be array of checkout item schema. Let's add the shipping address. Address. Type will be string. And required is true. Copy it and paste it 3 times. Next will be city, followed by postal code, and last we'll have country. Payment method. Type is string. Required is true. Total price. Type is number. Required true. Is paid. Type is boolean. Default value will be false. Paid at. Type is date. Payment status. Type is string. Default value will be pending. Next will be payment details. Type will be mixed. This is because it will store the payment related details like transaction ID and PayPal response. Is finalized. Type is boolean. Default value will be false. Finalized at. Type is date. Add the timestamps. Module.exports. Mongoose.module. Name will be checkout. This will be checkout schema. After this, let's also define the order model. Import Mongoose. Let's first define the order item schema. New Mongoose schema. Product ID. Type will be object ID. Reference is product. Required is true. Then add the name. Type is string. Required will be true. Copy it and paste it couple of times. Image. Price. Type will be number. Then we have size, color, last will be quantity, type is number, and required will be true. For this schema, underscore ID will be false. Next, let's add the order schema. New mongoose.schema. First field will be user, type will be object ID, reference will be user model, and required is true. Then we have order items. This will be array of order item schema. Then add the shipping address, address, type is string, required will be true. Copy it and paste it 3 times. City, postal code, and country. Next will be payment method, type is string, required is true. Total price, type number, required true. Is paid, type is boolean, default will be false. Paid at, type is date, is delivered, type is boolean, default value will be false. Delivered at, type is date, payment status, type will be string, default is pending. Last will be status, type is string, this will be an enum, values will be processing, shipped, delivered, and cancelled. Default value will be processing. Add the timestamp, model.exports is equal to mongoose.model. Model will be order and order schema. Next, let's create a new file under the routes folder. Name it checkout_routes.js. Import Express. Next, import the checkout model. Copy and paste it a few times. Next model will be cart. After this, we'll have the product model. And last will be order model. Let's also import the product middleware. Our first route will be to create the checkout session. This will be a post request. URL will be /API/checkout. Add the description. Create a new checkout session. Access will be private. Router.post / protect async function request and response. Okay, first we'll destructure the request body to get the required fields. Checkout items, shipping address, payment method, and total price. Now let's add a basic validation to check if there are any items in the checkout. If not checkout items, or checkout items.length is equal to 0. That is, if no items are present, we'll send a 400 status. Response.status 400.json. Message will say no items in checkout. Add the try catch block. We'll first create a new checkout session. Await checkout.create. Get user ID from the product middleware. Request.user._id. Then we'll add the items the user wants to purchase. Checkout items, shipping address, payment method, total price, payment status with default value pending, is paid, value will be false. Let's log a success message for debugging purpose. Checkout created for user and mention the user ID. After this, let's respond with a 201 created status and return the new checkout object. New checkout. Log any errors. Error creating checkout session. Send a 500 internal server error. Response.status 500.json message server error. After this, we'll also add the pay route. This will be a put request. URL will be /API/checkout/ID/pay. Add the description. Update checkout to mark as paid after successful payment. Access will be private. Router dot. It looks like I have not initialized the router, so let's do that. Router is equal to express dot router. This will be put request /ID/pay. Add the protect middleware, async function, request and response. First, we'll destructure the payment status and payment details from the request body. Add the try catch block. We need to find the checkout session by the ID passed in the URL parameter. Await checkout dot find by ID request.params.id. If the checkout does not exist, then let's return a 404 status. .json. Add the message. Checkout not found. We'll also check if the payment status is paid. If it is, mark the checkout as paid. Is paid is equal to true. Update the payment status to reflect the current state. We'll also store the additional payment details like transaction ID or payment method. We also need to record the time when the payment was made. So, paid at is equal to date.now. Let's save the updated checkout record to the database. We'll respond with the 200 status and update the checkout object. Status is 200.json. Checkout. Else, if the payment status isn't paid, return a 400 error with relevant message. .json message will say invalid payment status. Log ID errors. Respond to status 500.json. Server error. Next, we'll work on the finalize route. This will be a post request. URL will be /API /checkout /ID /finalize. Add the description. Finalize checkout and convert to an order after payment confirmation. Access will be private. Router.post. URL will be /ID /finalize. Add the product middleware, async function, request and response. Add the try catch block. Let's retrieve the checkout session using the ID provided in the URL parameters. Await checkout.findById. Request.parents.id. If the checkout session is not present, return a 404 status. Status will be 404.json. Message will say checkout not found. Let's check if the checkout is paid but not yet finalized. Checkout.isPaid and not checkout.isFinalized. If this is true, let's create the final order. Final order is equal to await order.create. Let's assign the user who completed the checkout to the order. Checkout.user. Copy the items from the checkout to the new order. Add the shipping address. Payment method. and total price from the checkout. In this case, is paid is true. Paid at checkout.paid at is delivered. This will be set to false. Payment status will set it to paid. Payment details, checkout.payment details. Now we need to mark the checkout as finalized to prevent duplicate orders. Checkout.isFinalized is equal to true. We'll also record the time. Date.now. Save the checkout. Once the order is finalized, let's delete the user's card to clean up. Card.find one and delete. Pass the user. Checkout.user. We can now return the newly created order as a response with a 201 status. .json final order. Else if checkout.is finalized, that is the checkout is already finalized, return a 400 status. .json message will say checkout already finalized. Else if the checkout hasn't been paid yet, return a 400 status. .json message will say checkout is not paid. Log any errors. Respond with 500 status. .json message server error. Let's include this file in the server.js file. Change the name to checkout routes. Add the API routes. URL will be /API/checkout. Now let's test our checkout routes. Add a new collection. Name it checkout. Add a new request. Name the request create. This will be a post request. URL will be /API/checkout. Let's add the header for authorization. Copy the token, authorization, paste the token, select the body. First will be checkout items, add product ID, paste any ID here. Next is name of the product, add image, next will be price, after this we'll also pass the shipping address, address, city, postal code, and country. You'll also need to pass the payment method. This will be PayPal, and last will be total price. Send the request, and we get the 201 response, which means we are able to create a checkout session successfully for the user. Let's also check the database for the entry. Everything looks good. Add another request for the second route. Name it pay. It will be a put request. URL will be /API/checkout/ID/pay. Copy the checkout ID from the database and paste it here. Let's also add the header. In the body, send the payment status. Value will be paid. We'll also pass the payment details. Transaction ID. Add a sample transaction ID here. Payment gateway. Value will be PayPal. Add the amount and the currency. Send the request. And we get a 200 response with the updated checkout entry. You can see the payment status is not paid. And also the payment details are reflecting. After this, let's test the finalized request. This request will create an order on success. Duplicate the pay request. Name it finalize. Add finalize. We have the header data. We don't require to send the body in this request. This will be a post request. Send the request. And you see a 201 response. Refresh the MongoDB Atlas page. And you can see a new order gets created. But the order items is empty. This should be checkout items. Send the request. Checkout already finalized. Okay, for testing the changes, let's set the is finalized to false. Now we have a server error. Order validation failed. Quantity is required. Fine. Let's send the quantity in the create request. Nope. This did not help. Looks like I have made an error in the model schema. I have missed adding the quantity field. So let's add it here. Type is number. Required is true. Resend the request. And we see the quantity in the response. Let's check the database for the entry. And we can see the checkout items. Quantity is also reflecting. Let's test the entire flow. Copy the checkout ID. Next will be pay request for this checkout. Paste the new ID. Send the request. And we can see the quantity. So this is working fine. Last will be finalized request. Paste the checkout ID here. Send the request. And now we see 201 success response and the quantity is also reflecting. Let's test the database for the order entry. So we can see the order is created successfully and order items is not empty anymore. So with this, we have completed the checkout route. Next, create a new file under the routes folder. Name it routes.js. Import Express. Also import the order model from the models folder. We will also require the protect middleware for these routes. Initialize the router. Express.router. Our first request will be to get all the orders for the logged in user. This will be a get request. URL will be /API/orders/myorders. Add the description. Get logged in users orders. Access will be private. Router.get. my orders, call the protect middleware, async function, request and response, add the try catch block. Now we'll fetch all the orders for the currently logged in user. The user's ID is available in the request.user._id. Await order.find user. The user's ID is available in the request.user._id. Sort created at -1. We'll sort this order by creation date, showing the most recent orders first. Once we have the orders, we'll send them back to the client as JSON. Log any errors. Response.status 500.json message will say server error. Next, let's create a route where users can retrieve the full order details. Get /API/orders/ID. Add description. Get order details by ID. Access private. Router.get ID. Call the protect middleware. Async function. Request and response. Add the try catch block. First, we'll attempt to find the order in the database using the ID from the router parameters. Await order.find by ID. Request.parents.id. We'll also populate the user field to include the user's name and email. Now let's check if the order exists. If no order is found, we'll send a 404 status. .json. Add the message. Order not found. If we successfully find the order, we'll send the full order details as the response. Let's log the error. Response.status 500.json. Message will say server error. Let's include this file in the server.js. Add the order API route. Change this to orders. Create a new collection. Name it orders. First request will be for my orders. URL will be /API/orders/myorders. Add authorization header. Send the request, and you can see a 200 response with all the orders of the user. Let's duplicate this request. Name it order details. URL will include an ID. Copy any one order ID. Paste it here. Send the request. And we get a 200 response with the order details. With this, we have completed the order routes. We'll also have a feature to upload images to the products in the admin section. For this, we'll be making use of the Cloudinary API. It is free to sign up for the developer's account. If you do not have an account, you can create a new account. And once you log in, you should see the Cloudinary console, something like this. If you click the View API keys, you can see the cloud name, API key, and API secret. We'll be making use of these credentials to access the Cloudinary API from our code. So let's open the .env file of the backend. Add a variable, Cloudinary_cloud name. Copy the cloud name and paste it here. Next is Cloudinary API key. Copy and paste it. Last will be Cloudinary API secret. Paste it here. Now we'll need a few packages in order to implement the upload feature. So let's install package Multer, Cloudinary, and Streamifier. Multer is used for handling file uploads and it stores them in the memory. Cloudinary package will help us communicate with the Cloudinary API, and Streamifier is used to convert chunks of data into streams, which is useful for streaming data to APIs like Cloudinary. Create a new file under the routes folder. Name it uploadroutes.js. Import Express. Import Multer. Next we'll import Cloudinary. Version 2. Streamifier. Required.env. Let's add the Cloudinary configuration. Cloudinary.config. Cloud name. Process.env. Cloudinary cloud name. Add the API key. And last will be API secret. Next, let's set up the multer. Storage is equal to multer dot memory storage. With this, we are telling the multer to store the uploaded files directly in the RAM as buffer objects rather than sending them to the file system. Upload can now be used as middleware to handle file uploads. Router.post / use the upload middleware. We want it to handle the upload of one file with the form field name image, which will be available as request.file. Add the try catch block. First, Let's check if the request contains a file. If no file is found, we'll respond with a 400 status. .json, add the message, no file uploaded. Now we'll define a helper function to handle the upload to Cloudinary. The function converts the file buffer into a readable stream and uploads it using Cloudinary's upload stream API. Promise, resolve, reject. Stream is equal to Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload stream. Upload stream allows us to stream the file directly. Result. If the upload is successful, resolve the promise with the result. Else, if there is an error, reject the promise with the error. Use Streamifier to convert the file buffer into a stream. File buffer and pipe it to Cloudinary. Let's call this stream upload function to upload the file. Await, stream upload, request dot, file dot, buffer. If the upload is successful, we'll respond with the secure URL of the uploaded image. Result dot secure underscore URL. Log any errors. Response.status 500.json. Message will say server error. Open the server.js file. Include the upload routes. URL will be /API/upload. Create a new collection. Name it upload. Add a request. Name it create. This is a post request. Add the URL. Upload. Add authorization header. Select the body. Then select the form data. Key will be image. Type will be a file. Select an image to upload. And send the request. We have an error. Router not defined. Okay. Open the upload routes. Define the router, express.router. Let's also export the router. Send the request. And you should see an image URL in the response. If you click the link, it will open the image that we had uploaded while making the request. And with this, we can use upload routes to upload any images in our app. In the footer section, we have a form for the user to subscribe to our newsletter. If you enter a valid email address and click the subscribe button, it displays successfully subscribed to the newsletter. So let's implement this request. Add a new file under the models folder. Name it subscriber.js. Import mongoose. Let's define the subscriber schema. New mongoose.schema. First field will be email. Type is string. Required will be true. It should be unique. Trim to and lowercase true. Next field will be subscribed at. Type will be date. Default value will be date.now. Module.exports. Mongoose.model. Subscriber. Subscriber schema. Create a new file under the routes folder. Name it subscriberout.js. Import express. Define the router object. Express.router. Import the subscriber model. Add route. Post request. URL will be /API/subscribe. Add the description. Handle newsletter subscription. Access will be public. Router.post. Subscribe. Async function. Request and response. Destructure email from the request body. First, let's check if the email field is provided in the request. If no email is provided, respond with the 400 status. .json. Add the message. Email is required. Add a try catch block. Now let's check if the email is already subscribed. Is equal to await subscriber.find1 email. If the email is already in the database, respond with the 400 status. .json message email is already subscribed. If the email is not subscribed, we'll create a new subscriber. New subscriber. Pass email. Save the subscriber to the database. Now respond with a success message. .status 201. .json. Add the message. Successfully subscribed to the newsletter. Log any error. Response.status 500. .json. Server error. Module.exports. Router. Open the server.js file. Include the subscribed routes. URL will be /API. Create a new collection. Name it subscribe. Add a request. This is a post request. Add the URL /API/subscribe. Select the body, then select raw. Enter the email. And send the request. We have an error. This should be subscribe route. Still there is an error. File name is incorrect. It should be subscribe route. Send the request. and you should see the message successfully subscribed to the newsletter. And with this, subscribe route is complete. Next, as an admin user, we should be able to create users from the admin panel. This will contain a form which requires name, email, password, and the role. We should also be able to update the role of any user. There should also be an option to delete the user. Create a new file under the routes folder. Name it admin routes. Import Express. Import the user model. We will require the protect and admin middlewares. Initialize the router. Express router. Let's create a route to retrieve a list of all users in the system. This will be a GET request. URL will be /API/admin/users. Add the description. Get all users. Admin only request. Access will be private admin. Router.get / call the protect middleware admin async function request and response. Add the try catch block. Fetch all users from the database. The find method with an empty object retrieves all the user entries. Let's respond with the list of users. Log any errors. Response of status 500.json. Message will say server error. Create a new collection. Name it admin user. Add a new request. Name it all users. URL will be /API/admin/users. Add the authorization header 404 not found. I need to export the router first. Include it in the server.js file. Name it admin routes. Let's add the admin routes below this. App.use API/admin/users. Admin routes. Resend the request. And now you can see an array of user objects. In our case, we have only one user which is displayed in the response. Add a route to allow admins to add new users. This will be a post request /API/admins/users. Add description. Add a new user. Access. Private and admin. Router.post /protect admin. Async function. Request and response. We'll destructure the user details from the request body. Name, email, password, and role. This is the information that we'll get from this form. Add the track hash block. First, let's check if there's already a user with the same email. User.findOne. Email. If the email is already taken, we'll send a 400 status. Response.status 400.json. Message will say user already exists. Next, let's create a new user. New user. User's name. Email. Password. Role. Default role is customer. Now let's save this user to the database. After this, we'll send a success message along with the user details. 201.json. Message will say user created successfully. Login error. Response.status 500.json. Message will say server error. Add a new request. Name it create user. URL will be /API/admin/users. Add the authorization header. Inside the body, send the name. Email. And password. Let's send the request. And we get a 201 create response with the new user details. Let's check if the entry is created in the database. This looks good. Alright, let's set up a route to let admin update user details like name, email, and role. Users/id. Add the description. Update user information. like name, email, and role. Access, private and admin. Router.put /id, protect, admin, async function, request and response, add the try catch block. First, let's find the user by their ID from the URL parameter. User.findById, request.params.id. If you find the user, let's update the details. Use the new data from the request body or fall back to their existing value. Copy and paste it twice. Second will be email and third will be role. Save the updated user back to the database. Once this is done, let's send a success message along with the updated user details. Message: user updated successfully. Send the user details. Updated user. Log any error. Response.status 500.json. Message will say server error. Duplicate the request. Name it updated user. This will be a put request. URL will be /API/admin/users. Add the authorization header. Inside the body, let's update the name and email. Send the request. 404 not found. ID is missing in our URL. Copy the user ID from the database. Paste it here. And we see the user entry with the updated information. Let's move on to the delete functionality next. Delete. URL will be /API/admin/users/ID. Add the description. Delete a user. Access. Private. Admin. Router.delete /ID. Protect. Admin. Async function. Request and response. Add the try catch block. First, let's find the user by ID from the URL parameters. User.findById. request.params.id. If the user exists, let's delete the entry from the database. User dot delete one. Let's send the success message to confirm the deletion. Add the message. User deleted successfully. Else, if the user isn't found, let's return a 404 status. .json. Add the message. User not found. Log the error. Response.status 500. .json. Add the message. Server error. Duplicate the request. It will be a delete request. Send the request. And you can see the delete message has response. Let's confirm if the entry is deleted from the database. And you can see only one admin entry is available, which means our delete route is working as expected. Next will be to list all the products in the admin section. For this, we'll create a new file under the routes folder. Name it productadminroutes.js. Import Express. Import the product model. We'll require the protect and admin middleware. This will be a GET request. URL will be /API/admin/products. Add the description. Get all products. Admin only. Access. Private. Admin. Router.get /protect admin. Async function. Request and response. Add the try catch block. Fetch all the products from the database. Await. Product.find. Empty object. Send the list of products back in response. .json products. Log the error. Response.status 500. .json. Message will say server error. Module.exports. Router. We'll also need to initialize the router. Express.router. Add the route in the server file. Name it product admin routes. Slash products. Add a new collection. Name it admin product. Add a request. Name it products. URL will be /API /admin /products. Add authorization header. Send the request. And you can see a 200 response with all the products. Next, let's work on the order management routes. In this section, we should be able to display all the orders store has received, along with the option to update the status. Create a new file under the routes folder. Name it admin order routes.js. Import Express. Import the order model. We'll be requiring protect and admin middleware. Initialize router. Express.router. Let's create a route that gives admin access to all the orders. This will be a GET request. URL will be /API /admin /orders. Add the description. Get all orders. Access. Private. Admin. Router.get /protect admin async function request and response. Add the try catch block. First, let's fetch all the orders from the database. We'll also include the user details, name and email by using the populate method. Once we have the data, let's send it back in the response. .json orders. Log the error. Response.status 500. .json message server error. Add a new collection. Name it admin orders. Add a new request. Name it orders. Add the authorization header. URL will be /API /admin /orders. Send the request. 404 not found. Module.exports router. Add the admin order routes in server.js file. Router is missing. This should be a GET request. And we see a 200 response with all the orders. Let's set up a route for admins to update the status of an order. Put request /API/admin/orders/id. Add the description. Update order status. Access. Private. Admin. Router.put /id. Protect. Admin. Async function. Request and response. Add the track hash block. First we'll find the order by its ID. Await. Order.findById. Request.params.id. Next, let's check if the order exists. Update the order status based on the request body. If the status is delivered, mark the order as delivered. Request.body.status is equal to delivered. Value will be true. Else, order.isDelivered. Next, let's set the delivery timestamp if the status is delivered. Request.body.status is equal to delivered. Then the value will be date.now. Else, order.delivered@. Save the updated order to the database. Await. Order.save. Send the updated order as response. If the order doesn't exist, send a 404 response. .json, add the message. Order not found. Log the error. Response of status 500.json. Message will say server error. Duplicate the request. Name it update status. This will be a put request. Add the ID. Let's update status to delivered. Send the request, and we can see the status of the order is updated to delivered. We can also test the other status of the orders. Change it to processing. We have an error. P should be capital. The status is now changed to processing. Lastly, let's create a route for deleting an order. Delete /API/admin/orders/id. Add the description. Delete an order. Access private admin. Router.delete/id protect admin async function request and response. Add the try catch block. First, let's find the order by its ID. Await order.findById request.params.id. Next, let's check if the order exists. If the order exists, delete it from the database. Order.delete1. Send a success message back to the client.json. Message will say order removed. Else, if the order doesn't exist, send a 404 response. Status 404.json. Message will say order not found. Log the error. Response.status 500.json. Message server error. Duplicate the update request. Name it delete. This will be a delete request. Send the request. And you should see the message order removed. Let's check the database. Entry is not available in the database. This means our route is working fine. Let's also delete this entry. Copy the ID, paste it here, refresh the page. And you should see the order collection is now empty. And with this, we have completed the backend implementation for our e-commerce application. We'll be making use of Redux to manage the state of our application. Since our application includes various features like authentication, cart, checkout, and more, we need a way to centralize some of our state to make it accessible throughout the application. Redux allows us to store and manage the shared states in an easy way. To use Redux, we'll make use of Redux Toolkit, which simplifies the setup process and provides powerful tools like create slice for managing state. We'll also need to make API calls to our Node.js server to fetch the required data. For this, we'll use the Redux Thunk middleware, which will help us in handling asynchronous requests to the server. Before we begin, let's install the packages. React Redux, Redux Toolkit, and Axios to make the API call to our server. In the Frontend source folder, Create a new folder Redux. This is where all our Redux code will reside. Inside this folder, create a new file. Name it store.js. Import configure store. This will help us set up the Redux store to manage the state in our app. Declare a store constant that will use configure store to create Redux store. Inside this, we'll pass the reducer object that will contain different functions of each functionality like user reducer and cart reducer. Export store. Next, let's create a slice folder. This folder will contain different functionality in separate files. First will be for authenticating the user. Name it auth slice. Import create slice to write reducers and actions. Create async thunk for asynchronous API calls. Import Axios from Axios. So first, let's get the user information from local storage. User from storage, local storage, dot get item, user info. If we find something, we'll parse it. JSON.parse, local storage, get item, user info. Otherwise, let's just set it to null. Now we need a guest ID. Let's check if there's already one in the local storage. If it's there, we'll get it. Local storage.get item, guest ID. Or if not, we'll generate a new one using the current timestamp guest underscore new date dot get time. And we'll save this guest ID back in the local storage for later use. Dot set item, guest ID, initial guest ID. Now let's set up our initial state for the authentication slice. Initial state, store the user we just got, user, user from storage. Include the guest ID, initial guest ID. By default, we are not loading anything. And let's also add an error state. Let's declare an async thunk that will handle the login process. Login user, create async thunk, auth/login user. This is the action type. Async, user data, reject with value, add the try catch block. Let's call the login API endpoint with the provided user data. Await axios.post, import .meta.env.with backend URL. Now we'll have to declare this constant in the .env file of the frontend folder. Our backend server is running on port 9000. User data, If the login works, save the user info in the local storage. Set item, user info, json.stringify, response.data.user. Also, save the user token for authentication purpose. .set item, user token, response.data.token. Finally, return the user object so that we can use it in our app. .data.user. Catch any error, reject with value, error.response.data. Copy and paste this function. Now let's handle registration. This async thunk will take care of registering new users. URL will be /register. It should be users. Let's create this slice. Create slice. We'll name this slice auth since it handles authentication. Let's use our initial state here. Here we'll declare the synchronous reducers. First, let's handle the logout state. Clear the user from the state and generate a new guest ID. Guest ID is equal to guest underscore new date dot get time. Let's not forget to clean up local storage. Remove item, user info, and user token. Save the new guest ID back into local storage. Guest ID, state.guest ID. Let's also add an action that generates a new guest ID anytime. Generate new guest ID, state, create a new guest ID and upgrade both state and local storage. Guest ID is equal to guest underscore new date dot get time. Local storage dot set item, guest ID, state dot guest ID. Now let's handle the external reducers for our async thunks. Builder, builder dot, when the login is pending, let's show a loading state. State.loading is equal to true. State.error is equal to null. Copy and paste it couple of times. Dot fulfilled. Loading will be false. Action.payload. Add action. If it fails, we'll stop the loading and set the error state. Action.payload. Message. Copy all the three add case. Rename it to register user. Alright, let's export the actions so we can use them in our components. Logout. Generate new guest ID is equal to auth slice dot actions. Finally, export the reducers so that it can be added to the Redux store. Open the app.jsx file. Import provider from React Redux. Also import store from the Redux folder. Let's wrap the content with the provider so that we can manage the state in the entire app. Pass the store. Paste this state below the browser router component. Open the login.jsx file. Import login user from the auth slice. We'll be making use of dispatch, so import it as well. We can remove the console log from the handle submit. Let's dispatch login user. Pass the email and password. There's an error. It looks like I have misspelled the Redux toolkit library. This should be Redux.js. Open the login page. Enter the email and password to test the functionality. Open the dev tool. Monitor the network tab for the request. Let's click the sign in button. And you can see the login request got fired. And we can see both token and user data. This looks good. Let's also check the local storage. And you can see the user info and user token. Looks like we have an issue. Store does not have a valid reducer. Okay, we need to add the use auth reducer. Add key auth. Value will be auth reducer. Refresh the page and we no longer see the error. Next, open the register.jsx file. Same process. Import register user. Initialize dispatch. Dispatch register user. Pass the name, email, and password. Open the register page. Enter name, email, and password. Let's inspect the request. And once again, you see the user object and token are available in the response. Let's also check the local storage. So our Redux integration is working fine. Let's also verify in the database for the new user entry. And we can see the user Bob is created in the users collection. Next, let's work on the product slice. Create a new file under the slices folder. Name it products slice.js. Import, create slice, create async thunk, import axios. Alright, create async thunk that will fetch products based on filters. Basically, these are the filters that this thunk will take care of. Export constant, fetch products by filters, create async thunk. Action type will be products slash fetch by filters. Async, add the parameters, collection, size, color, gender, minimum price, maximum price, sort by, search, category, material, brand, and limit. We'll use URL search params to build a query string dynamically. Query is equal to new URL search params. If collection, Append the collection. Copy and paste this a few times. Next will be size. After this we have color, gender, minimum price, maximum price, sort by, search, material, brand, and last will be limit. Now we can make the request to the backend with all these filters. Response is equal to await axios.get add the with backend URL /API /products. Add the query here, query.toString. Send back the data we get from the API. Response.data. Next will be a thunk to fetch details for a single product using its ID. Export const. Fetch product details. Create async thunk. Products / fetch products details. Async ID. Hit the API endpoint for the specific product and return the response. Await axios.get import meta env with backend URL /API /products /ID. Return response.data. After this, add a thunk to update an existing product. Export constant. Update product. Create async thunk. Products /update product. Async ID product data. Make a put request to update the product. Response is equal to await axios.put add the with backend URL /API /products /ID. Now add the product data. Add the authorization header. Authorization. Bearer. Local storage. .get item. User token. Return the updated product data. Response.data. Next, we will fetch similar products. This thunk fetches product related to given product ID. Fetch similar products. Create async thunk. Products. Fetch similar products. Async. ID. Call the API to get similar products and return the result. Await. Exes.get. Read backend URL. API slash products slash similar slash ID. Return the response. Let's set up the slice for managing product related state. Product slice. Create slice. Name the slice products. Add the initial state. Products. Empty array. This will store all the fetched products here. Selected product. Null. This will keep track of currently viewed product. Similar products. This will be an empty array. Loading false. Error null. Add filters. This will track the active filters for fetching products. Category. Size. Color. Gender. Brand. Minimum price. Maximum price. Sort by. Search. Material. And collection. Add reducers. First will be reducer to update the filters. Set filters. State in action. State.filters. State filters. And action.payload. This will merge the new filters with the current ones. Now add the reducer to clear all filters and reset them to default. Clear filters. State. Copy the filters and paste it here. Now handle the async thunk with extra reducers. Builder. Handle pending state when fetching the products with filters. Add case. Fetch products by filters. Dot pending. State. State dot loading is equal to true. State dot error is equal to null. fulfilled, add an action, loading will be false, state.products is equal to, check if the action payload is an array, action.payload, or an empty array. Let's also handle the errors, rejected, add action, loading will be false, state.error is equal to action.error.message. Copy and paste the add cases for fetch product details. State.selectedProduct is equal to action payload. Add cases for the update product. Add constant updated product. Action.payload. Now we'll find the product in the list and update it. State.products.findIndex product. Check for product underscore ID is equal to updated product dot underscore ID. If the index is not -1, then we can update that product. State.products index updated product. Next, let's add the add case for fetch similar products. Export the actions so component can use them. Set filters, clear filters, product slice dot actions. Export the reducer to be included in the store. Export default product slice dot reducer. Import product reducer in the store.js file. Looks like we are missing something in the product slice. We haven't handled category, so let's add it to query. After this, let's create a new file under the slice folder. Name it cart_slice.js. Import create slice and create a sync thunk. Import Axios. Add a function to load the cart from local storage if it exists. Load cart from storage. Add a constant stored cart. Local storage dot get item cart. Return the cart. If stored cart is present, parse the value of stored cart. Else, return the format, products, and an empty array. Add a function to save the card back to the local storage. Save card to storage. Card. Local storage dot set item card. JSON dot stringify card. Add a thunk to fetch the card. Const fetch card. Create async thunk. Card slash fetch card. Async. User ID and guest ID. Reject with value. Add a try catch block. Make a get request to get the card. Response is equal to await axios.get. Add the wheat backend URL. Slash API slash card. Pass the params, user ID and guest ID. Return the card data. Response.data. Log any error. Return. Reject with value. Error dot response dot data. Next, add thunk to add an item to the cart. Const add to cart. Create async thunk. Cart slash add to cart. Async. Product ID. Quantity. Size. Color. Guest ID. And user ID. Reject with value. Add a try catch block. Make a post request to add the item to the cart. Response is equal to await axios.post. Add the wheat backend URL slash API slash cart. Pass the parameters product ID, quantity, size, color, guest ID and user ID. Return the updated card data, response.data. Handle the error. Reject its value. Error dot response dot data. Add a thunk to update the quantity of an item in the cart. Update cart item quantity is equal to create async thunk cart slash update cart item quantity. Async function, product ID, quantity, guest ID, user ID, size, and color. Reject with value, add a try catch block, make a put request to update the quantity, response is equal to await axios.put, add the beat backend URL /API/cart, add all the parameters, return the updated cart data, response.data, handle the error, reject with value, error.response.data. Now remove an item from the cart, const remove from cart, create a sync thumb, cart, remove from cart, async, product ID, guest ID, user ID, size, and color. Reject with value, add a try catch block, use the delete method to remove the item from the cart. Response is equal to await axios method will be delete URL, add the beat backend URL /API/cart, pass the data, return the updated cart data, response.data. Handle the error, reject with value, error.response.data. And finally, merge a guest cart into a logged in user cart. Const merge cart, create a sync thumb, cart/merge cart, async, parameters will be guest ID and user, reject with value, add a try catch block, add a post request to merge carts, response is equal to await axios.post, add the beat backend URL /API/cart/merge, add the parameters, guest ID and user. We'll also require the authorization headers, authorization, bearer, local storage dot get item, user token. Return the merged cart data, response.data, Handle the error. Reject with value. Error.response.data. Now create the card slice to manage the card related stuff. Card slice. Create slice. Name this slice cart. Add the initial state. Cart. Load card from storage. This will load the card from local storage initially. Loading is false. Error null. Add radiuses. Clear the card completely, both in state and local storage. State. State.card. Products. Empty array. Local storage. Dot remove item. Card. Handle all the async thunk actions. Extra reducers. Builder. Builder.add case. Fetch card.pending. State. State loading will be true. State error null. Copy and paste it couple of times. Next will be fetch card.fulfilled. Add an action. Loading will be false. State.card is equal to action.payload. Now save the fetch card to local storage. Save card to storage. Action.payload. Fetch card.rejected. Add action. Loading will be false. Error will be action.error.message or fail to fetch card. Copy all the three add cases. Paste it. Change the name to add to cart. Action.payload dot message failed to add to cart. Paste the add cases again. Change the name to update cart item quantity. Action.payload dot message failed to update item quantity. Paste the add cases again. This will be for remove from cart. Action payload dot message failed to remove item. Paste the add cases. Rename it to merge cart. Action payload message failed to merge cart. Export the action to clear the cart. clear cart is equal to cart slice dot actions. Export the cart reducer to be added to the Redux store. Default cart slice dot reducer. Import cart reducer. Add it to the reducer object. Key is cart. Value cart reducer. Create a new file under the slices folder. Name it checkout_slice.js. Import create slice and create a async thunk. Import Axios. Declare a thunk to handle the creation of a checkout session. Create checkout. Create async thunk. Name of the action will be checkout slash create checkout. Async checkout data. Reject with value. Add a try catch block. Make a post request to the backend. Response is equal to await axios.post. Add the beat backend URL API/checkout. Pass the checkout data. This will be the data we are sending, like shipping and cart info. Include the user tokens in the headers for authentication. Headers, authorization, bearer, local storage, .get item, user token. Return, response.data. Handle the error, return, reject with value, error dot, response dot, data. Now let's set up the slice to manage the checkout state. Checkout slice, create slice, name this slice checkout, add the initial state, checkout will be null, loading false, and error null. Reducers, this will be empty because we are not adding any standard reducers here. Extra reducers, builder, dot add case, create checkout, dot pending, state, state dot loading is equal to true, state dot error is equal to null. Copy and paste it couple of times. Fulfilled, add action, loading will be false, Third will be rejected. Add action. Loading is false. Error. Action.payload message. Finally, we'll export the reducer so we can include it in the store. Checkout slice dot reducers. This will be state.checkout. Import the checkout reducer. Key will be checkout. Value will be checkout reducer. Create a new file under the slices folder. Name it order slice. Import create slice and create async thunk. Import Axios. Add async thunk for fetching all the orders of the logged in user. Const fetch user orders. Create async thunk. Action type orders / fetch user orders. Async. Add underscore. Since there is no first parameter for this request, so we can add an underscore here. Reject with value. Add a try catch block. Make a get request to fetch the user orders. Response is equal to await axios.get. Add the beat backend URL. /API /orders /myorders. Now include the user token in the headers to authenticate the request. Authorization, bearer, local storage dot get item, user token, return response.data. Handle the error, reject with value, error dot response dot data. Add another thunk to fetch the details of a specific order by its ID. Export constant, fetch order details, create a sync thunk. Action type will be orders / fetch order details. Async, order ID, reject with value, add a try catch block, make a get request to get the details of the order. Response is equal to await axios.get. Add the beat backend URL /API /orders and order ID. Again, use the user token for authentication. Headers, authorization, bearer, local storage dot get item, user token. Return the response. Handle the error. Reject with value. Error dot response dot data. This should be order ID. Now let's create this slice to manage all the state related to orders. Create slice. Name this slice orders. Add the initial state. Orders will be empty array. Total orders will be 0. Order details null. This will store the details of a single order. Loading will be false. Error, null. Radius, this will be empty. Extra radius, builder. Handle the different states of async things. First, let's deal with the fetching all orders. Add case. Fetch user orders. Dot pending. State. State dot loading will be true. State error will be null. Copy and paste it couple of times. Next will be fulfilled. Add action. Loading will be false. State.orders is equal to action.payload. Third will be rejected. Add action. Loading will be false. Error. Action.payload.message. Paste the add cases. Now let's handle fetching the details of a specific order. Rename it to fetch order details. Finally, we'll export the reducer to include it in the Redux store. Order slice dot reducer. Import order reducer. Add it to the reducer object. Next, create a new file for the admin slice. Import create slice and create async thunk. Import Axios. First, we'll fetch all the users. Fetch users is equal to create async thunk. Action type will be admin/fetch users. Async function. Response is equal to await axios.get. Add the backend URL /API/admin/users. Add the authorization header. Bearer. Local storage dot get item user token. Return response.data. Add the create user action. Create async thunk. Action type admin/add user. Async. Pass the user data. Second parameter will be reject with value. Add the try catch block. Response is equal to await exhaust.post. Add the beat backend URL /API/admin/users. Pass the user data. Add the authorization headers. Bearer. Local storage. .get item. User token. Return response.data. Handle the error. Reject with value. Error.response.data. Next, let's update the user info. Function name will be update user. Create async thunk. Action type admin/update user. Async. This will take ID, name, email, and role. Response is equal to await exhaust.put. Add the beat backend URL /API/admin/users, and last will be ID. Pass the data, name, email, and role. Headers, authorization, bearer, local storage, .get item, user token, return, response data. Last will be deleting the user. Const delete user. Create async thunk. Action type admin/delete user. Async. This will take ID. Await exhaust.delete. Add the beat backend URL API/admin/users. Last will be ID. Add the headers, authorization, bearer, local storage, .get item, user token. Return the ID. Admin slice is equal to create slice. Name of the slice will be admin. Add the initial state. Users will be an empty array. Loading false. And error null. Reducers will be empty. Add the extra reducers. Builder. Add case. Fetch users. Dot pending. State. State dot loading is true. Copy and paste it a couple of times. Next will be fulfilled. Add action. Loading is false. State.users is equal to action payload. Third will be rejected. Action. Loading is false. And state.error is equal to action.error.message. Add case. Next will be update user. Handle the fulfilled case. State and action. Add a constant update user. This will have the action.payload. Now let's find the user that needs to be updated. State.users dot find index user user dot underscore id. Check if it is equal to update age user dot underscore id. If the user index is not -1, then we'll update that user. State.users user index is equal to updated user. Add a case for delete user dot fulfilled. State and action. State.users is equal to state.users dot filter. Check for the user underscore id is not equal to action.payload. This way we can delete the user. Add case for add user dot pending. State. State.loading is true. Error is null. Copy and paste it a couple of times. Next case will be fulfilled. Add action. Loading will be false. And add a new user to the state. State.users.push action.payload.user. Next will be rejected. Loading is false. Error is equal to action.payload.message. Export default. Admin slice.reducers. Import the admin reducer. Add it to the reducer object. Next, create a new file for the admin product slice. Import create slice and create async thunk. Import Axios. First will be async thunk to fetch admin products. Constant fetch admin products. Create async thunk. Action type admin products slash fetch products. Async. Response is equal to await axios.get. Add the beat backend URL. There are many requests in this reducer, so let's add a constant API underscore URL. This will reduce typing the entire environment variable. Add the URL slash API slash admin slash products. Add headers. Authorization. We'll also add the user token. Return response dot data. Next will be async function to create a new product. Constant create product. Create async thunk. Action type admin products slash create product. Async. This will take product data. Response is equal to await axios.post. Add the API URL slash API slash admin slash products. Pass the product data. Add headers. Authorization. User token. Return response.data. Next will be async thunk to update an existing product. Const update product. Create async thunk. Admin products slash update product. Async. This will take ID and product data. Response is equal to await axios.put. Add the API URL slash API /admin /products /id. Pass product data. Headers. Authorization. User token. Return response.data. Add an async thunk to delete the product. Constant delete product. Create async thunk. Admin products /delete product. Async. This will take ID. Await axios.delete. API URL. Headers. Authorization. User token. Return the ID. Constant. Admin product slice. Create slice. Name this slice admin products. Add the initial state. Products will be empty array. Load in false. And error null. Radiuses will be empty. Add extra radiuses. Builder. Builder.addCase. Fetch admin products. Pending. State. State.loading is equal to true. Copy and paste it a couple of times. Next will be fulfilled. Add action. Loading will be false. State.products is equal to action.payload. Next will be rejected. Loading will be false. And state.error is equal to action.error.message. Add case for create product. Fulfilled. State. Action. In this case, we can just push the action payload. So state.products.push action payload. Next, add case for update product. Fulfilled. State. Action. Find the product to be updated. Index is equal to state.products dot find index product product dot underscore id is equal to action dot payload dot underscore id. If the index is not -1, get the product state.products index and assign it action.payload. Last will be delete product, add case, delete product dot fulfilled state action state.products filter the product, check if the product dot underscore id is not equal to action.payload. Export default, admin product slice dot reducer. Import admin product reducer. Add it to reducer object. Next, create a new file for the admin order slice. Name it admin order slice.js. Import create slice. Create async thunk. Import Axios. Fetch all orders. Constant fetch all orders. Create async thunk. Action type admin orders slash fetch all orders. Async. Add the underscore for no parameters. Reject with value. Add the try catch block. Response is equal to await axios.get. Add the bit backend URL slash API slash admin slash orders. Add the headers, authorization, bearer, local storage dot get item, user token. Return the response. Handle error. Return reject with value. Error dot response dot data. Copy the thunk and paste it here. This will be for updating the order delivery status. Change the name to update order status. Update order status. Add ID and status. Pass the status, copy this thunk, add this for deleting an order, name will be delete order, ID, we don't require the response, dot delete, return ID. We don't require to pass the status, so delete it. Create the admin order slice, create slice, name this admin orders, initial state, orders empty array, total orders 0, total sales 0, loading false, and error null. Add reducers, this will be empty. Add extra reducers, builder, fetch all orders, dot add case, fetch all orders, dot pending, state, loading is true, and error is null. Copy and paste it a couple of times. Next will be fulfilled. Add action. Loading is false. State.orders is equal to action.payload. State.totalorders is equal to action payload dot length. Now we'll calculate the total sales. Add variable total sales. This will be action.payload. Use the reduce method. We'll have accumulator and order. Return the addition of accumulator with order.totalPrice, and accumulator's initial value will be 0. So state.totalSales is equal to total sales. Next will be rejected. Loading will be false. State.error is equal to action.payload.message. After this, add case for update order status. Update order status dot fulfilled state action. Add a constant updated order. This will be equal to action.payload. Now find the order that needs to be updated. Order index is equal to state.orders.findIndex. Order. Check for order underscore id is equal to updated order dot underscore id. If order index is not equal to -1, then get that order, state.orders, order index, and assign it the updated order value. Last will be to delete an order. Add case, delete order dot fulfilled, add action, state.orders, we'll use the filter method. Check if the order underscore id is not equal to action.payload. Export default, admin order slice dot register, import admin orders register, add it to the reducer object. Now that we have implemented Redux, let's integrate frontend with the backend. First, let's work on getting the new arrivals data. Open the new arrivals component. Let's delete the new arrivals variable. Add a state variable new arrivals. Is equal to useState, empty array. Add an use effect. Add a function to fetch new arrivals. This will be an async function. Add the try catch block. Response is equal to await axios.get. Add the with backend URL. /API /products /new arrivals. Set the new arrivals to response.data. Log any errors. And call the fetch new arrivals function. Dependency will be an empty array so that it gets called on the page load. For the scroll logic, add the new arrivals dependency. The data is not updated. We have an error. Axios is notified. Import Axios. Refresh the page. And you can see the products getting populated. Since we are using Pixum API, it will generate random images, which can be difficult to test for some cases. If you open the products.js file, which is used for seeding the data, you can see the URL of Pixum API. If you would like to add images of your choice, you can update the URL here and repopulate the data. I have upgraded the products.js file to save us some time. So I'll run the seeder script to update the products images. This step is optional if you're comfortable with the Pixum images. I'll refresh the page and we can see the updated images getting displayed. Next, let's work on the bestseller and also getting the top wear category for women. Open the home component. Remove the placeholder products. We'll be making use of the useDispatch hook. Import it from React Redux. Let's get the products, loading and error states using the useSelector hook that allows us to access data from the Redux store. State.products. Remember the products are available in our product slice. Add a constant for bestseller product. Use the useState hook. Default value will be none. Add a use effect. Let's fetch the product of specific collection. UseDispatch. Call the fetch products by filters. And pass gender, women. Category in our case will be bottom wear. And limit it to 8 products. After this, let's fetch the bestseller product. Bestseller is equal to async function. Add the try catch block. Response is equal to await axios.get. Add the beat backend URL /API/products/bestseller. Now set the bestseller product to response.data. Log any errors. Call the fetch bestseller function. The dependency will be dispatch. Now let's add a condition here. If the bestseller product is present, then we'll call the product details component, pass the product ID. ID value will be bestseller product dot underscore ID. Else, add a paragraph which says loading bestseller product. Add class text center. Remove the placeholder products from here and replace it with products. Also, pass loading an error. Open the product grid. Add the loading and error props. If loading, return a paragraph which says loading. If there is an error, return, add paragraph, error, and display the error. Let's also update the product details component. Delete the selected product and similar products constant. Pass product ID prop. Get the ID from use params. We'll be making use of use dispatch hook. Destructure selected product, loading, error, similar products from use selector, state, state.products. Let's also get the user ID and guest ID. From use selector, state, state.auth. Declare a constant product fetch ID. This will be equal to product ID or the ID in the parameter. Add a use effect. If product fetch ID is present, dispatch, fetch product details, and pass product fetch ID. Let's also dispatch the similar products. Pass the ID, product fetch ID. Dependency will be dispatch and product fetch ID. Remove the set timeout logic that we had written earlier. Add dispatch. Call the add to cart from cart slice. Pass product ID. This will be product fetch ID, quantity, size, value will be selected size, color, selected color, guest ID, user ID, if the user is present, user._ID. User is not getting recognized. This should be user. Dot then toast.success, product added to the cart, Duration will be 1 second. Dot finally. Set is button disabled to false. Check for the loading condition. Return a paragraph which says loading. If there is an error, return a paragraph with text error and the error message. It looks like we have an error. Cannot read properties of null. This is because we need to ensure that the selected product is available first. Add the condition here. And now we can see the home page. The data isn't getting loaded correctly. Let's add loading and error for the similar products grid. Let's check the product slice code. The first similar thing is calling the right URL to get the data. The issue is here. In the fulfilled case, we need to assign action payload to similar products. This should be equal to, and now we can see the data is getting uploaded correctly. Let's also test the add to cart functionality. Select color and size, add to cart. The cart drawer will not show the added product because we haven't implemented it yet, but we can test this request in the developers tools. For this, let's install the Redux dev tools to check the state. Add the extension if you do not have it installed. Inspect the page. You should see the Redux option. Refresh the page. And you can see all the action types here. We'll need to add to cart again to see it in action. Here, you have the add to cart fulfilled action. In this, you can see the cart data with the added product and other information. This confirms that our code is working as expected. Let's also test the individual product route. Now, let's work on populating the collection page. Open the collection page. Destructure collection parameter from useParams to get the collection name. Let's also add a search param that uses use search params to read the query parameter in the URL. Use the use dispatch hook. get products, loading, and error from use selector, state, state.products. Declare constant query parameter. This will convert the URL query parameters into an object. Object.from entries, array, search params. Add the use effect. Dispatch fetch products by filters. And pass it collection along with query parameters. Dependency will be dispatch, collection, and search params. Remove the use effect, which uses set timeout to populate the dummy products. Add loading and error. And with these changes, you can see the products getting displayed on the collection page. Let's also test the filters. When I select women, we can see only the women collection. Test the price range. Topware, bottomware. Test the sizes. This looks good. Navigations link aren't working. Open the navbar component. Add the links here. Gender is equal to men. Copy it. Third link will be for category. Software. Copy the link. Change to bottomware. Women link isn't working. Add gender women. This is working fine now. Let's also test the mobile view. We need to update it separately. Paste the link here. Second is the gender women. Category topware. Bottomware. Fine. This is working now. After this, let's work on the cart functionality. Open cart drawer component. Get the user and guest ID from the auth slice. Use the use selector. state, state.auth. You'll also get the card from the card slice. Declare a constant user ID. Check if the user is present. If it is present, we'll assign the user._id to it. Else, assign the value null. Add the navigation /login. Add the parameter redirect is equal to checkout so that we can take user to the checkout page once they log in. Else, navigate to the checkout. Check if the card is present and it contains products. If it is true, we can display the card contents component. Pass card, user ID, and guest ID. Else, add a paragraph. Your cart is empty. Copy the condition. And paste it where we are displaying the checkout button. Copy the button and the paragraph tag. Paste it here. Let's update the card content. Remove the hard-coded values. Accept props. Cart, user ID, and guest ID. Use the dispatch hook. First, we'll need to handle the adding or subtracting to cart. Add the function handle to cart. Product ID. Delta. Basically, delta will be the value that the user can add or subtract from the cart. At a time, user can add or subtract quantity 1. So the value of delta will be 1 for addition and -1 for reducing the quantity. Add the quantity, size, and color. Add a constant new quantity. This is equal to quantity plus the delta value. If the quantity is greater than or equal to 1, then we'll dispatch update cart item quantity and pass it product ID, quantity with the new quantity, guest ID, user ID, size, and color. In the handle remove from cart, dispatch remove from cart from the cart slice, pass it product ID, guest ID, user ID, size, and color. Change this to cart.products. Let's also update the plus and minus buttons. Add the on-click event. Call the handle to cart function. Pass the product ID. Delta value will be -1 in this case. Product.quantity, product.size, and color. Copy and paste it for plus button. For plus button, value will be 1. Also add on-click event for remove button. Handle remove from cart. Pass the product ID. Size and color. Let's also work on updating the count that you see above the cart icon. Open the navbar component. Look for the shopping bag icon. Value 4 is what getting displayed on the cart icon. Get cart from the cart slice. Use the use selector hook. State. State.cart. Declare a variable cart item count. Cart.products. Add the Redux method. This will take total as the accumulator and product. Add the total to the product.quantity. And the initial value of the accumulator will be 0. If the products are not present, the value will be 0. Add a condition. Cart item count is greater than 0. Then display this span here. Change the value to cart item count. And now you can see value 2 because we have already added a few items earlier. Let's add another item. And you can see the count is increased to 3. But our cart is still showing as empty. Yes, here is the problem. This should be state.cart. And now you can see all the products in the cart drawer. Let's delete all the items. This is working fine. Add an item again. Increase the quantity. And the same should get reflected in the cart count. Now let's work on search bar. Open the searchbar.jsx file. Use the use dispatch hook. Let's also declare navigate that will use the use navigate hook. Dispatch. Call the set filters and pass search and pass the search term. We'll also need to call the fetch products by filters. Pass the search key. Value will be search term. After this, navigate to the collection page with the search term. Collections /all search is equal to Add the search term. Let's test this out. Now you can see the URL is updated to have the search query. And the results are also updated to show only items that are tops. You can also sort and filter on the search results. After this, let's work on the authentication process. When I enter the details, it should log the user. Open login.jsx. Use the use navigate hook. We'll also be using use location hook. This is to check the URL for certain value and redirect them if needed. Get the user and guest ID. Let's also get the cart. The first thing will be to get the redirect parameter, and we'll also check if it is checkout or something else. Redirect is equal to new URL search params, pass location.search dot get redirect or the home page. Add a constant is checkout redirect. Check if the redirect dot includes checkout. Add a use effect. If the user is present, then check if the cart has any products. And also check if the guest ID is present. So in this case, we'll have to merge the guest products with the user products. Merge cart, guest ID, and pass the user dot. Then navigate. If the is checkout redirect is true, then we'll take the user to checkout page, or else we'll take them to the home page. Else, copy and paste it here. Dependency will be user, guest ID, cart, navigate, is checkout redirect, and dispatch. Update the URL to have the redirect parameter. Value will be encoded URI component. Pass the redirect. So this will basically encode our string to a valid URI. Now you can see we are taken to the home page. Open the profile page. We'll need to update this page to show the details of the logged in user. However, to verify the login, change the URL to login. And you should see we are redirected to the home page, indicating that we are logged in. Open the console. Let's check the local storage, and you should see the user info along with the user token. Clear the storage. Now visit the login page. We get the sign in form. Enter the details. Sign in. Nothing is happening. Let's check the auth slice to see if we are missing something. Code looks good. Fulfilled. Okay, this should be state.user. Login again. And we are now taken to the login page. After this, let's work on the profile page. Get the user from the auth slice. Use selector. State.auth. Let's also use the use navigate. And use dispatch hook. Add an use effect. If the user is not logged in, navigate to the login page. Dependency will be user and navigate. Add a function to handle logout. Dispatch logout. And also dispatch clear cart. Navigate to the login page. Add event listener to logout button. On click. Handle logout. Change the name. This will be user.name. And here we'll have user.email. Navigate to the profile page and you should see the logged in user details. Click on the logout button and we are taken to the login page. Next, let's work on registering the users. Open login component. Copy the entire logic. Open registration component. Paste it here. Ensure that the hooks get imported. Use effect. Update the login URL. /login. Redirect. Encode URI component and pass the redirect. Enter the details. Nothing happens. Open the console. Use navigate is not defined. But we have already done it. Refresh the page. Log out. Enter new details. Well, still nothing is happening. Let's check the auth slice. Again, this should be state.user. Log out, enter the details, and now we are able to register a new user. Let's test the merge functionality. Ensure you are not logged in. Click checkout. It is asking us to log in. Enter the details. And now we are taken to the checkout page. We'll work on updating the checkout entries later. Let's log out so that we can also test the registration flow. Add an item to cart. Click on register this time. Enter the details. Looks like we have an error. Merge cart is not defined. Import merge cart from cart slice. And you can see that we are redirected to the checkout page. Next, let's work on the checkout page. Add the dispatch. Let's get the cart. Loading. An error. From the cart slice, use selector. State.cart. Let's also get the user. Use selector. State. State.auth. Now we need to ensure that the cart is not loaded before proceeding. Add a use effect. Check if the cart is not empty. You'll also have to ensure that the cart contains some products. If the cart is empty and does not contain any products, we'll navigate the user to the home page. Add the dependency, cart, and navigate. In the handle create checkout, check if cart and cart.products length is greater than 0. Add response, dispatch, create checkout, pass the checkout items. This will be from the cart.products. Add the shipping address. Payment method will be PayPal. Let's also pass the total price. This will be cart.total price. If we get the response and it contains an underscore ID, Then we'll set the checkout ID to the response dot payload dot underscore ID. Handle payment success will be an async function. Add a try catch block. Response is equal to await axios.put. Add the with backend URL /API /checkout /pay. The data will contain the payment status, value will be paid, and also pass the payment details. Add the headers, authorization, bearer, local storage dot get item, and pass the user token. If response status is 200, await, handle finalize checkout, and pass the checkout ID. Else, log the error. In the catch block, log the error. Remove the navigate code from here. Add a function to handle finalize checkout. This will be an async function. This will take a checkout ID. Add a try catch block. Response is equal to await axios.post. Add the with backend URL /API /checkout, checkout ID /finalize. Will not be passing any data for this request. Add the headers, authorization, bearer, local storage dot get item, user token. If response status is 200, navigate to the order confirmation page. Else, log the error. If loading, return a paragraph which says loading cart. If there is an error, return a paragraph which says error and display the error. If the cart is empty, that is, if the cart is not present or there are no products in the cart, and the card.products length is 0. Then return a paragraph which says your cart is empty. We have hard-coded the amount value that is passed to the PayPal button. This should be cart.total price. Also change the value of the email. If the user is present, value will be user.email. So we have email order summary getting populated. Let's test the payment process. Fill the details. Click the continue to payment button. Looks like we have an error. These are previous errors. So refresh the page. Fill the form. Still nothing is happening. Let's check if the request is getting fired. It looks like the request and response are working as expected. Let's check the handle create checkout on submit. Well, this should be an async function. Click the button and we can see the PayPal buttons. Let's make the payment using the sandbox account. Complete the purchase. It's not working. There is a 404 not found error. We haven't passed the checkout ID. Let's make the payment again. Well, this did not help. I'm not sure what is the issue here. This is where the error is. Now we are able to hit the pay request, so it means we are able to capture the payment successfully. However, we are not able to navigate to the order confirmation page. Let's check the database. So we can see the order is getting created. So we are almost there. Now I get it. This is how we are supposed to handle the response if we are using fetch. But in our case, we are using Axios library. So we don't require to add this check. Same goes for the handle finalize checkout. Let's remove it. Let's try again. And now we can see the order confirmation page as expected. Now there is one thing that I want to take care of. In PayPal button component, we are sending the amount directly like this. But let's ensure that we pass the float values to have proper decimal precision. This way, we'll avoid any decimal precision error that can get encountered when using PayPal payment method. Let's retest the checkout and payment process one last time to see if our changes aren't causing any issue. fill the form, make the payment, and yes, the flow is working as expected. Let's work on the order confirmation page next. Open the order confirmation page, remove the hard-coded value. We'll use the use dispatch hook here. Let's also declare a constant navigate. This will use the use navigate hook. Get the checkout from the checkout slice. Use selector, state, state.checkout. Now we need to clear the cart when the order is confirmed. For this, add a use effect. Add a condition, checkout and checkout._id. If they are present, dispatch clear cart. Also remove the cart from the local storage. Else, navigate to the My Orders page. Add the dependency checkout, dispatch and navigate. And we can see the data is getting populated on the orders confirmation page. Next, let's work on the My Orders component. When you click any order in the list, it should take you to the order details. So let's work on populating both the pages. Open the My Orders page. Remove this use effect which contains the hard-coded value. We also don't require the order state variable. Let's make use of the use dispatch hook. Let's get the orders loading an error from the orders slice. Use selector, state, state.orders. Add a use effect and dispatch fetch user orders so that we can get all the orders. Dependency will be dispatch. If loading, return, add a paragraph which says loading. If there is an error, return a paragraph, error, and display the error. The page is not loading. Orders.map is not a function. This is where we get the orders. So let's open the order slice. Fetch user orders. There is a typo, let's fix it. Refresh the page. And we can see all the orders of the user. Next, let's work on the order details page. Let's remove the use effect that contains the hard-coded value. Order details state is not required. Use the use dispatch hook. Get the order details, loading and error. Use selector, state.orders. Add the use effect and dispatch fetch orders details and pass the order ID. Dependency will be dispatch and the ID. If loading, return paragraph loading. If there is an error, return a paragraph with the error. With these changes, you can see the order details now populated with the data from the backend. Quantity has a dollar symbol, so let's fix this. Remove the dollar sign. Now we can see the date isn't getting displayed. Same is the case with the My Orders page. This code looks fine. Let's check the database to see what is getting stored in the date field. Well, we don't have a create add field here. So let's check the orders model. Okay, this should be timestamps. So we'll have to place a new order in order to check the changes that we have made. Now we can see the date is getting populated correctly. Size and color for the ordered product isn't getting displayed. So let's see what is the issue here. Let's check the database. So the order item does not contain the size and the color information. Let's verify the checkout items. Checkout items also does not contain this information. Let's check the checkout slice. I don't think there is an issue with the code here. Let's check the checkout component. This is where we are sending the checkout items, which looks fine. Let's check the model to see if we are missing anything. Okay, so we are not saving the size and color fields, so that is why they are not getting saved. Add size, also the color. Let's place a new order. And now you can see both color and size visible. If I click the admin button, it takes me to the admin section. But the current customer that is logged in is not an admin user. Let's verify this in the database. So you can see the role is customer. In order to restrict the access, let's create a protected route. Inside the common folder, create a new file. Use the RAFC snippet. Add the children and role props. Get the user from the auth slice. State.auth. Check if not user or role is present and role is not equal to the role that we pass as props. Then return. Add the navigation component from the React Autodom. Value of 2 will be login. Also add replace. And return the children. Now in the app.jsx file, wrap the admin layout with the protected route. Also pass the role as admin here. So if you click the button now, you won't be taken to the admin page. Also, if the user is not admin, the button should not be visible. Open the navbar.jsx file, find the admin link, let's add a condition here. Check if user is present and the role of the user should be admin. Only then show this link. Add user, use selector, state, state.auth. So now we can see the admin option is no longer visible. Let's log out and log in with the admin user. And you can see the admin option is visible for this user. Next, let's work on the admin section. Open the admin homepage. Delete the hard-coded values. Add the constant to use the use dispatch hook. Now get the products, loading. Use it as products loading. This is because we'll have another state for admin orders, so there should not be any name conflict. Then we have error. This will be products error. Is equal to use selector, state, state.admin products from the admin products slice. Let's also get the orders, total sales, loading has orders loading, error has orders error. Use selector, state, state.admin orders from the admin orders slice. Use effect. Dispatch the fetch admin products to get all the products. Dispatch fetch all orders to get all the orders. Check if the product is loading or the order is loading. Then we'll have the text loading. Else check for the products error. Add a paragraph tag. Text will say error fetching products and display the products error. Else check for the orders error. Error fetching orders and display the orders error. Else display the below JSX code. Add it just before the recent orders date. Add the total sales. Total orders. Let's also add the dependency dispatch. Let's fix the decimal point. Use toFixed. This looks better. Add products length here. Add 2 decimal point to the total price of the order. The logout button is not functional in the admin section. Open the admin sidebar. Declare a constant dispatch to use the use dispatch hook. Handle logout. In the handle logout, dispatch logout function and also dispatch the clear card to clear any local storage. After this, we'll navigate to the home page. Now we are able to log out. Next, let's work on the user section of the admin. Open the user management component. Remove the hard-coded value. Add the dispatch constant that uses use dispatch hook. Navigate is equal to use navigate. Get the user. From the auth slice, get the users, loading an error from the admin slice, add a use effect, if the user is present but he is not an admin, then we'll navigate to the home page. Dependency will be user and navigate. In handle submit, add dispatch, add user, and pass the form data. In the handle role change, dispatch, update user, with user ID and the new role. In handle delete user, dispatch, delete user, and pass the user ID. Check for loading, add paragraph loading, if there is an error, add paragraph for error. Let's test the form by adding a new user details. The user gets created. Let's check database for entry. And we can see the user gets created. Let's also delete this user. Press OK. Refresh the page. And we no longer have the user's entry. We don't see all the users in the list, so let's fix that. Add a use effect. If the user is present and the user role is admin, then dispatch fetch users, which will get all the users. Dependency will be dispatch and user. Looks like we have an error. Let's check the admin slice. Fetch users. Fulfill case looks good. We are capturing the response. The return keyword is missing here. And now we can see all the users getting listed here. Let's add a new user to see if it gets added to the list. As you can see, the new user gets added here. Let's update the role. The value isn't updating. Let's check the console for any error. Cannot read properties of undefined. Looks like we are not able to get the updated user value. This is where we are updating the user. Let's check the action payload. The payload is undefined. Code looks fine. Once again, the return key is missing here. Still the role isn't getting updated. Here is the response. So we have message and user. Where user contains the updated user object. So add dot user here. Let's try again. Yes, the role is now getting updated. We no longer require this log, so delete it. This is working as expected. Next is the order management page. Open the order management component. Delete the hard-coded values. Declare dispatch. Navigate. Get the user from auth slice. Get the orders, loading, and error from the admin orders slice. Add a use effect. If the user is not admin, navigate to the home page. Else, dispatch, fetch all the orders to get all the orders. Dependency will be dispatch, user, and navigate. In the handle status change, add dispatch, update order status, and pass the order ID and the new status. If loading, return, add a paragraph, loading. If there is an error, return a paragraph with the error. So now we can see all the orders getting listed here. Let's fix the decimal points issue. This looks good. Now when I click the mark as delivered button, it should update the status to delivered. Similarly, you can change the status by selecting any status in the dropdown. It looks like there is an issue when changing the status. The customer name disappears when we update the status. This is how we are displaying the username. We are getting orders from the admin orders slice. Open the file. Let's add a log to debug the issue. Print action.payload. Let's change the status. We're getting an object which is right. But we are not populating the username here. Instead, we are only retrieving the user ID. Remove the log. Open the admin order routes. This is the route. So we can simply populate the user information like this. Dot populate from the user model. We require the name here. And now you see the name does not disappear. Next, let's work on displaying the products list. Open the product management component. Remove the hard-coded value. Add dispatch. Get the products. Loading an error. From the admin product slice. Use effect. Dispatch. Fetch admin products to get all the products. Dependency will be dispatched. In the handle delete function, add dispatch, delete product and pass the ID. If loading, return a paragraph with loading. If error, return a paragraph with the error. And with this, you should see all the products getting listed here. Let's also delete a product. We have a 404 error. Let's check the delete product done. Okay. I have mentioned the wrong URL for the delete request. Remove the admin from the URL. Let's retest this. And now we are able to delete the product. You can see the message product removed. Next, let's work on the updating the products. Open the edit product page. Let's remove the placeholder images here. We'll require the dispatch. Navigate. Get the ID from the use params. Get selected product. Loading an error from the product slice. Add uploading variable. Use state. Default value will be false. This will be for image uploading state. Add the use effect. If ID is present, then we'll dispatch fetch product details and pass the ID. Dependency will be dispatch and ID. Add a use effect. If the selected product is present, then we'll set the product data. Pass the selected product. dependency will be selected product. Let's handle image upload. Form data is equal to new form data, form data dot append image and file. Add a try catch block. Set uploading to true. Get the data from await axios.post. Add the read backend URL /API/upload. Pass the form data. Add the header. Content type multipart /form data because we'll be uploading a file here. Set product data. Get the previous data. Add the previous data and add the images here. Previous data.images URL data.image URL and also add the alt text. Set uploading to false. Log any errors and set uploading to false in this case. In the handle submit, add the dispatch, update product and pass the ID and product data. Once this is done, navigate to the admin/products. If loading, return a paragraph. If there is an error, return a paragraph with the error. So the data is getting populated in the form for the selected product. The image is not visible here because the URL mentioned here is incorrect. Let's first upload an image. Looks like it did not work. Cannot access form data before initialization. The starting letter of the form data should be in capital. Upload the image. And you can see the image is successfully uploaded. But let's add a message while uploading for a better user experience. Below the input tag of the image, check for the uploading state. Add a paragraph, uploading image. This is better. Update the product. And we can see the image is getting attached to the product. After this, let's test the form fields. Add color green and red. You can see both the colors on the product page. Add a size. New size is added. Let's test some more forms. Description, price. So everything is working fine. Now there are a couple of changes that I would like to make. One is, if you try to log in, you should see the text change when we click the sign in button. For this, let's add the loading state from the auth slice and add a condition here to conditionally show the text. If the state is loading, show the loading text, or else show the sign in text. And you can see the loading text for a while when the button gets clicked. Similarly, let's make changes to the registration process. Test it out. So this is also working fine. Lastly, open the order confirmation page. Here in the else condition, the navigation URL is incorrect. This should be my orders. Now that we have completed the implementation of our app, let's deploy it on the web using the Vercel platform. It is free to sign up for an account. So if you do not have an account, you can sign up and follow the steps that I'm going to show you for deploying the code. We'll have to create a new file under the backend folder. Name it vercel.json. Alright, the first line defines the version of the Vercel configuration. Version value will be 2, which is the latest version. Next, let's give our project a name. Inside the builds array, we'll define how we want the Vercel to deploy the code. Starting point will be server.js for backend. Use at Vercel/node. This will tell Vercel to use Node.js builder. Add routes to handle the requests. Source. Add a regular expression that matches all the routes. Add destination server.js. It means send all requests to server.js. Similarly, create a new file inside the frontend folder. Once again, name it vercel.json. Version will be 2. Next will be builds. Source will be package.json. Use static build indicating that it is for React project. Store the output files in the dist folder. Add regular expression to match any routes. Destination will tell Vercel to serve from the route path. Before we commit the code, let's add the gitignore file. We'll ignore the logs. Next will be node modules, frontend slash node modules, copy it, backend slash node modules. After this, we'll also ignore the environment variables. We have two .env files, frontend slash .env and backend slash .env. I am using Mac, so I want to ignore the dsstore file. Open the new terminal. Ensure that you are in the root directory of the project. Initialize the Git repository. Add the files. Commit the code. Create a new repository on the GitHub. I'll name this repo Rabbit. Create the repository. Copy the branch command. Add the remote. Finally, push the code. Refresh the page, and the code is now available on GitHub for us to deploy. Open the Vercel dashboard. Add a new project. Import the latest repository Rabbit. Edit the root directory. Select Backend. Let's add the environment variables. Open the .env file of the backend. First, let's add the Mongo URI. Paste the value here. Next will be JWT secret. After this, we have the Cloudinary cloud name. Next, Cloudinary API key. And last will be Cloudinary API secret. Click on deploy. With this, our backend server is deployed on Vercel. Click on the image. And we can see the root page with the welcome message. Now add another project for the frontend. Import the Rabbit project. Select frontend. You should see Vite already selected. Add the environment variables. Let's paste the server URL here. Key will be Vite backend URL. Next will be the PayPal client ID. Deploy the code. I have an error for the rollback. This is an issue with the Mac that I'm using, and you should not see this error. But if you do, all you need to do is delete the node modules and package log file. Run the npm install command. Commit the code. Let's also push the code. And this will automatically deploy the update on Vercel. Let's check if the code is deployed. Select the latest project. And we see the code is successfully deployed. But I don't think the backend data is loading. Let's check the console for any errors. I think the URL isn't structured correctly. There are two forward slashes in between. To solve this, let's remove the slash from the environment variable. Click on Edit and remove the forward slash from the end of the URL. Save it. Let's redeploy the code. Refresh the page. And we see the data is now populated from the backend server. Let's test the functionality to see if everything is working as expected. Add a product to cart. Checkout. Log in using the admin credentials. Let's fill the checkout form. Click on Continue to Payment. Copy the password. Let's complete the purchase. And we can see the order gets placed successfully. And with this, we have completed the project. I hope you have enjoyed the video. Take care and see you in the next video.